Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Anthony said with a sigh of regret, just a little more, and we would have witnessed a difficult sorting for 2 years in a row. Michael immediately added, the odds of that happening are way too low. Still, it had been going on for so long that I really thought we were about to see it. Chris stroked his chin and said in a thoughtful tone, if there were 2 students in the same year who both had difficult sortings. Or if they were siblings. He shuddered slightly. I don't even want to imagine it. Warm applause broke out at the Ravenclaw table. Amid the cheerful clapping, Luna walked over and sat beside Vezet. There was a mysterious smile on her face. Mr. Sorting Hat told me many things, she said softly, including things about you. About me? Vezet asked, a little surprised. Luna leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Sorting Hat said you're very special. It spent a lot of effort trying to sort you into a new house. Vezet could not help laughing. Luna continued, her voice light and dreamy. The moment I put it on, it wanted to send me straight to Ravenclaw. But it was lonely, so it kept chatting with me for a little longer. It even asked whether I liked the song it sang tonight. It said it took a whole year in the headmaster's office to come up with the new version. Vezet smiled and said, the lyrics are fine, it's just the tune I can't accept. That's exactly what I told it, Luna said with a small laugh. Then it said it would try a different accent next year. I also told it about a kind of music called death metal. Death metal. Vezet repeated, immediately remembering the tape he and Luna had listened to in a department store during Christmas break last year. After thinking for a moment, he said, but when we heard that music, there was a whole band playing with it, wasn't there? If it were just dry singing, he genuinely could not imagine what kind of expression the students and professors would wear if the Sorting Hat suddenly let out that deep hoarse style of singing in the Great Hall. Luna, however, looked a little excited. So Mr. Sorting Hat wants to report to Headmaster Dumbledore, she said seriously, and ask him to invite a band next year to perform the sorting song with it. The sorting ceremony continued. Soon, it was Ginny Weasley's turn. As the youngest child and only daughter of the Weasley family, she followed family tradition almost the instant the Sorting Hat touched her head. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in applause. At last, the final first year was sorted as well. Hufflepuff. The student quickly removed the Sorting Hat and hurried toward the Hufflepuff table. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment list, lifted the Sorting Hat, and left the hall, signaling the end of the sorting ceremony and the beginning of the next part of the evening. Dumbledore rose from his seat. Tonight, he wore a dark blue brocade robe embroidered with countless clover patterns, while a metal clover ornament gleamed from the tip of his pointed hat. As always, among all the professors, Dumbledore's clothing was by far the most flamboyant. He adjusted his half-moon spectacles and slowly stepped forward to the front of the hall. As he moved, the clover patterns on his robe seemed to ripple back and forth, making him look unusually grand. The owl-shaped decorations above the hall stretched their wings. Dumbledore looked around at all the students and said with a warm smile, welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone safe and sound. I imagine all of you must be starving after a full day of travel and waiting, so I won't keep you any longer. His eyes twinkled, let us enjoy tonight's feast. The moment he finished speaking, he returned to the staff table. At once, dishes filled with steaming food appeared on the golden plates. The hall was instantly filled with delicious aromas. Harry and Ron both nodded repeatedly, looking as though they deeply agreed with Dumbledore's decision to keep the speech brief. The feast officially began. The atmosphere at the tables quickly became lively. Compared with last year when conversations had jumped across all sorts of topics, this year's banquet was dominated by a single name, Gilderoy Lockhart. The reason was simple. His arrival had completely broken the usual balance of attention in the hall. Lockhart was dressed in a lilac robe. The color itself was elegant enough, but the robe was covered in glittering sequins. Whenever he smiled and showed his teeth, the sequins flashed brilliantly under the candlelight, making him look like some kind of human-shaped rotating stage lamp. His blonde hair was carefully styled as well, every wave clearly fixed in place with plenty of product to ensure it would not collapse beneath his sequin-pointed hat. Pinned to his chest were 2 badges. Students seated closer to the front, especially those at the Ravenclaw table, noticed them clearly. One was the badge for the Order of Merlin 3rd class, The other was the honorary member badge of the Dark Force Defense League. Naturally, Lockhart had no shortage of admirers. Many students who loved his books kept glancing in his direction, unable to hide their excitement. Of course, not everyone shared that admiration. There were also quite a few students who clearly were not fond of him at all. By the time the last slice of dessert cake vanished from the plates, Dumbledore stepped forward once again. A familiar golden ribbon rose into the air above the Great Hall and twisted into a line of elegant cursive writing. It was time for the school song. Dumbledore smiled broadly and raised his wand like a conductor's baton. "I believe all of you already know our new professor well enough," he said cheerfully. "So there's no need for a long introduction. Let's sing the school song and then off to bed." The moment Lockhart heard his name mentioned, he straightened his robes and looked as though he were preparing to stand and make a speech. But Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this. Without giving Lockhart any chance to rise, he immediately lifted his wand higher and announced, "Ready, sing." The hall instantly erupted into music. This year's opening remarks were as brief as ever, and the list of school rules Dumbledore mentioned was not much different from last year. The corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, however, had now been reopened, and students were free to go there without restrictions or fear of losing points. Then the song began in earnest. For some reason, Vezet felt that this year's school song sounded even livelier than before. Perhaps it was only his imagination. Or perhaps it was because some of the students who disliked Lockhart had, for the first time, chosen to sing with genuine enthusiasm after hearing Dumbledore cut off the possibility of Lockhart speaking. Whatever the reason, the atmosphere was unusually animated. At last, the banquet officially ended. Amid a chorus of yawns and the scraping of benches, the students left the Great Hall and began making their way back to their respective common rooms. After Penelope helped Luna identify the girls' dormitory, Luna returned to the Ravenclaw common room and found Vezet sitting at a desk. She sat down beside him and took out the drawing album she always carried with her. "I want to send a painting back home," she said after thinking for a while. They had already agreed earlier that evening to write a letter to Xenophilius and send it the next day. While Luna began sketching, Vezet thought over an idea of his own. Then he frowned slightly and said, "If you draw a flat picture, what if I turn it into something three-dimensional?" Luna looked up at once, understanding roughly what he meant. "Three-dimensional?" she asked. "Like the pop-up books we see in department stores?" Vezet smiled and nodded. "Yes, something like that, but more magical." Luna's eyes brightened immediately. It was clear that she had already pictured the result in her mind. "In that case," she said happily, "Dad will definitely love it." Seeing her expression, Vezet smiled as well. He had already spent part of the summer continuing to study Grindelwald's notes, especially the sections related to magical props and enchantments, so realizing this idea would not be too difficult. But that alone was not enough for him. He did not want to make something merely functional. He wanted to keep improving it and turn it into something more vivid, more interesting, and more magical. As Luna drew quietly beside him, Vezet continued thinking through how to bring that idea to life. Luna's painting had just been completed. It showed a blonde girl on a train at night. Steam billowed from the engine as the train slowly pulled into the platform, and far in the distance stood a magnificent castle glowing with warm lights. There was still some magical powder left over from making the crystal ball bracelet, and Vezet realized it could be used here as well. The powder's purpose was simple. It helped stabilize magic and anchor it to the paper itself. Using the powder, Vezet carefully traced the outline of every part of the painting. Then he murmured a spell, raised his wand, and gave it a gentle wave. At once, the train, the rails, the platform, and the castle all rose from the paper like fish leaping from water. The flat painting became a delicate three-dimensional scene, as if a miniature magical model had sprung to life. The wheels should move too, and the steam should look like it's flowing. As he thought aloud, Vezet took the last of the magical powder and sprinkled it over the train's wheels and the drifting steam. Then he continued chanting and cast another spell. The steam began to curl and drift slowly. The wheels started turning. Even the blonde girl in the painting lifted her hand and waved gently, like a stop-motion figure brought to life. Luna clapped her hands happily. "This is wonderful," she said. "Now it feels much more like a real magical painting. We still need one more thing." Vezet smiled slightly. "Sound, Luna, say a few words. We'll leave your voice inside the painting." He raised his wand and drew an incomplete ellipse in the air. "Leave a sound behind." This was a spell from Grindelwald's notes. It had no official name, only a set of gestures, casting methods, and incantations. Its function, however, was very simple. It could preserve sound inside a magical object. Because of that, Vezet privately called it the recording spell. In the notes, Grindelwald had not only explained how to use it, but had also demonstrated it personally, leaving behind a recording of Plato's Symposium as an example. His voice had been deep and magnetic, slow and clear, full of quiet confidence. Now Vezet lowered his wand and tapped it lightly on the blonde girl in the painting. A soft emerald green glow slowly spread across the figure. Luna leaned toward the painting and spoke gently. "Dad, I've already arrived at Hogwarts. It's every bit as magical as you said. You have to take care of yourself at home." When she finished, Vezet folded the paper in half. As the paper bent, the floating three-dimensional scene slowly shrank and folded back into the surface, returning to an ordinary painted image. He tested it several times, opening and folding it again and again, until he was sure the three-dimensional scene would reappear perfectly every time. Only then did he hand the painting to Luna. After saying goodnight, Vezet watched Luna head back to the dormitory. Then he took out his notebook and reviewed the plans he had made during the summer, researched the Obliviate charm, continue observing Professor McGonagall's animagus transformation, attend Professor Snape's private lessons, study Headmaster Dumbledore's animated armor magic. Then another thought surfaced, and the Guardian's chamber. He immediately remembered Selena Pendragon's letter. Now that he had returned to Hogwarts, it was only natural to visit that place first. If he could enter the Guardian's chamber, he would most likely gain a considerable amount of ancient magical power. He silently reviewed the abilities he might need tonight. Ancient magic, self-shaping devil's snare, primal force, obscurus elementary. The common room had grown quiet. Unable to fight off their exhaustion, the other students had all returned to their dormitories to sleep. Vezet was the only one left. After making sure the timing was right, he rose from his seat and whispered softly, "Our time is engraved here." Then he left the common room and descended the spiral staircase of Ravenclaw Tower into the corridor below. Late at night, Hogwarts felt especially deserted. A few distant windows remained open, and the wind passed through the halls with a low whisper like the murmuring of ghosts. Vezet had seen plenty of ghosts in the wizarding world already, but even among magical beings, mischievous spirits like Peeves were something special. And when wandering Hogwarts at night, the greatest source of chaos was often not a professor, but the old pair of enemies, Filch and Peeves. Following Selena Pendragon's instructions, Vezet made his way through an unfamiliar corridor. Many of the portraits along the walls had not gone to sleep yet. When they saw him pass, they waved and greeted him enthusiastically. Vezet smiled and nodded in return, continuing onward until he finally turned into the end of a corridor and saw a tall mahogany cabinet standing there. Several metal gear discs were embedded in its surface, making it resemble some enormous ancient clock. Around the gears were engraved patterns of suns and stars, giving it an old and mysterious air. Here it is. Vezet took out his wand, placed it against one of the metal discs, and adjusted a pointer according to Selena's instructions. At once, the gears began to turn with a series of sharp metallic clicks. The cabinet shifted and unfolded, transforming into a slowly opening metal door. Beyond it was a dim staircase descending into darkness, vanishing far below where no light could reach. Before entering, Vezet prepared himself. He cast Magic Eye and gripped his wand tightly in his right hand. At the same time, he transformed the fingers of his left hand into strands of Devil's Snare, ready to react at any moment. His experience in the mirror world had already taught him that places belonging to a guardian often came with tests or trials. If he wanted to make it back in time for class tomorrow, then caution was essential. He also stayed ready to cast the improved Lights Out spell at the first sign of danger, creating a field of dark magical energy if necessary. Just then, a shrill voice echoed through the corridor. The students had only just returned to school, and Peeves was clearly in excellent spirits. Besides his usual strange laughter, he was now singing one of his tuneless little songs. "Prepare your laugh and prepare your scream. From cellar to tower my laughter echoes." In this ancient castle, the legend of Peeves lives on forever. Far down the corridor, Peeves was dancing back and forth with a suit of armor. The armor clanked and creaked with every lurching movement, while Peeves cackled in delight. "Look at this ancient armor, I've made it dance. Don't let stress steal away your smile. In this magical campus, let's find moments of joy together." Then came the sound of dragging footsteps. Filch appeared in the corridor, hunched over and panting, clearly drawn there by the disturbance. "Peeves," he shouted furiously, "you're making noise in the corridor again. Get out, get away from here." Peeves stopped singing and turned with a wicked grin. "Ah, you again. But Peeves is in a good mood today. Let my partner keep you company." The moment he finished speaking, he started tearing pieces off the armor and hurling them at Filch. The clanging of flying metal mixed with Peeves's shrill laughter, turning the whole corridor into a ridiculous little rhapsody. Since the two of them were now completely occupied with each other, Vizet's concerns lessened at once. Without hesitation, he moved. Using primal force, Obscurus Elementary, his eyes darkened until they resembled black crystal, while wisps of black mist coiled around his body. As his body dropped, that dark power granted him far greater agility and the ability to move through the air with unnatural ease. With the help of this power, he no longer had to waste time struggling against Hogwarts' moving staircases. He quickly crossed the distance, darted past the shifting steps and leaped downward directly, saving a great deal of time. Soon, the sounds of Filch and Peeves faded behind him. Standing before the hidden entrance once more, Vezet took one final breath. Then, instead of conjuring light, he stepped into the darkness, passed through the metal doorway and quietly closed it behind him. Vezet walked down the stairs, and the fog of the map in her mind gradually dissipated. With a slight clicking sound, the iron gate in the distance slowly opened, revealing an empty room inside. This room was probably used as a warehouse, but it should be cleaned regularly. There was no dust around, only small spider webs hanging on the corners of the walls. The walls are lined with shelves on which are placed huge wine barrels. Looking around, it would take at least 2 classrooms combined to match the size of this room. There are also many armored dummies placed around the shelves, and the armor is full of pits and holes, like traces caused by some kind of magical experiment. There were piles of books scattered on the ground. Vezet picked up one of them with some joy, and she felt a strange feeling as soon as she started reading it. He felt that what he touched was not a book but a person. Even though there was no warmth or pulse, he still had this strange feeling. Not only that, he also felt a buzzing sound, as if the books could speak and whisper in his ears. Vezet used her magic eyes to scan the books on the ground and found that there was some kind of magic on these books. But for some reason, he could only see a very vague mass through these books, and could not even call it a magic circuit. Full of doubts, he threw the book forward and turned it over with the help of the levitation spell, only to find that there was not a single word in the book, just as blank as the notebook he had just bought. Is every book like this? Vezet frowned slightly, clenched his wand and raised it suddenly. All the books in the room flew up and hovered around him like little birds. He maintained his magic eyes, scanning through one blank book after another, and finally found a page from the gap. Observing through the magic eye, he found that this page of the book retained a lot of ancient magical power, emitting a familiar silver-blue light. After confirming the target, he continued to wave his wand, leaving only that page and placing all the wordless books in the corner. Vezet held the thin page of the book. Compared to the strange touch of those books, this page was obviously much more normal. This page is made of the scales of some kind of snake, and there is a white skull painted on the front, which looks extremely realistic. In the lower right corner of the page, there is a familiar signature from Selena Pendragon. This really looks like her work, full of some indescribable sense of ritual. There is also a message below the skull, simple and easy to learn, allowing you to easily master the Imperious Curse. The Imperious Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. The Ministry of Magic calls it extremely cruel black magic. According to magical laws, once any unforgivable curse is used on a person, the person will be sent to Azkaban for life imprisonment. It's just that the casting of the Imperious Curse is relatively covert. During the period when Voldemort was at the peak of his power, many wizards took advantage of this feature and claimed that they were controlled by Voldemort and that all their actions were against their will. Whether it was the hidden feature or the name of the unforgivable curse, it made Vezet very curious, and she wanted to know how the Imperious Curse was cast. Based on his understanding of black magic, the more powerful the black magic, the more magical knowledge it requires as a foundation to fully interpret its power. Selena Pendragon started with easy to learn, which aroused Vizet's curiosity. Vezet turned the pages and saw the rest of what Serena Pendragon had left behind. If you want to release the unforgivable curse, you must ensure that the caster has enough determination. This is the most important thing. If the caster is soft-hearted, the consequences may be very dangerous. At the very least, it will only make the unforgivable curse ineffective. If it is serious, it may backfire on the caster. Of course, I have never been attacked by an unforgivable curse, so I cannot write about what it feels like to be attacked by it. Okay, now that we have explained the necessary conditions, we can officially start the teaching process. First, please memorize the spell Soul Out of Body. Next, choose the way you like to wave your wand and then find a living creature to chant the spell. Congratulations, you have learned the Imperious Curse. The casting process is incredibly simple. There is no need for coordination of syllables or tones, nor are there any requirements for casting gestures. Perhaps the only key point is that you cannot be soft-hearted and you must be firm enough when casting the Imperious Curse. Perhaps this is why they are called the unforgivable curses. Compared to those extremely difficult dark arts, the Imperious Curse is so simple and crude. I am. Imperio, Imperio, Imperio. Vezet read the words left by Selena Pendragon again, chanting the spell while memorizing it in her mind. He looked around and at the spider web in the corner, intending to use it as a target for the Imperious Curse. The soul is out of the body. Vezet raised her wand high and pointed it at the spider that was now hanging upside down on its web. A strange feeling was born from the tip of the magic wand. This feeling was quickly transmitted to the body of the magic wand and then spread to the fingertips, palms, and arms. Finally, it gathered into a tingling warm current and flowed into his brain. An idea occurred to Vezet that she could control the spider. He waved his wand gently, drawing a perfect circle in the air. The spider's movements were as stiff as a puppet. It followed the spider silk back to the spider web and began to circle along the trajectory of the magic wand, which was also a standard circle. After removing the Imperious Curse, Vezet looked at the panicked spider and frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that the Imperious Curse was so simple and easy to learn. To complete the Imperious Curse, all you need is a short spell and the determination to control a person. Compared to the dark arts he had mastered last school year, the Imperious Curse was very different. If I must make an analogy, it is like the difference between a boxer and a gunfighter in the past life. Boxers often need long-term training to acquire superb fighting skills and a strong enough physique. And as long as the gunman knows how to pull the trigger and ensures that he has enough ammunition, he can easily kill the boxer. It's not like something on the power level. Despite this, Vezet still concluded something different through this casting. The first is the Imperious Curse itself. This magic can easily control a soul through the spell of soul out of the body. This process is extremely simple and does not require the caster to understand the soul, he only needs to be able to recite the spell, etc. An idea suddenly occurred to Vezet. Since the Imperious Curse has such characteristics, can't it be used to study the soul? Perhaps the original purpose of developing the Imperious Curse was to allow wizards to control someone's soul through the simplest means. But this magic obviously has a different effect on Vezet. As he had once told Snape, dark magic was just a tool to him. It could be used not only as a weapon but also as a scalpel. Even if performing black magic would bring about evil thoughts, he could avoid it through the purification spell and avoid problems for himself. After all, he had been with Momoran before, so he needed to be alert to the invasion of evil thoughts at all times and was more sensitive to the corresponding influences. He could make various adjustments in time to ensure his own safety. After learning the Imperious Curse, Vezet walked around the room. After gathering the ancient magical power, Vezet came to a corner of the room. Observing with the magic eye, a ball of dancing silver blue light appeared on the ground, which was very similar to the dancing light seen in the mirror world. Nox. Vezet cast a modified lights out spell. A dark magical energy field appeared, enveloping the silver blue light. He pointed his wand at the silver blue light and pulled it upwards, pulling out a tall mirror. This mirror is very similar to the mirror of Arist and looks very impressive. The difference lies in the relief on the frame. Unlike the snake-shaped relief on the mirror of Arist, the relief on this mirror is like rising cyclones, a symbol of ancient magic. The mirror functioned normally, reflecting Vezet holding her wand. Vezet looked carefully and found that the scenery behind him had changed. Behind him was a shelf of wine barrels, but in the mirror it was all dark, with the vague possibility of a short flight of stairs visible. Ancient magic, self-shaping devil's web. Vezet turned her hand into a devil's snare and slowly approached the mirror. She found that the devil's snare could sense another place through the mirror. The area was pitch black, which actually aroused the devil's snare's perception. Vezet continued to extend the devil's snare and found a small platform on the other side of the mirror with a staircase extending downwards from the platform. It seems that this room is just a transit station. The real guardian's chamber should be on the other side of the mirror. After all, this room can be entered with just a spell, and to pull up this mirror, one needs to be able to sense ancient magical power. He stretched the devil's snare as far out as possible, then slowly walked into the mirror and went down along the platform. The other side of the mirror seemed to be built in a cave. The surrounding stone walls were slightly slippery, and there was a damp smell of water in the air. It wasn't long before Vezet saw the glow of torches in the distance and a tall metal door. He came to the gate and found that it was an exquisite bronze gate with various carvings on it. The most eye-catching feature is the cyclone pattern in the center of the gate, which symbolizes the ancient magical power. Vezet placed her wand against the cyclone pattern, and the Obscurus core pulsed slightly, injecting ancient magical power into the cyclone pattern. The cyclone pattern slowly lit up and seemed to sway gently with the surrounding firelight. So those are the Thestrals, Vezet nodded. The carriages at Hogwarts are pulled by the Thestrals. Wait until the weekend to continue exploring. He had seen a similar magic circuit on the carriage to Hogwarts Castle after the Christmas holidays last year. A crack appeared in the middle of the bronze door. With a rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, revealing an even more empty cave behind it. Luna looked at Vezet and smiled. Well, I didn't realize until I walked downstairs that I was at Hogwarts. After some consideration, he decided to explore here for the time being and then go back to have a good night's rest. But I can't see the Thestrals. I can only vaguely sense them. What do they look like? He used his magic eyes and saw a bunch of blurry magic circuits. Although these magic circuits were blurry, they gave him a familiar feeling. The Thestrals won't work. Luna shook her head slightly. Although they are cute, many wizards misunderstand them. It can be roughly seen that it is in the shape of a horse, but it has wings and looks very thin, so it should not be the eight-legged divine horse Frigga. I can't see the Thestrals, but I can still feel them. Luna tilted her head, a strand of hair falling to her forehead. Let me draw them for you, they're quite cute. Perhaps because she didn't sleep on the train and because she had a night tour of Hogwarts, Vezet slept soundly. As Luna spoke, she put her finger against the window again and drew a beautiful line. They think that the Thestrals are scary and like to eat raw meat with a bloody smell. They think that the Thestrals are unlucky. Her fingertips gently pressed against the window as if she was drawing something. Just now, a Thestral flew out of the forbidden forest and then quickly flew back in. It flew faster than Thor and Diana. When the first ray of morning sun shone quietly into the dormitory through the gap in the curtains and sprinkled on his face, he opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Thestrals are very rare magical animals. I didn't expect there would be so many in Hogwarts. I remember. Luna nodded. When you wrote to us at that time, you also mentioned the seedling of the airship Lee, but you didn't bring it back during the summer vacation. Vezet walked over and said, want to water those flowers in the garden. It looks like the Mount of the Grim Reaper. Vezet suddenly had an idea. Should I make it move, just like the painting last night? Vezet noticed that there were still some traces of residue on the window. Yi-Chi is truly skinny, with just a layer of skin attached to his bones, and his joints are extremely prominent, giving him a mysterious look. Arriving at the common room, Luna also woke up early and sat on the windowsill with her hands on her knees, looking at the forbidden forest in the distance. Following the path of Luna's finger, Vezet could indeed see that the tops of several large trees suddenly shook a few times. Vezet looked at the cave in the distance and frowned slightly. It seems that it will take a long time to reach the Guardian's chamber. He asked curiously, what kind of horse is this? Is it in the forbidden forest? Yes, in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Vezet confirmed she saw the airship Lee in my arms and kept it, and not everyone can see the Thestrals. Only those who have witnessed and understood death can see the Thestrals. You mean? Luna's eyes lit up. Seeing Luna's somewhat lost expression, Vezet thought of something. Do you still remember the airship Lee you sent me last year? My roommates were still sleeping soundly. After getting dressed, I left the dormitory quietly. Because it grew so well, it couldn't fit in my suitcase, so I left it at Hogwarts, Vezet explained. She took out a sketchbook and simply sketched the horse's body, then drew a face like a fire dragon and a wide wingspan like a bat. Vezet and Luna walked down the moving stairs and trotted all the way to the greenhouse located outside the castle. The door to the first greenhouse was open. Vezet led Luna forward and came to the second greenhouse, where they could see a busy figure in the distance. Sprout also got up early, holding a pot of fertilizer that glowed blue, and fertilized the plants in the greenhouse. That was a souvenir Vezet brought back from Sweden, dragon dung from a Swedish short-nosed dragon. Sprout is very interested in various plants and herbs. For her, a large bag of high-quality dragon manure is a good gift. Vezet, good morning. She saw Vezet and Luna running over, put the shovel back into the dragon dung basin, and waved with a smile, and lovely girl. You are Luna, right? Vezet greeted with a smile, good morning, Professor Sprout. Luna saluted and said, hello, Professor Sprout, I'm Luna. I often hear Vezet mention you. Sprout smiled kindly, are you here to see the airship tree? I'll take you there. Professor Sprout, the main reason is that Luna just left home, so she is not used to it, so we plan to. Vezet hurried forward and briefly explained the situation at Home's garden. So you are used to that kind of life. Sprout's smile became more obvious, you are a little girl who likes life. Then let's help, we have all the tools we need. Oh, and what do you think of those Christmas cacti, are they easy to grow? Luna picked up a small shovel and followed Sprout, nodding with a smile. It's very easy to raise and very lively. Professor Sprout, I actually drew them all, but I didn't bring the album with me. Can I show it to you next time? Sprout was very excited. That's great, I'm really looking forward to it. Luna and Sprout used shovels to apply fertilizer, while Vezet held the wand in her hand, clear water like a spring. Two people were fertilizing and one was watering, and the three of them were busy in the second greenhouse, and soon the plants were taken care of. Water-making spell, a very practical magic. Sprout looked at Vezet and smiled. You can freely manipulate the water flow. It seems that you are already very skilled in the use of this magic. By the way, if I ask you to use the water-making spell to create some pure water, can you try to do it? I've tried this before. Vezet nodded. I don't think plants need pure water, so I didn't make any adjustments. I just controlled the water flow. I don't seem to be surprised by the surprise you can bring. Sprout smiled and picked up the wand. The water-making spell is a basic magic. You went to Sweden during the summer vacation. I remember that was the birthplace of the water-making spell. Vezet, did you learn the water-making spell step by step from the initial ritual magic? That's absolutely right, Professor Sprout. Vezet nodded repeatedly. Then it seems that Professor Sprout can add 5 points. Sprout laughed and joked, since you learned the water-making spell in this way. Then your understanding of the water-making spell should be quite profound. I can take this opportunity to talk about some beyond-the-scope knowledge. Are you willing to listen to me? Vezet nodded repeatedly. That's exactly what I wanted, Professor Sprout. Sprout looked at Luna. Luna, if you don't understand, you can come and ask me then. But I think Vezet should be happy to answer your questions. I will, Professor Sprout. Luna smiled and nodded, winking at Vezet. That's great. Sprout cleared his throat. Water-making spell is a basic magic. Since you started learning ritual magic by yourself, you should understand what I mean. Since it is a foundation, it means that it has many variations. It can not only adjust the purity of the water itself, but also be combined with other magic to extend it. Do you understand this? Vezet nodded and immediately thought of Flitwick's magic demonstration, like a water creation spell plus an ice spell. Yes, this is a classic magic combination. Sprout nodded. It seems that Phileas has shown it to you. It should still be a wandless and silent spellcasting. Then I won't show you how to do it. Let's talk about the water creation spell. The reason why we don't learn the water creation spell until the 6th grade is to expand the use of the water creation spell. Combine the water creation spell with other magic to achieve different effects. It's like a Rubik's Cube. You should know the Rubik's Cube, right? It's a Muggle toy. I once received a Christmas gift that contained a Rubik's Cube. It was an interesting toy. I know. Vezet and Luna nodded together. They had seen similar things when they were shopping in the department store before. That's good. Sprout continued, let's use the Rubik's Cube as an analogy. A fully repaired Rubik's Cube is the most basic water-making spell. During the restoration process, the colorful patterns displayed by the Rubik's Cube are equivalent to adding other magic. In the end, what is presented is still the restored Rubik's Cube, which is the magic of the water creation spell itself. For example, if we add the fire-generating spell, it's like the red side of the Rubik's Cube, but it's still a Rubik's Cube. The main body hasn't changed. Reach out your hands and feel it. Clear water like a spring. This is a very clever metaphor. At least Vezet can build up the corresponding concepts and absorb as much knowledge as possible from Sprout. The Rubik's Cube is a 3-dimensional puzzle made up of many small pieces, each of which can be rotated independently, with the ultimate goal of making the color on each face uniform. Just like what Sprout said, no matter how the colors change or how the patterns are disrupted, in the end it is still a Rubik's Cube. Just like adding other magic to a water-making spell, it is still a water-making spell. Vezet discovered that such a theory can also be understood in the form of transformation magic. No matter how magic is added, the water-making spell still maintains its essence. Not only that, there is room for further research on this theory, and it can be applied to more magical knowledge. There is a sense that we are reaching the same destination through different paths. No matter what method we choose to understand, as long as we can achieve positive progress, it is a suitable way of understanding. The reason why Sprout knows so much about water-making spells is also due to her love of herbology, which led her to delve into other magics so that she can better take care of various plants. In order to avoid some extreme situations, she can even make the water-making spell have the effect of a potion and use it as a temporary fertilizer. Before we knew it, the morning sun was emitting brighter rays of light, and the sleeping Hogwarts castle was waking up. There were footsteps coming from the direction of the first greenhouse, and it was Hannah Abbott who appeared at the door. Morning, Professor Sprout. Hannah looked around the second greenhouse and shouted in surprise, "Vezet, why are you here?" Sprout said cheerfully, "He and Luna are here to help as well. I thought today would be busy, but I didn't expect you all to come. This makes it much easier for me. There are several greenhouses around Hogwarts Castle." In the last school year, the herbal medicine class was taught in Greenhouse 1, and this was Vizet's first time in Greenhouse 3. Pushing open the slightly heavy oak door, warm and humid air instantly rushes out, and the fragrance of soil, fertilizer, and rich flowers hits you in the face. This is much larger than the first greenhouse, and the plants planted around it are more interesting. Under the tall glass dome, there are flowers of various colors hanging down. These flowers look as big as umbrellas and are the main source of the rich floral fragrance. With Hannah's joining, their speed of watering and fertilizing increased a bit. Sprout is the dean of Hufflepuff. In the morning or evening, there are always Hufflepuff students coming to the greenhouse to see if they can help. Among them, Hannah is the more diligent one and enjoys taking care of various magical plants. Luna and Hannah were also able to find some common topics. Although they had just met, they felt very cordial and were able to find common topics. Vezet continued to ask her own questions based on the water-making spell just now and got answers from Sprout. Before long, the care of the third greenhouse was completed. Sprout brought a few cups of warm water filled with fresh white honey, which tasted sweet and had a refreshing effect. After drinking half a cup of honey water, Sprout knocked on the inner door and said, "Would you like to come in and take a look? There are more lovely magical plants inside." Vezet and the others naturally had no reason to refuse, so they followed Sprout. The third greenhouse is the most complex one, divided into several areas. Vezet and his team are in the teaching area, which is mainly focused on teaching and demonstration. Sprout led them into the inner door, which was the planting area of the third greenhouse, with more colorful plants including leafy plants and mushrooms. There were several rows of plants on the ground, all looking healthy and with shiny leaves. Perhaps for teaching purposes, all of these plants are in pots. Looking at the thick green and purple leaves, Vezet suddenly became curious and immediately came over. "Professor Sprout, are these mandrakes?" "You're right, these are mandrakes, but they are still small and need a lot of time to grow," Sprout introduced loudly. "It took me half a summer to understand their preferences, so I added them to the teaching plan. You will learn about this in your first class. Vezet, this is all thanks to the dragon droppings you sent. The dragon droppings came just in time and helped them get through the most difficult time. If the records in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi are correct, mandrake usually only survives in the wild, and the survival rate of greenhouse cultivation is very low. The fact that Sprout not only managed to keep it alive, but was able to include it in the teaching program speaks volumes about her attainments in herbalism." Hearing Sprout's words, Vezet smiled slightly. "Professor Sprout, I'm glad I could help you. Clean it up. For example, Hagrid likes dragons very much and has always wanted to raise a dragon until it grows up." Vezet looked to the other side, where there were a dozen round green balls planted, like juicy and crispy cabbages. Vezet seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Oh right, potions classes are held in 2 periods, so you should eat more." Luna also remembered Vizet's taste. She spread butter on the bread and put it on Vizet's plate. "You should eat quickly or you'll be hungry later." Leaving the greenhouse, Vezet picked up her wand and waved it gently at Luna and Hannah, cleaning the dirt off their bodies. It is also a magical plant with a strong desire to attack. If you get close to its perception range, the biting cabbage will roll its body and open its bloody mouth to bite the invader madly. Many of those magical plants that cannot move are highly toxic or hallucinogenic. Poison tentacles are very similar to devil's snares and also have the desire to attack, twisting their vines to attack. He also prepared a simple map. "The first class is potions, go over there, and then go down the stairs. There aren't many classrooms in the basement, so it's easy to remember. Witch Ascension Ointment is a very famous potion. Every year, many wizards are sent to the Magic Injury Hospital for treatment because of this potion." While eating breakfast, Vezet cast a summoning spell and summoned both of their textbooks. If he hadn't seen the cabbage tremble slightly and the fangs in the center, he wouldn't have known the name of this magical plant. Vezet nodded. She suddenly felt that Sprout and Hagrid were quite similar. They both liked animals and plants that were relatively powerful. "Okay, I can do it myself." Luna carefully put away the map. "You haven't eaten a single bite, come and have breakfast." At the end of some vines, there are flowers that look like mouths. The petals open and close like lips and are covered with thorns inside and out, making them look very hideous. For example, the small dark purple fruits of nightshade and the slender vertical trumpet-shaped purple flowers of wolfsbane. The materials for these two potions are of considerable value and can be used to make witch ascension ointment. Vezet admitted, at least I know the more dangerous magical plants. He spread jam on a piece of bread and put it on Luna's plate. You'll get hungry easily otherwise. Although the word ascension is included in the name, it cannot really make the wizard fly. Instead, it will make the wizard feel like flying due to its strong hallucinogenic properties. Compared to the devil's snare, the poisonous tentacles have few weaknesses. The thorns on the flowers and vines can secrete venom, which is deadly. Hearing Vizet's mumbling, Sprout smiled happily. It seems that you know all these plants. He looked around, taking in the colorful greenhouse planting area. Sprout said cheerfully, you have to know how to get along with them. Actually, they are all cute children. Currently, if wizards want to fly into the air, the relatively safe way is to use various flying magic props, or try their luck to see if their animagus is a bird. Hannah turned her robe back and forth and said happily, this way I don't have to go back to the lounge and can go straight to the auditorium. Is this biting Kale? When Sprout is with the venomous tentacle, he will also whisper to it. Luna's taste is lighter, so he didn't use too much butter. The three of them came to the auditorium together, and after saying goodbye to Hannah, Vezet and Luna walked towards the Ravenclaw table. Not far away, there were several gently twisting vines, covered with thorns and showing a dangerous emerald green color like poisonous snakes with thorns. Oh right, you can go there a little earlier. Professor Snape is quite strict with students who are late. He will say some rather aggressive things. Is this a poisonous tentacle? When Vezet and Luna were almost done with breakfast, Vizet's roommate arrived late and appeared opposite them. Michael took a glass of pumpkin juice and took a big sip. Vezet, where did you go this morning? Why didn't we find you? Vezet replied, we went to the greenhouse this morning and together with Professor Sprout watered and fertilized the plants there. That's what I said. You think too much. Anthony laughed at him immediately. You said they would find a remote corner or the shore of Black Lake. What on earth are you thinking about? What are you pretending for? You're pretending just like me. Michael rolled his eyes at Anthony. You're talking as if you didn't come with me. Aren't you still following me around looking for people? Chris smiled and sat down. Exactly, I'm different, I just go back to sleep. Terry rolled his eyes at Chris. How dare you say that? If we hadn't come back to get your textbooks, you would have overslept. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a look at today's classes. Chris smiled awkwardly and took out the class schedule to change the subject. There are 2 classes this morning. One class is Transfiguration and it's co-taught with Slytherin, and the other is History of Magic and the co-taught house is Hufflepuff. Transfiguration Magic class. Anthony sighed. I took out the textbook a few days ago and flipped through it. According to the progress above, the difficulty of Transfiguration Magic will increase again this year. Indeed, I did some pre-study and the difficulty has indeed increased. Terry nodded in agreement. Before, we used matches to transform into needles, but this year, we are using living creatures to transform. Michael suddenly said, it's not a big problem, we can ask Vezet first. Chris recalled, that's right, last semester I saw the snuff box he made. It was really exquisite, even the relief was very detailed. Vezet drank her milk after hearing this. Professor McGonagall must have taken the summer vacation into consideration, so the first class shouldn't be too difficult. Even if we use living things to transform, the teaching materials should be insects, which are relatively easy to transform. So relax, it won't be a big problem. Michael said cheerfully, I feel a little more relaxed now that you said that. Vezet continued, in fact, we can also follow the original shape of the object and perform transformation magic on it to complete the transformation. Just like the snuff box I made last semester, the overall shape is the original shape of the mouse, and then I modified this shape to make it closer to the shape of the snuff box. Finally, I smoothed the mouse's hair and embossed it according to the veins of the hair, thus achieving a relatively satisfactory effect. Now that I think about it, it seems to be true. Chris thought about it carefully. The shape does look like a mouse. Oh right, Professor McGonagall also said that it was a very clever idea to add a drawstring to the lid of your pot. And then he gave you an O, Vezet nodded. So you can guess what that drawstring was originally. The roommates understood and said, it's the rat's tail, right. Draco was also doing well, working on turning the ladybug pattern into eye holes. Professor McGonagall was very satisfied with the first class of the new school year. He picked up the wand again and gently pressed it against Ladybug. Clean it up. Yes, the transformation magic we are dealing with now is not that difficult. Vezet nodded. If you want to make the transformation more brilliant, you can observe the object itself and find a breakthrough. The overall level of Ravenclaw was good and no unexpected minor accidents occurred. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Vezet nodded. I put a descaling charm in it. If necessary, just press the button. Compared to Pansy and Crab, the ladybug in front of Goyle was still moving around, but at least it was flat and could lose its tarsus if it took one more step. Vezet tried to add an understanding of the Rubik's Cube theory, which was also a curious exploration. Vizet's judgment was correct. As the first Transfiguration magic class after returning from summer vacation, Professor McGonagall did not prepare any particularly difficult content. Vezet waved her wand, and the ladybug quickly transformed into a flat button with bright eyes. The patterns on the ladybug's body turned into eye holes and gathered in the center of the button. He frowned slightly as he looked at the button, turned it into a dark eye button with a metallic luster, and added an embossed pattern on the surface of the button, making the whole thing look more simple and elegant. They waved to each other and mouthed, "See you at noon." The ladybug quickly flattened and then bulged quickly, with relief patterns appearing on its surface. She picked up the hidden button and wanted to see the specific details, but she made an even more unexpected discovery. Not only them, but also the students who were going to attend the class later felt as if they had suddenly realized something after listening to Vizet's sharing. That's because you just don't understand. Otherwise, why would you only take a pee? Pansy poked the bread back and forth with her fork and sneered, "Draco, am I right?" The ladybug regained its original form again and explored the table curiously. To Professor McGonagall's surprise, Goyle from Slytherin College had significantly improved his level of transfiguration magic. "Vezet, you have an additional spell hidden in this button." He rechewed the theory and gradually built an idea to add spells to the transformation magic, making the button more magical, rather than an ordinary button produced on an assembly line. He was still thinking about what Vezet had just said. Maybe he could really try this method. After a round of inspection, Professor McGonagall came to Vezet and saw the hidden button. Compared to the final exam task of turning a mouse into a snuff box, turning a ladybug into a button is obviously much easier. They can all make the ladybug change, and I believe that before the end of this class, they can all turn the ladybug into a button. Draco nodded casually. Transfiguration magic also has many variations and can naturally be combined with other magic to be extended in a variety of ways. Compared to the previous dark eye button, this one is obviously brighter. He adjusted the surface color and gave it a silver metallic texture to make the brightness more prominent. Something should be added to differentiate it from ordinary buttons. Vezet looked at the dark eye button and thought about it, recalling Sprout's Rubik's Cube theory. It seemed that Luna also turned around at the same time and their eyes just met. Goyle happened to hear Vizet's words at the Slytherin table nearby. He nodded as if he understood, so that's how it is. It seems to make sense. If you want to turn a ladybug into a dark-eyed button, the difficulty is definitely higher than that of a bright-eyed button. When Vezet was about to step onto the marble staircase, she subconsciously turned around and looked to the other side. The Transfiguration classroom was on the second floor and the Potions classroom was in the basement. Vezet and Luna walked out of the hall and headed for their respective classrooms. Professor McGonagall pressed the button lightly and it trembled immediately. "Clean it up." As the spell sounded, she felt a breeze blowing over her body, bringing away some dust. She studied the eye-catching button, and her lips, which were usually pursed, curled up a little. "It's a very clever idea. How did you come up with this idea?" Vezet briefly recounted what happened in the morning, focusing on her understanding of the magic cube theory and practicing her understanding through transformation magic. He originally planned to create a glowing button, but felt that it was not detailed enough. After much thought, he combined the techniques of making magic props and the principles of making wands, and added a few related details to achieve the current effect. "Very good, you have found the path that suits you best." Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction. "Very sophisticated transfiguration magic. I will give Ravenclaw an extra 20 points. She held up the button with a hidden eye high up. "Everyone can see that this is the button that Mr. Lovegood conjured up. In fact, this already falls into the category of magic props. Not only does it turn the ladybug into a button, it also incorporates the descaling charm." Immediately, a Slytherin girl asked in confusion, "Integrated with the descaling charm, what does that mean?" "You can try, Miss Greengrass." Professor McGonagall put down his hand and placed the button in the girl's palm. "Press it gently." Greengrass seemed to pick up a button, examine it with a frown, and then press it suspiciously. "Clean it up." There was another incantation, followed by some dust and a few strands of hair gathering together into a small ball. It was Greengrass's hair hanging from his clothes. Pansy behind him suddenly said, "Daphne, let me see." "Okay." Greengrass nodded subconsciously and handed the button to Pansy. Pansy pressed a button, and the sound of chanting and some dust appeared again. She looked left and right with a look of doubt on her face. Is this really not a magic prop? Draco held out his hand and called out, Pansy. The button was passed among the Slytherin students until the button turned back into a ladybug. Only then were their doubts resolved. This button was actually transformed from a ladybug. They were not magic props, but real transformation magic and spells which surprised them even more. And the button turning back into a ladybug will naturally not affect the enthusiasm of other students. They all wanted to know the principle behind this transformation. If they could conjure up the descaling charm button themselves, they would definitely be able to save themselves a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ah, Professor McGonagall, Hannah almost jumped up. The ladybug that had turned into a button turned back into its original form and ran around on the table. There were only 2 people left in the classroom. Professor McGonagall looked at Vezet carefully and said, Do you remember what I told you at the end of last school year? This means that you are indeed suitable for animagus. But this is a long and dangerous process, and this must be taken seriously. Vezet, are you really ready? Of course I remember. Vezet nodded. Animagus, I saw those mandrakes when I went to the greenhouse this morning. Like Harry Potter, it feels like he is fighting a ladybug, constantly stabbing it with his wand to prevent it from falling off the table. As the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, the students breathed a sigh of relief and left the classroom, chatting and laughing, holding their own transformation results. Also, I hope you won't reveal this. Without proper guidance and some tips, animagus will be more dangerous than you think. As the second Transfiguration magic class began, Professor McGonagall felt that the good mood he had accumulated before was being worn away bit by bit. Professor McGonagall shook his head slightly, thinking that to complete a button like this, the knowledge required was not just about Transfiguration magic. Given the knowledge other students had, it was normal that they could not learn it. After watching Hannah's transformation, Professor McGonagall asked, Ms. Abbott, your ideas for transformation are very clear. Would you like to share them with us? 5 points, Hannah stammered, but I just heard Vezet say to do this. She waved her hands in panic. I can't do it. I can't explain it clearly. I really can't explain it clearly at all. Although there was nothing wrong with his movements, he directly blew the beetle into charcoal and also burned the desk. First, the ladybug's body is flattened, then the tarsus is slowly changed, and finally the spots on the ladybug's body become eye buttons. As Vezet was about to leave the classroom, Professor McGonagall said, Vezet, stay alone for a while. Professor McGonagall's eyes showed admiration. Although the button can release the descaling charm, it is still a ladybug. It shows that you remember the key points of transfiguration magic. This is good. She picked up her wand and tried the transfiguration spell again. He said to follow the shape of the original object. Ladybugs are round, so I tried to imagine round buttons that look like ladybugs, but the buttons you created are very beautiful. Professor McGonagall said in a relaxed tone, it shows that you know what you are doing. That's a very good attitude. Professor McGonagall smiled. In that case, let's set the time for the weekend. How about Saturday afternoon at 2? He thanked her again, and only picked up his textbook and went to the History of Magic classroom after Hermione walked into the classroom. But after listening to Vizet's explanation, they still felt confused. Vezet immediately responded, I will definitely be on time. I won't tell anyone about this either. She was very satisfied with Hermione Granger's performance. She completed the magic very quickly and tried to guide Ronald and Harry gently. Compared with the previous school year, they had made considerable progress. Give yourself a little confidence and share your experience with everyone. I can give Hufflepuff an extra 5 points. Compared to Ravenclaw's stable performance, Gryffindor seemed to have forgotten about this course and returned to the time of competing wits with Ladybug. Professor McGonagall heard Hannah's words, Vezet. However, Hufflepuff College gave Professor McGonagall a big surprise. Even if we try reluctantly, it is difficult to combine the transfiguration magic and the descaling spell as Vezet said and make it function as a magic item. Of course. Vezet nodded again. Even if I can't master animagus, this learning process will still benefit me a lot. They performed transfiguration magic smoothly, but the method of transformation looked familiar, very similar to the Ravenclaw Academy in the previous class. Perhaps because of her nervousness, despite her best efforts, Hannah could only flatten the ladybug's body and failed to remove the tarsus segments. Seamus Finnegan's performance was explosive, visually explosive. Hannah nodded. Yes, he just mentioned this to others while having breakfast in the auditorium. 5 points for Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall still gave a few points and encouraged, you can be patient and don't be anxious. Hannah forced a smile, okay. Professor McGonagall continued his inspection, visualizing the layout of the Great Hall in his mind. On either side of the Ravenclaw table were the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables. She already understood why Ravenclaw performed so well. Hogwarts Castle Basement Potions Classroom. Luna Lovegood, arrive. Snape turned his head slightly, glanced at Luna, who had just put down her hand, and continued to call the roll. After calling the roll, he followed his usual practice by giving an opening speech to liven up the atmosphere in the classroom, successfully making the atmosphere as gloomy as that in the basement. Most of the students sat very straight with their bodies tense, their eyes focused on the podium with a hint of fear and nervousness in their eyes. Luna was quite relaxed, looking around curiously with eyes wide open, isolating herself from the cold atmosphere of the basement. Snape shifted his gaze and saw the textbook in front of Luna, which was a very familiar hand-painted textbook. He remembered that during the first class last year, Vezet also had a copy in her hand. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly and curled his lips, tusk. Many students under the podium shuddered, feeling that the atmosphere around them seemed even colder than before. The potions class continued. Snape followed his usual teaching habits, sorting out the ingredients of the boil treatment potion and writing down the preparation process on the blackboard. During this period, he also called out the names of several students and asked them questions. Mr. Pox, the dosage and method of using slugs is Professor Snape, 3 pieces, steamed. There are 3 points for Horned Slug and 2 points for Ravenclaw. Ms. Dougal, how do we deal with snake fangs? Professor Snape, you need to grind the snake's fangs. Grind it as finely as possible. Can't you see any of the words on the blackboard? 2 points deducted from Hufflepuff. After a round of questions, Snape felt more comfortable and turned his gaze to Luna again. He paused for a moment as soon as he opened his mouth before continuing, Ms. Lovegood, what does the boil healing potion do? Luna stood up and said in a clear and ethereal voice, Professor Snape, it can be used to treat various skin diseases. Like pustules, measles, boils. Oh, right, it can also cure plant diseases. This potion is also very effective. Healing plants. Snape frowned slightly and asked another question. Yes, Luna shared with interest, it can be used on powdery mildew and black spot and the effect is good. Snape narrowed his eyes. Have you tried? I've tried it, Luna nodded repeatedly. Last year Vezet often sent me this. It works just as well as the carbondazim I used before. When he heard Vizet's name, Snape's cheeks puffed up and his voice became much deeper. That's because you didn't consider the cost. For the price of 1 bottle of boil treatment potion, you can buy 3 bottles of carbondazim. Sit down. Luna sat back down and the students around her cast curious glances at her. Although it was not as good as Vizet's pot of potion, it was already better than other students in the classroom. The potion in the cauldron was of normal color, and Snape shifted his gaze to the chart recording the time. Luna stirred the cauldron and then said to Emika, it seems, this is all we can do. So far, she is the only one who has not been deducted points after answering the questions. This tastes like a troll. Do you know what steaming is? Why not add water? Do you want to taste the taste of dry roasted slugs? If these containers are connected, they can form a pattern that looks like a constellation. Before he finished speaking, the students had already started to move, and many of them were a little flustered. Because I didn't handle the materials well. Luna's eyes were a little blurry, as if she had just left her own little world. Vezet handled it much better than me. Emika lifted the cauldron and moved it away from the flames. Thank you, Professor Snape. Snape said very briefly, put it in a potion bottle, write your name on it, and send it to the front. Compared to the normal potion, the contents of the table seemed much weirder. Compared with the correct steps on the blackboard, it seemed messy and had a sense of arbitrariness. Emika glanced at Snape quietly and asked cautiously, Professor Snape, is this okay? He wandered around the classroom until he came to Luna and Emika's wooden table. But she did not stop. She drew a line above the crucible with her wand and picked up some snake fang powder with her slender fingers, sprinkling it evenly on the surface of the potion. The rustling sound of writing gradually disappeared, and he knocked on the podium again. Now. 2 people will prepare the materials in a group. I want you to hand in a finished potion before the end of get out of class. In addition, containers for materials are also placed around the crucible. Since the textbook doesn't mention this, why don't you write it down? Snape knocked lightly on the podium. Or do you need me to write it down for you? Perhaps Luna was the only one who was not affected. She hummed softly and processed the materials slowly. Snape's voice was short and cold, and every time he spoke it was always accompanied by various unexpected things. So you're adding ritual magic? Snape frowned slightly. Is this the remedy Vezet told you about? The two men had completed their preparations, and all the various materials had been added in, and they were stirring the crucible clockwise. Stir the cauldron, don't you know the potion is going to get mushy? Another small puff of pink smoke came out and the potion became clearer. Snape left the room at the right time. He crossed his arms over his chest and walked very quickly, his flowing black robe fluttering behind him as he patrolled back and forth in the classroom. Emika went to deliver the potion and Snape looked at Luna. Why don't you follow the steps on the blackboard? Grinding snake teeth. These snake teeth are still in pieces. Are you planning to use them for final exams at the end of the year? I can give you a tea right now. Emika Miller is also Luna's roommate. Her skin is not as fair as Luna's, and she wears a black headband on her brown shoulder-length hair. Luna picked up a portion of porcupine quills and poured them into the crucible. The porcupine quills quickly melted into stars, dotted in the potion. The preparation of the boil treatment potion continued. The potion turned from turbid to clearer, and a small puff of pink smoke blew out of the crucible. His steps seemed to coincide with the students' heartbeats, and once he stopped, some students felt their hearts skip a few beats. The chill in the classroom continued. Even if the students built a fire and set up a cauldron, they were unable to dispel the chill that had penetrated deep into their bones. This optimistic attitude influenced her deskmate, Emika Miller, who took out a mortar and started grinding snake teeth with an increasingly focused look. Luna tilted her head and thought carefully about her past experiences. I think this and the potion are both like painting. Maybe I'm not good at painting now, but I can make the colors more lively. So I tried to remedy that. Vezet taught me the ritual magic of water-making spells, and I felt that I could use it, so I incorporated it into it. Snape raised an eyebrow. This was your personal idea? Yes. Luna nodded. I just follow my feeling. If I think the color is too light, I will add some color to make it look better. When the bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom as if they were running for their lives. Luna slowly packed up her textbooks and desk before strolling out of the classroom with Emika. Snape watched their shadows lengthen and then disappear, his expression becoming complicated. This method of feeling. He had seen it before when he was a student. She was a girl with red hair and green eyes, as beautiful as a lily. A girl who likes to act according to her own feelings, likes to delve into ancient magic, doesn't like to follow the steps of brewing potions, but can get praise from Slughorn. Snape's face turned grim, his eyes full of pain. He suddenly clenched his fist and hit his chest hard, again and again making a dull sound. The nails scratched the skin and blood stained the palm lines and soaked the clothes. But the robe is pure black, which can hide the blood, so it doesn't matter. There were footsteps outside the classroom. It was the sound of Slytherin students returning to the common room. Snape regained his firm and cold look, looked at the darkening blood spots on his palm, picked up the wand and gently pressed it against the wound. The emerald green light wraps around the palm and heals the wound on it. All the dust and dirt are gone. He waved his wand lightly, casting the cleaning magic he most often used to clean the blood from his robes and palms. He picked up a potion from the basket with Luna and Emika's names on it, these two siblings. Tusk. Ever since she heard about the history of the Elder Wand last time, Vezet has become more interested in the history of magic course. Whether you can use it or not, it's never a bad thing to remember more. Although I still have the complete history of magic in my mind, it is never a bad thing to listen to the professor sort it out again. This morning had a good start. Not only did I learn a new magic theory from Sprout, but I also learned the Rubik's Cube theory. I even made an agreement with Professor McGonagall that I could officially start learning Animagus on Saturday afternoon. On the way to the auditorium, Vezet took some notes and recorded all the shortcomings of the descaling charm buttons. The descaling charm button had been used too infrequently, and after only a dozen people had used it, it had reverted to its ladybug form, which was a clear shortcoming. Finding ways to weaken the sound of chanting is something that can be further improved. Making the descaling spell button more versatile is also a point that can be further improved. The descaling charm itself has a wide range of uses, but the descaling charm that Vezet fixed on the ladybug button can only clean itself and cannot clean as desired, which is really not flexible enough. Just as Vezet was walking down the stairs, Fred and George appeared on either side of him, looking at the contents of the notebook and saying in unison, "Ouch, isn't this intended to be a magic prop?" Fred put his arm around Vizet's shoulder. "How is it?" "Dear material consultant, if you have any questions, we can definitely help you." "That's right." George put his arm around Vizet's other shoulder. "Want to extend the duration of the descaling charm? We're familiar with this." Vezet was moved and asked impatiently, "Oh. Is there any good way? George said somewhat unsatisfiedly. You are being too formal. Do you still need to say please to us? Only Peeves would ask Filch to say please. We are just friends. Indeed. Fred nodded in agreement and lowered his voice. Where did you go last night? Peeves liked the Weasley twins very much and would often cover for them and help them get rid of Filch's entanglement. This is the pet cat kept by the janitor Filch, who calls the cat Mrs. Norris. The Weasley twins spoke in unison, chattering away. Fred waved his hand and said, Things are different now, dear materials consultant. Yeah, we just wanted to say hello to you, but you came downstairs. Of course not. The Weasley twins shook their heads and grinned. We just happened to be planning on changing base. George winked playfully. This is between us and Filch. George said, Wait until we find a new secret base and then we'll take you there to have a look. Vezet asked, Do you need help? Fred nodded in agreement. We're having fun. Fred looked around. Since this cat is here, Filch must be nearby. But what surprised us is, how can you run so fast? Fred continued, I'm full of inspiration. But the current base is too small. We have to find a new place. Their relationship with Peeves is completely the opposite. Filch and the cat have a very close relationship and they would patrol separately. A hoarse and shrill cat cry sounded. Change base. Vezet was a little confused. The previous place is not enough. The Weasley twins saw Mrs. Norris and sighed in unison. Oh, what a bummer, George said. Thanks to the specialties you brought back from Sweden last time, we are now simply... meow. Filch's roar reached the moving staircase. What are you doing with that? Give it to me, it's prohibited. Weren't you very satisfied with that place before? You said Mr. Filch couldn't find it. Did you know any new secret passage? George asked. Guess who led Filch over there? A skinny dark gray cat appeared and stared at the three of them with its yellow light bulb-like eyes. Fred asked, Guess where our lounge is? The relationship between Filch and the Weasley twins can be described as irreconcilable. If Mrs. Norris found anyone breaking the school rules, even if there was just a hint of it, she would immediately notify Filch. Most students, especially Gryffindor students, hate this man and this cat. The cat purred in its throat and had a human-like warning look in its eyes. We saw you suddenly disappear without a trace. There's a new secret passage to tell us. Last night, Vezet was a little surprised. You guys went out too. It looks like someone is being persecuted by Filch. George shook his head. It's our turn to take action. Harry and the other two, who had just finished their transfiguration class, also walked to the movable staircase. They looked forward and saw the Weasley twins arm in arm with Vezet in between. How long has it been since they did this? Ronald gestured for a while, his tone a little angry, putting his arm around my shoulder. Who is their real brother? Of course it's you. As Ronald's best friend, Harry immediately expressed his support. You are the younger brother, that's for sure. Thank you, Harry. Ronald scratched his head. Although you are trying to comfort me, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Fred and George ran off and Vezet continued down the stairs. Hermione quickly ran up and stopped Vezet. Vezet, what did Professor McGonagall tell you during the transfiguration class? Vezet paused, recalling Professor McGonagall's instructions. I asked you something about transfiguration magic, what's up? So that's how it is. Hermione opened her mouth and wanted to continue asking, but finally gave up the idea. During class, I heard Justin and the others say, you shared the techniques of transfiguration magic with them this morning. Can you tell me about it as well? Of course, Vezet nodded. I just mentioned it briefly. It's not really a skill, just a little experience. He recalled what he had said in the morning, combined with the new ideas from the transfiguration class, and briefly mentioned a few words to Hermione. Hermione herself had a good foundation in transfiguration magic, and after listening to Vizet's sharing, she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. A lot of thoughts flooded into her mind, and some of the things that she couldn't understand before now seemed to be sorted out. No wonder your transformation magic is always faster than mine. I used to change little by little according to my inner imagination, but it turns out that I can go with the flow. As she spoke, she realized that there was still a gap between her and Vezet, and she made up her mind that she must work harder. Harry and Ronald stood beside the two of them. They originally thought that this was a conversation they couldn't understand, but they didn't expect that they could actually gain a lot from it. Vezet waved her hand. In fact, Professor McGonagall provided many ideas, and the idea you mentioned is one of them. According to the content in the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, the ideas you use are actually the formal ideas in the book. After finishing the half-day class and returning to the auditorium from the cold basement, Luna felt her face warm. Wake up. We are wizards and we use magic. Ronald stretched out his hand and shook Harry's eyes, and he is not wrong. Looking at Vizet's back as she left, Harry opened his mouth wide, thinking back to Vezet staying in the library last year and said weakly, He said this is a combination of work and rest. It's too magical. Luna blinked as if she had left her own little world and brushed her earlobe with her fingers to lift up the earring. This is the airship, Lee. It can improve the ability to accept abnormal things. Do you want to try it? That's right. Vezet put the notebook into her pocket and waved to Harry and the other two. Let's go. It's a little trick to be lazy, right? Vezet smiled. They always tell me to combine work with rest, so I just quietly slack off. Hermione said nothing but nodded very seriously. Luna, are you watching them review? She first stopped at the Ravenclaw table for a moment before being pulled by Amy and finding a seat to sit down. Yes, Luna nodded and wanted to take off one of the earrings. Dad wants to copy that crown. This can be very useful. Luna, this thing on your neck is a cork. Is it the kind you use for beer? Hermione agreed. That's what the beginner's guide to transfiguration says too. It says incomplete transfigurations are difficult to correct, but you should try anyway. Yes, Luna pulled the necklace higher. It helps me keep my head clear. No matter what, it is still necessary to lay a solid foundation. If you perform transfiguration magic rigorously, you won't have to bother making corrections. Hermione nodded repeatedly, her hair becoming messy. Of course, I remember all of this. You don't have to take them off. I'm not used to wearing earrings. Emika quickly stopped Luna's action. What is the crown you are talking about? Yes, corks are usually made of oak. Vezet appeared in front of Luna. In addition to being made into beer corks, oak is also a magical wood that can be used to make wand bodies. Harry's eyes widened. This is a combination of work and rest, are you sure? They may need a nuisance fly siphon, which will keep the nuisance flies away and create an area where they are not disturbed, so they won't have that bothered expression. This time it was Ronald's turn to open his mouth wide, cough twice and ask, are you sure? Do you believe it, Vezet? Harry interrupted, but I feel your method is easier. S******Y, harassment horsefly. Emika was a little confused and found another topic to ask. Luna, what are those earrings you're wearing made of? Why do they look like small carrots? Professor McGonagall told us at the beginning, caution and patience, and imagination last, right? Work means studying a subject and rest can mean changing subjects. Isn't that a combination of work and rest? Is there such an effect? Haha, Emika laughed twice. That's really, quite magical. Flying, airship Lee. Amika's tone paused. It doesn't seem to be a crystal, a kind of fruit. Luna supported herself on the bench with her hands, gently shaking her legs, her eyes a little vague as if she was observing something. Use this little carrot to copy? Emika's eyes widened. That's the Ravenclaw crown, which can increase the wisdom of the wearer. Yeah. I understand. Emika felt a little embarrassed, looked around and changed the subject. That's why we need the airship, it's very useful. Luna nodded and said very seriously, we also need to add other things like. After hearing what Ronald said, Hermione couldn't help but murmured, Ronald, what you said makes a lot of sense. Emika followed Luna's gaze and saw a group of fifth-year Ravenclaw students. Their brows were slightly furrowed and they were concentrating on textbooks full of notes. I'm looking at the harassment flies. Luna shook her head and said in a soft, dreamy voice, they cause people to get into trouble, they're bad guys. Luna explained, the lost crown of Rowena Ravenclaw, the statue in the common room, do you remember? It's the crown on its head. Emika was a little confused. Can it make a magic wand body? Haven't you heard of it? Ahem. Vezet imitated Ollivander's tone. Oak, unicorn tail hair, 11 inches, extremely hard. He looked at Luna and blinked. How was it? Did I imitate it well? I don't know. Luna shook her head and smiled. You helped me choose my wand. I have never heard Mr. Ollivander say this. Emika frowned and thought for a while. It seems. I did wield an oak wand, but he said it was not suitable for me, so he replaced it with another wand for me. Vezet explained. Because Ollivander is so passionate about wands, he will do everything he can to choose the right wand for the wizard. This is a two-way selection process. Mr. Ollivander has a good opinion of oak. The holders of oak wands often have keen intuition and have an affinity for animals and plants. Is that so? Emika felt a little confused. You are Luna Lovegood, right? My name is Emika Miller. Nice to meet you, Miss Miller. Vezet nodded. Emika was a little excited. I heard from Miss Clearwater that you led the Ravenclaw team to win the Quidditch trophy last year. My parents are also Ravenclaws. They have always been talking about the Quidditch trophy. The school emblem is an eagle, but we can't get the trophy. Ms. Clearwater. Vezet looked to the other side of the long table, where Q, Zhang and Penelope were chatting and laughing. Perhaps noticing his gaze, they both raised their thumbs and gestured at him for a while, then covered their mouths and laughed. Okay. Vezet coughed lightly. I just played according to the captain's tactics. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. How was your morning class? Vezet and Luna walked side by side back to the Ravenclaw lounge. Luna thought for a moment before she said softly, "Professor Snape is very serious and his voice is a little peculiar." Vezet was curious, special, yes. A special voice suitable for telling stories, the kind of unique stories. Luna nodded. Dad would tell me stories from the tales of Beetle the Bard. He would tell me the Fountain of Good Fortune, the Wizard and the Hopping Pot, the tale of the three brothers, Babbity and the Stump, and he would leave out one story. Vezet thought back to the stories in the tales of Beetle the Bard and had the answer in her mind. Is the missing story the wizard's hairy heart? Compared to other stories in the collection, the witch's hairy heart is comparable to the first edition of Grimm's fairy tales. The hairy heart of a wizard tells the story of a handsome, wealthy, and intelligent young wizard who does not want to be bound by emotions like those around him. The wizard thought of a way to use black magic to take out the heart and imprison it. From then on, he became extremely indifferent and did not care even when facing the death of his parents. It was not until he heard the servants' ridicule that he proposed to a witch in order to prove that he was not alone. He even brought the witch to the deepest part of the castle and showed her his imprisoned heart. In order to convince the witch that he still has love, the wizard takes the hairy heart back into his body, only to find that the heart has been affected by black magic and has become savage and violent. The wizard went crazy and not only killed the witch to take out her fresh heart, but also cut open his chest to take out his own hairy heart. In the end, the wizard held two hearts in his hands, but was unable to complete the final heart replacement and died on the witch's broken body. This is undoubtedly a horrifying story, and it is not surprising that Xenophilius left it untold. I read that story secretly. Luna lowered her voice a little and shared her little secret with Vezet. Dad didn't find out if Professor Snape tells this story and uses magic to preserve the voice. I think Professor Snape's voice is very suitable, Vezet nodded repeatedly. She had to admit that Snape's deep voice was very suitable for this kind of horror story. In History of Magic Today, Cuthbert Binns mentioned an organization called WWN, which stands for Wizarding Radio Network. WWN originated from the war. In order to resist the witch party, the wizards at that time imitated the technology of radio and created magic radio. When peace is restored in the wizarding world, WWN will lift the magic code used to keep it secret and open to the whole of England. You can use a magic radio to listen to the program. Anthony had a magic radio, and occasionally on weekends he would take it out and listen to a band called the Weird Sisters. This is a very famous band. Although its name is Weird Sisters, its members are all male. WWN, Dad and Mom used to listen to Magic Hour, Luna recalled, but then the radio broke and Dad didn't buy a new one. She exhaled softly. Perhaps Professor Snape could work for WWN and become a very good radio host. Seeing Luna's serious expression, Vizet's tone was a little uncertain. He won't give up teaching at Hogwarts, right? I don't know either. Luna shrugged. I think he likes potions, but he doesn't like potions. How should I describe it? Like strong alcohol, they need strong alcohol to help them fall asleep, but they have to bear the pain that comes with drinking. The potion steps given by Professor Snape are slightly different from those in the textbook. Vezet understood what Luna meant. Compared to the steps in the potion textbook, Professor Snape's potion steps are better. They have optimized the entire potion brewing process. Would he be willing to compile a new textbook? Luna asked. You said before that Professor Snape is the master of potions. Professor Snape doesn't want to. Vezet shook her head. I asked this question before because I was curious about it, and he refused. It was a private lesson on the weekend before Halloween. He hadn't yet fully understood Snape's style of doing things, and because of this incident, the private lesson for that day ended early. As long as you follow Snape's instructions, ask fewer questions, and do more, he is still willing to share his knowledge. Luna's eyes were hazy, as if she was recalling something. Professor Snape's harassment flies appear from time to time. When he was lecturing, the harassment flies would come out. When he started patrolling the classroom, the harassment flies flew away again. Vezet asked tentatively, if you deduct points, can you still see the harassment flies? Not even one. Luna thought for a moment and shook her head gently, but there are so many harassment flies around those students. In the afternoon, the school bell had already rung once. Anthony knocked on the table impatiently. The bell has rung and there is only. He turned to face the somewhat empty classroom and waved his hand around. Only a few people have arrived. Neville, where is Harry? I don't know, I didn't see him at noon. Neville shrugged. He should be with Ronald and Hermione. They are not here. Didn't the girls say they were going to ask Gilderoy Lockhart for his autograph? Michael yawned. Maybe they were trying to stop Gilderoy Lockhart, so they were all late. Chris pointed at the surrounding walls and said, "Actually, there are a lot of people here. Look, they are all portraits of Gilderoy Lockhart, and every painting moves. Generally speaking, professors will decorate their classrooms and add some corresponding subject elements. Decorations such as the specimens in the potions classroom and the various plants in the greenhouse are all in line with the professor's interests." Lockhart did not miss the opportunity and hung his own portrait on the wall and on the surrounding bookcases, showing an 8-tooth smile. Fortunately, the dragon skeleton on the ceiling was still there, so Vezet and the others were able to determine that this place that looked like a portrait gallery was the defense against the dark arts classroom. Terry came close to Vezet. "Vezet, I suddenly had an idea. How about you use a summoning spell to summon Gilderoy Lockhart directly, see what he is doing?" As he spoke, there was a commotion outside the door. Then Lockhart's voice came, "Come on, Mr. Creevy, take a photo of us together. Very good, we will all sign for you." Harry's smile. First, a group of girls entered the classroom, followed by a blushing Harry, followed by Hermione and Ronald. Finally, it was Lockhart who was dressed in his best attire. Today he wore a turquoise robe with silver tassels all along the edges. Every time he took a step towards the podium, the tassels on his body would sway, flashing bursts of silver light looking extremely dazzling. "Me, Gilderoy Lockhart." He just opened his mouth and the portraits all looked over, winner of the Order of Merlin 3rd class. The portraits began to applaud, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, 5-time winner of the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Lockhart smiled brightly and listed all the honors he had received. Lockhart brought up another large iron cage, which was covered with a red cloth. As it moved, it made sharp chirping sounds. "It seems I need to examine these books carefully. I was indeed too subjective before." Chris pushed the book back again. "As a Ravenclaw, I just can't read it. At least Quirrell can give lectures." Michael complained, "And this Gilderoy Lockhart. Does he want me to admire him? I don't like men. Not only will you have to resist various curses and hexes, but you will also have to face terrifying dark magic creatures. I hope you can stay calm so you can face these terrifying monsters." Vezet looked at Lockhart's actions with some confusion. According to the content in Breaking Up with the Female Ghost, he should be proficient in the levitation spell. It's not that bad, actually. He opened the book Walking with Trolls again and pointed at the annotations. "It still contains a lot of useful information. You need some supplementary academic books as references," Vezet explained. "Some of the theories above are quite interesting." Chris pulled the book over curiously and briefly flipped through a page. "Are we really reading the same book? I've graded several papers, but nobody remembered that I like lilacs. That's the color of forget-me-nots. How easy to remember. I mentioned that in the book about the snowman." The girls under the podium were also applauding. Lockhart finally finished grading the test papers and clapped his hands. "Great, 2 students got full marks, let me see. This course is called Defense Against the Dark Arts, so you will face various dark magic challenges." He placed his hands on the cover, and his expression and tone became serious. "The next step is a simple test. As long as you have read my book and can understand its contents, you will naturally get a good score. The main audience of Witch Weekly is female wizards. It contains a lot of content such as emotional consultation, practical recipes, astrological predictions, etc., and also reports a lot of celebrity news. Including methods to deal with various dark magic creatures, you can actually find corresponding verification through academic books, but it's a bit troublesome." He's right, this test paper is indeed simple. As long as you have read his book, you can find the answer from it. The fact that she has won the Most Charming Smile award 5 times shows that the blonde and blue-eyed Lockhart is very popular, which is why she has so many female fans. Vezet had seen this magazine in the kitchen of the burrow when Mrs. Weasley was cooking a stew using a recipe from Witch Weekly as a reference. For something as simple as distributing test papers, which could be solved with a levitation spell, why did Lockhart distribute them one by one? To the applause, Lockhart took out a stack of test papers and said, "I am so happy to see that you have bought my complete works. It's Professor Quirrell." Vezet corrected quietly. The other roommates also had expressions of disapproval. Vezet explained calmly, "I just don't like blank spaces. I insist on completing the test paper and ensuring the accuracy as much as possible." Halfway through the class, Lockhart collected the test papers and corrected them while muttering to himself. Michael looked at Vezet in disbelief. "Vezet, you actually got full marks, I can't accept that." Anthony agreed and said, "Yes, compared to Lockhart, I would rather call him Professor Quirrell." Hermione Granger of Gryffindor, Luna Lovegood of Ravenclaw, you have earned 10 points for your respective houses. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? Is it the Defense Against the Dark Arts class or his fan club assessment? It's not just Vezet who misses Quirrell, his roommates have similar feelings. Very good, remember my birthday is January 26th. While Lockhart was grading homework, Vezet accidentally wandered off, missing Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class. I don't know how Quirrell is doing now or how much he knows about the Philosopher's Stone. Anthony reviewed the questions and immediately protested in a low voice. What kind of questions are these? Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color. Anthony and the others also read a few pages out of curiosity and asked Vezet for a list of academic books, intending to read these books in a different way. Vezet was not surprised at all. This Witch Weekly was similar to the Quibbler in that it was entertaining reading. Seeing Lockhart's attitude, the students became serious. They recalled the experiences in Lockhart's book and kept wondering in their minds what the dark magic creature in the iron cage could be. Perhaps the cage was enchanted to hold large dark creatures, such as snowmen, trolls, or even more evil and dangerous dark magic creatures. Lockhart bared all 8 teeth again and yanked the drape away. The students finally saw the creature under the shroud, but because it was so different from what they had imagined, some of the boys couldn't help but let out short, shrill laughs. A group of elves were clinging to the iron cage and shaking it continuously, baring their teeth and screaming at the students, their pure black eyeballs filling their eye sockets and emitting bursts of malice. These pixies are only rated as dangerous because they are mainly from Cornwall and are also called Cornish pixies. They are similar to Peeves with a very naughty personality. They like to play all kinds of pranks and destroy everything around them. Lockhart heard the students' laughter and seemed to feel embarrassed, so he reached for the bolt of the iron cage. Since you are all so confident, let me see how you plan to deal with these monsters. He pulled open the bolt suddenly, and the elves realized that they were free again. They cheered and swarmed out of the cages, attacking the students who were still smiling. The elf was faster than expected. It rushed into the students like a gust of wind and started to destroy them wantonly. They grabbed the ink bottles and threw them everywhere. The bottles broke on the ground, splashing clusters of ink, making the already chaotic scene even worse. Vezet raised his wrist and cast a wandless, silent levitation spell, controlling all the ink bottles that were attacking him. He took out his wand and pointed it at the ink bottles, turning them into small iron cages. He then used a levitation spell to control the small iron cages and let them chase the flying elves. With Vezet as the center, the Ravenclaws around her are relatively safe. They can also help drive away the elves and put them into small iron cages. The space in the small iron cage was very small, and the elf had no way to move inside and had no chance of escaping. The Gryffindor students were also trying to come up with solutions. Seamus and Dean hid under the table, using Lockhart's book as a weapon, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Ronald and Harry cooperated with each other and also used Lockhart's book as a weapon to drive away the elves who tried to attack them. Hermione's method was more clever. She used a freezing spell to freeze the 2 elves and put them into a small iron cage controlled by Vezet. There were small iron cages chasing them everywhere, and the elves realized that Vezet was not easy to deal with, so they turned their attention to Lockhart. They harass all Lockharts equally, not only Lockhart himself, but also those portraits of Lockhart which also become their harassment targets. They laughed shrilly, threw ink at the portrait, tore it in half, or pulled Lockhart's hair. Lockhart looked extremely miserable. His hair was pulled by several elves, making him grimace in pain. After much effort, he finally pulled the wand out. He waved it around randomly, pesky pixie pestinomi. The spell didn't work, and the elf made a sharp cry as if making fun of the spell. They swooped down on Lockhart, one of them drawing his attention while the other grabbed the wand and ripped it from Lockhart's hand. Pesky pixie pestinomi, what kind of spell is this? Vezet heard the chanting and subconsciously read it again. He had a deep knowledge of household magic and felt that the spells Lockhart chanted were very similar to household magic. Pesky, pixie, pester, no. Annoying elf, please stop bothering me. The wizard's field guide in my mind opened automatically, and the pages turned and absorbed the power of ancient magic. On one of the blank pages, the following text appeared: Ancient magic, soul control spell, channel the power of ancient magic. Purify the imperious spell, penetrate deep into the soul, control living beings. Vezet was a little surprised. It turned out to be an ancient magic. Moreover, this ancient magic is very special. It is based on the imperious curse. Save me. Save me. Just as Vezet was trying to understand ancient magic, the soul control spell, Neville's cry rang out. The 2 elves laughed strangely. They grabbed Neville's ears and lifted him up together, as if they were going to lift Neville a little higher and hang him on the dragon's skeleton. Ancient magic, the soul control spell, Vezet waved her wand and the Obscurus pumped out ancient magical power. Similar to the feeling of casting the Imperious Curse, a tingling warm current also extends from the tip of the wand. But this time the feeling was gentler, and the movements of the elves he controlled were not so stiff and could even be considered agile. Vezet gave orders to the two elves, "Please stay where you are." The elf holding Neville's ears continued to laugh. Instead of flying upwards, it hovered in the air and swayed back and forth, looking exhausted and unable to rise any further. Neville screamed twice more and continued to struggle hard to break free from the elf's control. Vezet waved her wand and 2 pieces of ink bottle debris flew up and turned into soft cushions to catch Neville, who fell to the ground. He raised his palms and clenched them. 2 small iron cages flew over and covered the 2 elves controlled by the ancient magic, soul control spell. Huh. Neville touched the cushion under him and swallowed in shock. "Thank you, Vezet." Vezet smiled and said, "Please do me a favor and catch these Pokémon together. I want to finish class on time." The other students heard this and held the same idea, organizing a counterattack with Vezet as the backbone. Vezet controlled the floating iron cage and continued to familiarize herself with ancient magic, the soul control spell. With the cooperation of other students, she locked all the elves into the small iron cage. He waved his magic wand in the direction of the big iron cage and locked all the elves inside, thus removing the transformation magic of the small iron cage. The broken pieces of the ink bottle that had been restored to their original state fell to the ground, like blooming glass flowers. The students put the cover back on the iron cage, and the classroom became much quieter in an instant. Harry and Ronald put down their books, wiped their sweat, and said, "Vezet, your transfiguration magic is amazing." Hermione looked at the small iron cage floating in the air, and her eyes became very complicated. She didn't know how long it would take to perform such a dense amount of transformation magic. There were still some things she didn't understand. Vezet was able to catch all the elves, so she must have used some other magic. Vezet looked at the mess on the ground and chanted the next spell, "Restore it to its original state." Everything around was being restored, from the torn books to the ink bottle fragments that stained the floor, except for the portraits of Lockhart. The students put their desks in place, the bell rang at the right time, everything was so punctual. As a dark magic creature with the ability to fly, the elves' destructive power is unquestionable and has caused considerable trouble to the students. The students felt a great sense of accomplishment in being able to successfully solve these problems. When the bell rang, they filed out of the classroom, discussing excitedly with a look of unsatisfied feeling on their faces. "I caught a pixie with a softening charm. I just put 2 elves in a cage. I knocked out 2 elves, those books are pretty useful. Who used the softening spell just now? I just got hit by a spell on my knee. Was it you who put it there?" Just as Vezet was about to step out the door, Lockhart's voice came from behind her. "Mr. Lovegood, I have something to tell you." Chris on the side muttered, "This doesn't feel good." Vezet sighed helplessly, turned around and asked, "Professor Lockhart, what can I do for you?" Lockhart glanced at his roommate standing next to Vezet and coughed softly. "Class, I wish to speak to Mr. Lovegood alone. But we also have questions to ask." Michael spoke first. "I remember that you also graduated from Ravenclaw, so you must understand this feeling, right?" "Aha, of course I understand." Lockhart couldn't refuse after hearing what was said. "I am a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, just ask." After saying that, he smiled again, and as if he had received some kind of training or torture, he showed exactly 8 teeth as a conditioned reflex. Terry asked first, "You are a powerful wizard who can travel with werewolves, why can't you even deal with those elves?" "You only see the surface, but don't look into the deeper meaning." Lockhart showed a painful expression, sighed lightly, and shook his head repeatedly. "I must point out that the chaos that occurred today does not mean that my magic is lacking, but is caused by you." Terry pointed at himself, his face full of surprise. "We caused it. You only know that the elves are from Cornwall, but you don't know their special abilities." Lockhart looked heartbroken. "You know, I call them monsters, do you think? Those elves are simple magical animals. They feed on ridicule. You should know Divna Fumagi, right? She was a poor witch." Divna Fumagi. Michael and the others shook their heads and looked at Vezet. "If it weren't for the twists and turns I experienced later, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as if, and I eventually graduated from Ravenclaw." It was for this reason that he accepted Dumbledore's invitation to become the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Vezet Lovegood is a pure Ravenclaw with an overflowing curiosity for knowledge, and she can fully use this to achieve her goals. As a popular and prestigious wizard, he was able to learn a lot of things through his own channels, and he also wanted to use his fame to climb up further. Terry finally understood. "So what you're saying is, We laughed at the elves, and that's why they became so difficult to deal with. To be able to put a smile on Bagshot's face was incredible in Lockhart's opinion. Let's get back to the topic. Lockhart came back to his senses, clapped his hands, and asked, "Just 5 elves are enough to kidnap poor Divna Fermagi. Do you know why? Maybe if I go to Slytherin, I can take advantage of the uniqueness of this college and realize my dream earlier." And Lockhart's next goal is to establish a good relationship with Vezet Lovegood. Unconsciously, he recalled the time when the Sorting Hat almost put him into Slytherin. What a learned child. Lockhart showed a satisfied expression on his face. No wonder Professor Flitwick and others like you so much. Just like the book, The Quibbler, the fact that it always appears in the front row of Flourish and Blots is closely related to Vezet. During the time he was preparing for the book signing, Lockhart rented a room at the Leaky Cauldron and saw something else that concerned him. So Lockhart began to think that if he could establish real connections with these two families through Vezet, he would surely have a wider network of contacts. Ouch. When the roommates heard Lockhart's words, they screamed in a joking manner. Because the elves feed on ridicule, Divna Formage laughed at the elves, so the elves became powerful enough to subdue adult witches. Vezet frequents Ollivander's wand shop, so she must have some close ties with the Ollivander family. Once she is rescued by the Aurors, she will submit a petition to the Ministry of Magic every year, hoping to eliminate all the pixies. Lockhart still remembers his dream to become the youngest Minister of Magic in England. If he can make a difference in Hogwarts, maybe he will have a chance to realize his dream. Since Cornelius Fudge could become Minister of Magic, why couldn't I give it a try? At that time, he still felt that his talent was so outstanding, and he was an absolute genius with powerful magic. Of course, Ravenclaw was more suitable for him. Harry Potter is a very famous name and is a household name in the English wizarding world. As for how to establish friendly relations, he learned extremely important information from professors such as Flitwick. Through a conversation with Clothar Bagshot, the owner of Flourish and Blots bookstore, he knew that Vezet had a close relationship with Bagshot. Feeling her roommate's gaze, Vezet confirmed again, Divna Fumagi. A witch, Vezet said. Divna Firmagi was on holiday in Cornwall when she was kidnapped by 5 local elves. When Bagshot first chatted with him, he mentioned the gift from Vezet. After all, he has many adventure experiences hidden in his head, which are his capital. He believes that they will definitely attract the attention of Vezet Lovegood. I am more handsome than Cornelius Fudge, so I obviously have more advantages. Lockhart had seen that gift before. It was just an ordinary magic sculpture that only changed color over time. Being able to become Harry Potter's professor would definitely add a highlight to one's resume. This is also the reason why he took the initiative to come over and want to deal with Vezet. That's right, a witch who lived in the 17th century. Lockhart nodded. Do you know her story? However, after he entered the academy, he found that he was unexpectedly ordinary and failed to leave a deep impression on other students. Lockhart reached over to the podium and picked up a green-covered book, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Getting Rid of Pests in Your Home. Of course, don't look down on those dark magic creatures, even if they are as weak as the flobberworm. Haven't you ever encountered a flobberworm? They live in damp ditches. How many wizards have to seek help from professional magical cleaning companies every year because they can't afford to clean them? Why do you think I published this book? How much cleaning expenses does this book save your mother every year? Terry and the others looked at each other, actually a little frightened, and felt that there was some truth in what was said. Anthony crossed his arms, still looking skeptical, but you still haven't explained why you can't deal with the elf. Lockhart explained, because of your ridicule they accumulated strength in their bodies and resisted my magic. It's that simple. Just think about it, students from both academies are laughing at them. How powerful can they be? Then the ridicule turned into panic. They could no longer absorb power, so they became easier to deal with. He looked at Vezet and patted her shoulder appreciatively. We were in such a rush, I forgot to give you extra points just now. Just like Professor Flitwick said, you did an excellent job. I will give Ravenclaw an extra 50 points. Such a generous bonus made Anthony and the others a little hesitant. Suddenly they felt that Lockhart in front of them seemed not so untrustworthy. Lockhart noticed their expressions, raised his eyebrows, and smiled again. In that case, I'll show you how I deal with the elves. He led everyone back to the classroom, fumbled for the bolt of the big iron cage, and warned solemnly, laughing is their power. Never underestimate them. Seeing Lockhart's expression, Anthony and the others nodded, their expressions subconsciously becoming serious. Lockhart pulled the bolt open and quickly reached his hand inside, only to produce a small elf before quickly closing the bolt again. The whole process is smooth and flowing, and from these actions, one can vaguely get a glimpse of the style of the book. I can subdue it with a simple spell. Lockhart picked up his wand and placed the tip of the wand against the elf's head. Oblivion is all. The struggling elf calmed down and just collapsed in Lockhart's hands like a piece of plasticine. The elf still showed no reaction, only the slight movement of its body indicated that it was still alive. Regardless of how you perform in the classroom, Lockhart is absolutely right. Lockhart's voice sounded, "Mr. Lovegood, what do you want it to become? Why don't I make the decision? Let it become a frog that is loyal to me." Anthony asked curiously, "Doesn't the book say this is a forgetfulness spell? It is very important to know when to use what magic. Not only should we pay attention to every dark magic creature, but also to every magic." Lockhart's smile suddenly froze. "Haven't you seen enough?" Looking at the elf standing on Lockhart's shoulder, Vezet coughed and asked, "Professor Lockhart, can you demonstrate it again? It's the Oblivion charm. Remember, excellent wizards can learn from experience, summarize lessons, and do better. Since we are all Ravenclaws, we should understand this, right? After all, I won the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and defense against the dark arts." Lockhart talked about his honors as if he was speaking a running comment. "Is there anything else you want to see? The newly formed magic circuit is somewhat special. There are many broken parts, and it is not as complete as the original magic circuit." As Lockhart chanted the spell, an incomparably pure silver light burst out, instantly occupying the elf's body and crushing the magic circuits in its body. Anthony and the others looked at Vezet. The elf suddenly flew up, using its slender arms instead of wings, its all-black eyes showing sharpness. It even had a high-pitched bark, really like a puppy. He wanted to know if Lockhart's forgetfulness spell could rebuild the magic circuit. "Do you think it's an elf now?" "It's actually a loyal dog." Lockhart put the tip of his wand against the elf again. "Obligate. Ha-ho-ha, if we have to do it again." Lockhart's smile was a little forced, but he still reached into the big iron cage and quickly grabbed a Pokémon, Oblivion. "Do you remember my book Wandering with Werewolves? When the werewolves encountered the forest monsters, how did I help them break through?" It waved its arms in the air, making stiff soaring movements and making caw sounds. The elf half knelt on the table, his eyes rolling around, trying to puff up his cheeks and making a low quack sound from his throat. The elf reacted, getting on all fours and running stiffly to Lockhart with its tongue hanging out. "It can't do anything." Anthony and the others looked at each other in dismay and cautiously reached out to touch the elf. The elf also has magic circuits on its body, and the pattern is very similar to the Golden Snitch's magic circuit, but there are not many circular patterns stacked on top of each other. "Forget everything." With another spell cast, the silver light appeared again. This time it did not further shatter the magic circuit, but began to reshape the magic circuit and turn it into other patterns. "How is it?" Lockhart raised his eyebrows, looking very proud. "It is now a crow loyal to me." Vezet cast her magic eye and watched Lockhart's casting process very carefully. "Professor Lockhart, can you please turn it back into the way an elf should be?" Vezet asked curiously. Magic can always extend to more possibilities, which is why it is necessary to delve into it. "I believe that now you should have learned something. Or a crow that is loyal to me." Lockhart cast the spell again. "Oblige." Those shattered magic circuits did not disappear, but simply rippled in the body in a disorderly manner. Vezet said, "You caused the trolls to fight among themselves, thus creating a gap, and then you followed the werewolf wizard and escaped from the trolls' encirclement. In other words, it was a forgetfulness spell." Before Vezet could answer, Lockhart immediately said, "The point of the problem is not this, but the use of magic. You have all seen what amazing things my magic can do once it is perfectly cast, but we must admit that there will always be uncontrollable factors." Anthony and the others couldn't help but praise, "Professor Lockhart, you are really amazing." Vezet nodded, looking extremely serious. "I thought it was too incredible just now, so I didn't see the whole process clearly." Anthony stretched out his finger and poked the elf that was still quacking. "Professor Lockhart, we want to see it too." Noticing Vizet's expression, Lockhart was even more delighted, because he knew very well that his previous actions had successfully attracted Vizet's attention. Lockhart checked his hat and said seriously, "Aren't you guys going to get ready for the next class? It should be almost time for class. Let's go to class first. Mr. Lovegood, if you have time, you can come to my office and I'll show you again. You should know where it is, right?" Vezet and the others left the classroom, and Anthony walked 2 steps faster and stood in front of Vezet. He looked Vezet up and down as he walked backwards. Michael looked at Anthony's strange behavior and wanted to touch Anthony's forehead. "What's wrong with you? Have you been affected by the forgotten curse? Don't you recognize Vezet? It's just a little strange." Anthony slapped Michael's hand away. "It's the first time I've seen. Vezet wants to finish class on time. Now that you mention it, it's true." Chris said thoughtfully, it seems that except for History of Magic class, he never really finishes class on time. That's right, either stay and write your reflections or ask the professor questions. Michael scratched his head. History of Magic class ends on time because Cuthbert Binns leaves earlier than us. Hearing this, Terry laughed and said, it's so easy for Cuthbert Binns to finish class. He can just crawl into the wall and come out from the other side. You guys just like to talk nonsense. Anthony smiled but still accused him in a serious manner. How do you feel? Lockhart seems more than I expected. Your relative is Newt Scamander. He also knows Slughorn. Since you think so, what else can we say? Michael asked back. Terry nodded in agreement. Anyway, the forgetfulness spell is magical enough, and the theories he talked about seemed to make sense. Anthony looked at Vezet and asked, Vezet, what do you think? Vezet was still thinking about that particular forgetfulness spell, and after a low hum she said, perhaps he is more suited to adventuring than teaching. At least the content he showed in the book is still worth studying. Let's take a look at the back. Let's go to the charms classroom quickly. Lockhart let out a long sigh after watching Vezet and the others leave the classroom. He took out a small mirror from his pocket, looked at his face, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. I believe that such a sophisticated forgetfulness spell will definitely attract his attention. He took out a comb and trimmed his hair very carefully in front of the mirror in preparation for the next defense against the dark arts class. Among them were not only documents from Hogwarts School, but also documents from the International Confederation of Wizards and the Wisengamot, all of which required his approval. With a light snap of his fingers, a box of candy flew out from the nearby cabinet. On the packaging was a Viking warship attacking a mint leaf. Dumbledore sat in his seat, looking at the document in thought. Cool and refreshing, so delicious. Dumbledore hummed a soothing tune and started working with a mint licorice candy in his mouth. Dumbledore stood in front of the bird stand, holding a small box of berries and feeding Fawkes the Phoenix. This is peppermint licorice candy from Sweden. It has a very special taste and has replaced cockroach piles as his favorite candy to eat while working. Fawkes, who was taking a nap, woke up instantly, dropping a few slightly dull feathers. You're just getting older now. You'll be young again soon. How can you push me like this and not let me relax for a while? Faced with that bottomless black lake, we must have the courage to swim across it. He recalled the lyrics just now and hummed softly. The sun in the sky gradually turned orange and a crack appeared on the sorting hat. It roared with all its might and the entire hat was wrinkled together, looking like it was really exerting a lot of effort. I am such a genius. That's great. The tip of the sorting hat twitched, as if it was happy that Dumbledore could praise it, but your singing voice is too comfortable, which doesn't really fit the lyrics. Not long after, another group of students walked into the classroom and greeted Lockhart excitedly. Fawkes leaned forward and nuzzled Dumbledore's cheek with his beak, then turned his head back to the desk and blinked slowly. Its singing is much more raucous and harsh, like the sharp noise of fingernails scratching on glass. Okay. Dumbledore waved his hand and the box of berries flew onto the bird stand. Fawkes's bright red feathers became dull, his bright eyes lost their luster, his eyelids drooped with unspeakable fatigue, and he looked much older than before. Hogwarts under the moonlight, magic is calling. Facing the bottomless black lake, we must have the courage to swim across it. In the afternoon, in Hogwarts Castle in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore picked up a berry and carefully placed it into Fawkes' mouth. He thought about it very seriously and then slowly said, I don't understand this technique, but the lyrics are very good. After singing this line, the tip of the sorting hat shook up and down as if it was breathing heavily. Albus, what do you think of these two lines? I've been thinking about them for several days. Fawkes spread his wings and seemed to want to pat Dumbledore on the head. Dumbledore stopped writing and looked up at the sorting hat. But he used the country music style of singing. What I want to say is, I really like this kind of lyrics, it's good. The feather did not fall to the ground but gradually burned in midair, turning into ashes and gradually disappearing. Perfect. Okay. I know you're old now, so I'll be more lenient with you. Dumbledore walked to the desk where there were documents piled almost to the ceiling, all waiting for his approval. After I finish eating, I'll have to ask Vezet where she bought it. Dumbledore put the candy into his mouth and took a breath of cold air, and a layer of frost spread from his mouth to his beard. When the bell rang, Lockhart showed his signature smile, his 8 teeth shining brightly. Hello, classmates, I'm Lockhart. I have won the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. He revised the class procedure in his mind and felt that there was no need to use a cage of elves. He only needed to take out one of the elves and demonstrate the Oblivion charm. He picked out a small stack of papers, all bearing the coat of arms of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A capital H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. A class can be completed quickly by using a questionnaire prepared in advance and demonstrating how to control a Pokémon. Lockhart waved back each one. The Sorting Hat continued to think, death metal. There are many elements in it, but they are not very suitable for singing at the beginning of the school year. So I used elements of fighting and courage instead, and it seems to work well. Ah, that won't do, this is too Gryffindor. As a Sorting Hat, this can't be the right thing to do, I need to think about it again. Oh, Albus, did you find the band? Band? Dumbledore had just picked up another document and was marking it. I'm planning to invite the Weird Sisters. They are very popular among young people and their styles seem to be somewhat similar. What do you think? I believe in your judgment. The tip of the Sorting Hat trembled as if laughing. Let me think about the lyrics again. The Sorting Hat stopped talking and the headmaster's office fell silent, with only the rustling sound of the quill pen moving across documents. As night fell, a knock on the door broke the silence. Come in. Dumbledore picked up his wand and waved it gently over the papers that piled up to the ceiling. Professor McGonagall appeared at the door, still wearing the familiar dark green robes, which was her favorite style. Next to Dumbledore were only the corrected documents. Minerva, good evening. Albus, good evening. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and handed over a letter with a blue stamp of crossed wands on it. It's really rare that they would send a letter at this time. Dumbledore took the letter but did not open it. He just put it aside. This is this year's list of Hogwarts partners. He pushed the stack of documents to Professor McGonagall. It's still the same old rule, submit it to the board of directors after review. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, briefly flipped through the documents, and a bit of annoyance appeared on his face. Professor Lockhart's books are very expensive, and the original scholarships are not enough. Dumbledore held his neck with his hands and turned it left and right. Of course I know, so I wrote an application and the school board will approve another scholarship. Restoring humanoid charm, Professor McGonagall quickly found the point. Albus, these past 2 years, especially this year's defense against the dark arts professor, is really. You should know what I mean. Is the you-know-who curse real? Fred and George, the Weasley twins, they blew up the big iron cage and the elves flew out. That's really out of control. Professor McGonagall had strong control and quickly stopped coughing. It seems that I missed something. Well said. Dumbledore's mouth curled up slightly. Maybe he needs some blood tonic. Professor McGonagall nodded and sighed softly. Of course I understand that. She coughed violently, with an arc at the corner of her mouth that was difficult to conceal. From what I've heard, apart from his poor performance in the first class, he seems to continue to surprise students in subsequent classes. He paused, clasping his fingers together. Without Vezet's help, we would not have been able to discover the other side of queerness. Perhaps he would have had a different ending. He groaned and tapped the table. Minerva, I've been busy lately. From your perspective, what do you think of Professor Lockhart? That's right. Dumbledore flipped Wandering with Werewolves to 3/4 of the way through and pushed it towards Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips even tighter, looked at the steaming tea and spoke slowly. Similar to the views before the start of the semester, I must say. Werewolf. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses. Could it be that the story in that book is related to this Armenian wizard? The elves took Lockhart's wand and then they pointed it at. Professor McGonagall glanced over the pile of documents again. Albus, it seems you have been busy this afternoon. I wonder what he has done. He asks you to ask me this question every year. Dumbledore picked up the macaron and took a bite. I haven't heard this question in a few days and I always feel like something is missing. What is certain is that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is indeed special. After all, we need to find a new professor every year and even I would find it difficult. This is an extremely rare magic. Due to the difficulty of learning it, it is almost lost. Only a few people know this magic. Dumbledore's face turned serious. This is something I cannot be sure of, just like up to now. I cannot be sure whether Voldemort is really dead. Dumbledore nodded. This magic does exist. It can make werewolves temporarily weak, making it easier to control them, but it doesn't last long. As for Professor Lockhart, the knowledge in those books is actually very useful. Dumbledore waved his wand and a copy of Wandering with Werewolves flew to his side. She exhaled lightly and continued. It was just a normal injury. It only took Bobby a second to heal it. A tea set appeared in front of Dumbledore, along with a plate of colorful macarons. Dumbledore continued, Minerva, you should know that I am certain that Voldemort will return. The position of defense against the dark arts professor is not really suitable for him. She said very conservatively. Professor Snape even asked me to ask why he was not chosen. Professor McGonagall nodded and replied, of course. I once visited Professor Marlowe Furfang because of something. He is an authority on werewolf research. I went to Armenia with Professor Furfang. Albania is where Voldemort is hiding and Quirinus happened to go there. If my guess is correct, it is better to have Voldemort under my nose than to reject Quirrell. We paid too heavy a price during those years of fighting Voldemort. Nowadays, there are not many wizards who can teach this course and our choices are very limited. Let's get back to the point. With Fred and George's abilities plus how close they are to Hufflepuff, I'm afraid that after tomorrow, this matter will spread throughout Hogwarts. Professor F. Fang told me that he found clues from the traces. There is a wizard in Armenia who may have the magic to save werewolves from their tragic fate. Dumbledore crossed his fingers and leaned forward a little. I noticed Quirinus's eccentricity, and through the theft at Gringotts I confirmed my thoughts. He opened the book and flipped through it carefully. There were also many annotations on it. Minerva, have you read this book? The content is very interesting. It's just that I don't know whether these words are directed at Lockhart or at myself. It's better to have a goal than no goal at all. I want to observe Voldemort and I want to try to help Quirinus. I must admit that without Vezet, since this is an extremely niche magic, Professor McGonagall frowned. Professor Lockhart, she flipped wandering with werewolves to the front. Also Armenia, could this story be? Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. As far as I know, that's it. Gilderoy Lockhart should be sent to Azkaban. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows were raised and his tone became tough. But we can't do that. Dumbledore shrugged. The Armenian wizard has lost his memory. He waved his wand again, calling up the rest of Lockhart's works. Seeing Dumbledore's actions, Professor McGonagall's eyes were filled with disbelief. Albus, you mean? That's right, Dumbledore nodded. Most of the experiences in these books have real eyewitnesses. I tried to find 2 of the witnesses but found that they also lost their memories. Even I have trouble finding them. Professor McGonagall pressed, isn't there something we can do? Dumbledore let out a breath and waved his wand, causing the books to return to their places. He gave a mysterious smile and turned to look at the box of peppermint licorice candies. At least there is no way now, but time will tell. Professor McGonagall adjusted her emotions and regained her composure. Is this also the reason why you let Lockhart into the school? Dumbledore nodded. If they can put aside their prejudices and disenchant themselves with Lockhart himself, they will find what they want in the book. Lockhart is still in Hogwarts. I believe that by getting along with him, students will gradually learn how to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and dare to challenge authority. Perhaps Ravenclaw has done a good job in this regard. Professor McGonagall rubbed his brows. I noticed these days that they have begun to study those books. This is not unexpected news. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. I hope Harry can understand another point. Oh, right. Professor McGonagall remembered something. What you told me at the end of last school year will start this weekend. Dumbledore said with interest, transfiguration magic. Animagus, a very interesting and ancient ritual magic. I wonder how much he can learn from it. He is very talented in transfiguration magic. He gave me a pleasant surprise in his first transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses, his tone revealing satisfaction with a hint of smile on his face. Dumbledore hummed, come to think of it. He also used transfiguration magic in Professor Lockhart's first defense against the dark arts class. It seemed to be on a large scale. In the past few days in class, the Gryffindor students all want to learn how to transform into an iron cage. Professor McGonagall's tone revealed a bit of helplessness. I've rarely seen them so enthusiastic before. Even the speed at which they learn this transfiguration magic is much faster than the previous ones. After the spell is successfully cast, they will compare with each other to see whose iron cage becomes better and is closer to Vizet's iron cage. It seems that Vezet only used transfiguration magic in that class, at least on the surface. Dumbledore smiled and his slightly narrowed eyes revealed deep satisfaction. He hadn't said half a sentence yet. If Vezet wanted to deal with those elves, there must be a more convenient way that didn't require the help of other students. But Vezet didn't do that. He called on everyone to act together and face the elves together. Through everyone's strength, they worked together to stop the elves from destroying. Maybe this is the difference between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Dumbledore thought so. Minerva, do you know that there is a magical animal in North America? He picked up the teacup and took a sip. They have a good relationship with Muggles and are even worshipped by the local indigenous people. Of course I know. Professor McGonagall nodded and said, Thunderbird. Perhaps Newt will have a deeper impression of it than I do. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed several times and returned to the original topic. When thunderbirds fly in the sky, they will unconsciously bring rain. In Arizona, this kind of rainfall is very important, so they are especially worshipped by the locals. Of course, they don't just bring rain. If the Thunderbird also has the gift of thunder and lightning, you really should go and see it. The lightning released by the Thunderbird is very beautiful. It looks very beautiful, but it's a Thunderbird. And Professor McGonagall said with some regret, if it was a lion, it would be even better. Dumbledore smiled helplessly and shook his head gently. The two Gryffindors fell silent at this moment. If the current situation continues, we will have to find a new professor next year. Professor McGonagall sighed and started talking again. If there is really no suitable candidate, can we apply to the Ministry of Magic, for example? Send an order over. This is also somewhat difficult. Dumbledore rubbed his brows. At least now it seems that our Minister Fudge does not seem to trust me that much. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharpening. Is it because of the Wizengamot before the summer vacation you want to pass the Muggle Protection Act? Perhaps. Dumbledore said helplessly. After all, Fudge is very close to the pureblood families. Once this decree is promulgated, it will humiliate the pureblood families. But due to my status as the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, they could not directly deny me, so they asked the drafter of the decree to take action and find substantial evidence. So that's it. Professor McGonagall suddenly realized, no wonder Arthur brought a group of Ministry of Magic staff to search Hogwarts during the summer vacation. They are trying to intimidate me. Dumbledore smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about such things at all. Actually, I have enough troubles. I have to deal with different things every day, but I don't have the energy to care about those fictitious things. It may be difficult for Cornelius Fudge to realize this. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. He can't see that far. It doesn't matter as long as the wizarding world is at peace. This is what I have always wanted to see. Dumbledore picked up a macaron. Perhaps I can only stop here. Someone else needs to walk the rest of the way, but that person definitely cannot be me. All I can do is give him time, guidance, and help. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all, we have worked together for such a long time and have been to Hogsmeade and passed by the Hog's Head many times. I understand why Dumbledore said that. Ravenclaw's first herbology class is on Thursday, and the house where he takes the class is Slytherin, so he needs to take 2 classes in a row. Mandrakes have been placed on the huge workbench in the 3rd greenhouse. Under the workbench, there are also larger new flower pots on display. Sprout clapped his hands and smiled amiably at the students. Sorry for the wait. I believe you know what we are going to do from what many students have said. Nevertheless, I still need to ask a question. Sprout held up a flower pot with both hands. Can anyone tell me what the properties of Mandrake are? Mandy Blotcher of Ravenclaw raised her hand. Miss Blotcher. Blow stood up and said, the root of the mandrake is a powerful restorative agent. It can be used as the main ingredient to make a restorative potion. Also, the mandrake has a lethality that matches its recovery ability. When you pull out the root tuber, it will make a cry that is enough to kill you. You need to be extra careful. Mandra grass is widely distributed in the wild and has certain mobility, so not only wizards know about mandrake grass, but muggles also know about it. Sprout clapped and said, very comprehensive answer, 10 points to Ravenclaw. Pansy interrupted Sprout and added from her seat, it is also the material for ancient ritual magic. Mandrake can be used such as the dark magic. What a surprise. Sprout continued to smile and interrupted Pansy's next words, the supplement is very good. 15 points for both Ravenclaw and Slytherin. That's right, Mandrake is still a material for ritual magic, but its main use now will be in potions. You can write down these additional contents. Vezet glanced at Pansy. Pureblood families were indeed unique in the inheritance of magic. It turns out that Mandrake can also be used in ritual magic, and it is ritual magic related to black magic. This is a new discovery. I hope you will all write down the following key points. Sprout unrolled a large parchment scroll that was covered with annotations and a picture of a mandrake. Young mandrakes will also make a sound, but the sound of a young mandrake is not fatal. However, it can make you unconscious. Be careful, remember. After doing all this, the mandrake actually did not settle down until Sprout finished fertilizing it, and then the leaves of the mandrake stopped trembling and returned to their initial calmness. However, the students were all wearing earmuffs, so we could only see the opening and closing of their mouths, but we didn't hear any crying at all. Faced with the struggling and restless mandrake, he immediately used the primary plant cultivation technique. After watching the professor's demonstration, it was the students' turn to perform the demonstration themselves. She waved her wand and explained the relevant knowledge about mandrake and the key points to pay attention to when repotting according to the markings on the large parchment scroll. The tuberous roots of mandrake have a strange appearance, looking like a newborn baby with wrinkles all over its body. Not only will they open their mouths and cry, but they will also wave their roots that look like hands and feet and slap the students who are holding the leaves on their heads, looking very smart. After several classes, Sprout was no longer surprised by such things. She casually cast a magic spell and made the mandrake loosen its grip. Faced with such a lively magical plant, Vezet also encountered some trouble when pulling the mandrake out of the pot. Compared to the ease and comfort of Sprout, most students encountered difficulties when starting the first step. Sprout picked up the green and purple leaves, shook them in 4 directions, and then exerted force suddenly, pulling up the mandrake by the roots. However, he also understood the preciousness of mandrake, so of course he had to repot this magical plant himself. The mandrake yawned loudly, used its roots as a pillow on the side of its head, and began to snore. You could also see the snot bubbles that were stained with a little dust. Under the soothing of the ancient magical power, the mandrake quickly calmed down, not only without struggling but also without screaming. What's more, everyone was wearing earmuffs, so they couldn't hear each other talking and could only continue to fight with the mandrake. Seeing the plush pink earmuffs being taken away, the other students breathed a sigh of relief and put on the earmuffs in order. Naturally, he was very interested in this plant that could be used in ritual magic and wanted to study it in depth. With the repotting complete, Vezet can focus on the mandrake itself. He wanted to try to pinch the mandrake to control its roots and then stuff it into a new pot, but the mandrake seized the opportunity and bit his finger. Sprout is a cautious professor. When she asked students to pick up earmuffs, she kept reminding them, "Remember to wear earmuffs and make sure they can protect you to the greatest extent." In this combined class for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, one class will be used to repot the mandrakes, and the other class will be used to take care of the repotted mandrakes. Sprout held up the mandrake and shook it, picked up the flower pot under the workbench, picked up a small shovel and started to shovel the soil, dug a hole, and stuffed the mandrake into it. Mandrakes not only have a human-like form, but can also struggle like babies. It takes a lot of time and effort to pull them out of the soil. There were spots on the light green skin, and a hole was constantly opening and closing. It really looked like it was crying. He cast his magic eye on the mandrake, and a different scene appeared before his eyes. Vezet suddenly had an idea and performed the basic composting technique on the fertilizer that was about to be used, allowing the ancient magical power to penetrate into the fertilizer, and the mandrake leaves finally settled down. With the help of basic plant cultivation techniques, Vezet's repotting work went smoothly. She took out the new pot and dug the soil in one go and successfully stuffed the mandrake into the pit. She pocketed her wand, picked up her only pair of ugly fuzzy pink earmuffs and demonstrated how to put them on properly. Michael was almost bitten by the mandrake. While dodging, he turned around and saw the peaceful mandrake in Vezet's hand. He suddenly doubted his life. The planting time of mandrake is different, so the time of repotting will naturally be different. It was at this step that Draco suffered. Even in the new pot, the mandrake became restless again, trying desperately to crawl out of the soil and continue to stay in Vezet's hand, absorbing the ancient magical power. Not only that, when they come to the warm greenhouse and can feel the light around them, they don't want to go back to the pots and will twist their bodies and start struggling. Although the mandrake is still a seedling, you are still little wizards. Once you hear the cry of the mandrake, you will inevitably fall into a coma for a long time. The magic circuit of the mandrake is the most complex of all the magical plants Vezet has come into contact with so far. If one just observed it roughly, one could only see a tangled mess, which seemed to be constantly flowing, full of unspeakable restlessness, making him feel dizzy. Perhaps it is precisely because of the complexity of the magic circuit that it becomes a part of ritual magic. Compared to the incredibly precise magic of today, which can be performed with wands, gestures, and spells, ceremonial magic was much broader. Ancient wizards used ritual magic to deal with this breadth, and thus developed multiple steps, through continuous elimination and combination, to ultimately achieve the desired magical effect. Vezet suppressed the dizziness and focused more on observing the mandrake. This time his observation target was not limited to the tubers, but also included the leaves of mandrake. By observing the leaves of mandrake, he made a new discovery. The leaves of mandrake have magic circuits that are completely different from the roots. The overall magic circuit is extremely regular, like one solid and stable nail after another, firmly fixing the magic circuit of the tuber. There is a connection between the leaves and the tubers. One can vaguely feel that the magic circuits of the leaves will flow and slowly be input into the tubers. The new discovery of Mandrake alleviated the dizziness and made Vezet more motivated to continue studying the special features of Mandrake. He discovered an interesting thing: the magic circuits between the leaves and the tubers would flow to each other. Even though the flow was extremely slight, he was able to detect it with his patient observation. Sprout looked around and walked to Vizet's side. She leaned down slightly and carefully examined the mandrake that had been repotted. The soil in the flower pot is very flat and the burial position is just right. She was actually not surprised by Vizet's good performance, but there was still a satisfied smile on her face. Sprout stood up straight and patted Vizet's shoulder gently, motioning Vezet to follow him. The two of them came to the second greenhouse and waited until Sprout closed the door to make sure they couldn't hear the mandrakes cry before they took off their earmuffs. Vezet rubbed her brows to ease the dizziness. "Professor Sprout, what can I do for you?" "These are for you." Sprout spread out his hands, revealing a few tender mandrake leaves. Mandrake leaves like this one that have just been repotted are best used for animagus training. Best effect. Vezet maintained the magic eye, and the leaf in Sprout's hand still had a magic circuit like a nail. Since the leaves were picked, the magic circuits in the leaves are no longer flowing and have stabilized. He thought about Sprout's words and connected them with the magic circuits he saw, which led to new questions. "Professor Sprout, will the effect of the mandrake leaf become weaker as it grows?" "Of course," Sprout nodded. "When the mandrake grows up, its leaves will have hallucinogenic properties." Especially in the Middle Ages, when mandrake was still widely distributed, it was not as difficult to obtain as it is now. The wizards at that time would keep the leaves and make them into tea, which would inspire their inspiration to a certain extent. When the effect wears off, in addition to producing hallucinations, it will also dull the wizard's senses and even temporarily lose the ability to cast magic. Vezet took the mandrake leaf in her hand and marveled at the magic of this magical plant. When the mandrake is young, its roots are useless for medicinal purposes and can make dizzying noises, but its leaves can be used for animagus training. When the mandrake grows to adulthood, the roots become a powerful restorative agent and can also be added to various potions to enhance the medicinal properties of the corresponding potions. On the contrary, the leaves will become a hallucinogenic poison. In order for the mandrake to mature, it needs to be repotted several times. According to Sprout, the leaves can be picked before the second repotting and used as animagus practice material. Vezet also plans to take advantage of this time to try to analyze it through the magic eye to study and understand the mandrake more deeply. Sprout brought the students to the second greenhouse, where they viewed several beautiful magical plants, relaxed briefly, and then returned to the third greenhouse to continue their herbal medicine class. The mandrake that has undergone its first repotting will continue to be curious about the outside world because it has already seen the outside world. Students need to use a small wooden hammer to continuously hit the exposed roots of the mandrake, which feels like playing whack-a-mole. In this way, their curiosity about the outside world can be dispelled, and they can be made aware of the dangers of the outside world. At the same time, it can stimulate their desire to grow. They will absorb fertilizer more actively and shorten the time required for maturity. Whether it is repotting or knocking the roots, these are special methods developed by Sprout based on the habits of mandrake, which can enhance the survival rate of mandrake. For example, the mandrakes in the wild have no savages to help them do these things, so it is a rare thing for them to grow to maturity smoothly. The herbology class was over and Vezet was strolling down the corridor, still organizing the notes she had gotten in class. The notes not only include Sprout's lectures, but also the magic circuits he observed through the magic eye. Taking notes is only the first step. Categorizing them and organizing them into something you can understand is also an extremely important step. There is no shortcut to success. Hard work is also important. Lockhart's voice sounded. "No wonder Professor Flitwick and others are so optimistic about you." Vezet looked up and saw Lockhart holding a pot of mandrake in his arms, which seemed to be the one he was repotting. Lockhart smiled. "Professor Sprout said that you moved this mandrake plant yourself. No one knows more about mandrake plants than I do. The first time I saw it, I felt it was different, stronger, and more vibrant, just like you." Vezet nodded, took 2 steps to the side, putting some distance between herself and Lockhart, and quickened her pace. Lockhart didn't seem to mind it at all. The smile on his face remained, and he quickened his pace along with Vezet. "Vezet, I'll call you that. Weren't you very interested in the Oblivion charm after the first class at the beginning of the semester?" "Why didn't you come to see me?" Vezet said. "Professor Lockhart, since the school starts, there are many things to do and there is a lot of new knowledge to learn and study. If someone else said this, I would think they were just trying to please me." Lockhart grinned, but if you say this, then it must be true. Lockhart was right and Vezet had no intention of being perfunctory. During the school term, in addition to daily watering and fertilizing in the greenhouse, there is also the magic cube theory waiting for him to consult and study. Lockhart would occasionally nod and greet his book-loving students. However, his main attention was still on Vezet. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you also have research on magic props, which I am also good at. Remember the book Running with the Ghouls? That part at the end where I caught the mad ghoul with a tea strainer. And that wasn't just any tea strainer. I cast a traceless extension spell on the tea strainer. It trapped the ghoul inside. It tried to destroy the tea strainer, but its claws were nearly crushed by the strainer. The invisible extension charm. Vezet frowned slightly. Professor Lockhart, I remember you mentioned it in Walking with Trolls. You learned the stretch spell in an ancient forest at an altar surrounded by mandrakes. But Running with Ghouls was written earlier than Running with Trolls, right? By that time you had already mastered the traceless extension charm. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Lockhart's expression was a little stiff. It's a magic similar to the traceless extension charm. Yes, that's it. So I realized the importance of the traceless extension spell and paid attention to how to learn this magic. The key is that I can make magic props. This is an ancient science. Its prototype comes from ritual magic and then it extends to alchemy. Then, after further simplification, it becomes the science of making magic props. Prank props like magic fireworks are the extension of magic prop making, but if you want to make the Philosopher's Stone, you have to go back to alchemy. Alchemy has an important principle, which is the principle of equivalent exchange. In addition, we must seek a balance between the two. We cannot let the magic item be stronger than its creator. Vezet was able to find evidence in the book for many of Lockhart's theories, which shows that what Lockhart said was not groundless, and that he had indeed done some research on the making of magic props. Vezet took notes while Lockhart spoke, and before they knew it, they were close to Lockhart's office. Lockhart was holding a large flower pot in his arms. He was already out of breath after walking all the way. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead, across the tip of his nose and fell to the ground. Despite this, his blonde hair remained completely intact, and neither its shape nor its shine was damaged in the slightest. Vezet, do you know the descaling charm? He gasped, trying to put the flower pot down. Lockhart coughed in a formal manner. Let's get started. Let's learn wand learning. Learn the memory charm. Actually, I don't have any other intentions, I just want to test you. Professor McGonagall told me that you could use this magic to make magic props before. Seeing the gift, Vizet's face tightened. Thanks to the special training in private potions lessons, there was not even a trace of a smile on her face. Very standard spellcasting movements. No wonder Professor Flitwick praised you so much. Next is the spell, pay attention to my lip shape and tone. He pulled over a small blackboard. Let's start with the hand gesture. It needs to be as graceful and smooth as holding a baton. Turn your wrist, and then draw an N. When he saw such a unique gift for book lovers, he knew who the gift was. Lockhart gave him a very strange feeling. Rather than an experienced adventurer, he was more like a researcher who only understood theory. There is nothing wrong with the theory of wandology, but it cannot be applied in this way. I have another piece of advice for you. Even though we know magic, we can't always think about using it. We are also human beings and we need to learn how to live. In a moment of carelessness, his wand fell to the ground, splashing a few sparks. Don't think of magic every time you think of something, like washing, bathing, and grooming your hair. These are the pleasures of life, you have to know how to enjoy them. Vezet carefully placed the flower pots, which were like a wall, creating a barrier to isolate Lockhart. That's right. Lockhart nodded, groping in his robe pockets with his hands and pulled out a lilac handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Vezet didn't feel this way with Lockhart. There was a line of words written on the greeting card. My dearest Professor Lockhart, I heard that you were injured. We hope our gift can help you and make you feel better, your most loving book fan, Snap. Vezet, do you know wandology? The wand chooses the wizard. A lot of wizards don't understand that, so they can't become someone like me. Enjoy life, Vezet. Lockhart smiled and took the greeting card very skillfully and put it in front of Vezet to show off. I can't help it. I have too many fans. So far, the only magic Lockhart has demonstrated is the pesky pixie pestinomy spell and the extremely magical forgetfulness charm. Vezet hurried forward, took the flower pot in her hand, and cast a wandless and silent levitation spell to reduce the weight of the flower pot. They came to the office door, where there lay a pink package with a greeting card on it. Lockhart listened to Vizet's incantation and his expression froze again. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Haha, you're amazing. Professor Lockhart, let me get this for you. After all, Sprout said that mandrake is a dangerous magical plant. I understand. Vezet nodded. Oh, little naughty boy. Lockhart's voice was a little playful. I don't usually use the Oblivion charm, so it's in a bad mood. Lockhart took a sip of water and stood in front of Vezet, twirling his wand between his fingers like a pen. Lockhart tore open the package and found a toilet seat inside, a lilac-colored plush toilet seat. For some reason, these words gave Vezet a familiar feeling. Seeing the gift, Lockhart's face darkened, and he threw it forward and threw it to the other side of the corridor, showing the potential of a chaser. When Vezet entered the room, all the various Lockharts had a similar gleam in their eyes. However, in the magic world, those who possess excellent magic theories must also have corresponding magical talents. Inside the door was a familiar decorative style. On the walls were photo frames of all sizes, all of which were animated portraits or paintings depicting the same person, Lockhart himself. Huff. Lockhart tried hard to adjust his breathing and finally calmed down. Forget about that gift just now. Come in. During the summer vacation, Vezet had made it her goal to learn the Oblivion charm. Naturally, after school starts, the first thing I will do is go to the library and look for all kinds of magic books related to it. Compared to those ancient black magics, the forgetfulness spell has not existed for long. The memory charm dates back to the 16th century, when it was invented by a witch named Nemone Radford. Once the memory charm was invented, it was immediately widely used and accepted by a large number of wizards to erase Muggles' memories of magic and wizards. Because of this magic, the Ministry of Magic created a new position, Memory Annihilator, and Nemone Radford was the first Memory Annihilator. The emergence of the Oblivion spell greatly accelerated the signing of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. However, despite making such a significant contribution, Nemone Radford failed to enter the chocolate frog picture card and become a well-known wizard. Most wizards today know the memory charm, but they don't know who invented it. Even in History of Magic, it was only briefly mentioned without any detailed analysis. To this end, Vezet found the answer in the library's vast collection of books. Nemone Radford wrote an autobiography titled Confession in Memory, Suffering in Forgetting. In his autobiography, Nemone Radford compared the Oblivion spell to the Killing Curse, claiming that to use this magic was to murder one's memory. Her exploration of magic is beyond doubt, as she was able to invent such a magic. Vezet can feel Nemone Radford's thoughts on the Oblivion spell and his interpretation of the soul from the lines of this book. In Nemone Radford's view, the Oblivion spell can murder a person at the soul level by murdering his memory. She also raised a question similar to Ship of Theseus. If a wizard uses the forgetfulness spell to completely erase a person's memory, is that person still the same person? This person who was hurt by the forgotten curse needs to relearn everything he has ever learned, get in touch with his relatives again, develop his own hobbies, and understand his own talents. When the person harmed by the forgotten curse completes the reconstruction of his memory and gains new life experiences, can he restore his original personality? The inventor of the forgetfulness spell thought about many related questions, but was unable to come up with corresponding answers. As the Ministry of Magic promotes the memory charm, wizards often have no scruples about using this magic. The Ministry of Magic intends to portray the Oblivion spell in a positive light, making it the foundation for protecting the wizarding world. Nemone Radford sees it as a scourge, believing that the Oblivion spell does more harm than good and needs to be used with caution. Perhaps for this reason, both the Chocolate Frog cards and a History of Magic chose to weaken Nemone Radford's presence. Vezet owns a soul maze, so she agrees with Nemone Radford's point of view. For a person, memory is of course something extremely important. It was with the help of so many memories that he was able to use the Soul Labyrinth to slow down Voldemort's pace and help Professor Quirrell escape last school year. He even went through this soul maze and had a duel with Voldemort. Although there is a spell to break the Oblivion spell, due to the special nature of the Oblivion spell, the spell to break the spell is not very versatile. A wizard who has been harmed by the Oblivion curse must first know that his memory has been wiped, and secondly, he must know the spell to break the Oblivion curse. If you want to restore memory through the breaking spell, you also need to make the breaking spell powerful enough, much more powerful than the forgetting spell, in order to successfully restore memory. To meet so many requirements, usually you can only rely on external forces to discover, such as meeting an auror. Even so, how much memory can be restored depends on luck, and it is difficult to completely restore the original memory. It is precisely because of the better understanding of the Oblivion spell that Vezet hopes to be able to fully master it, rather than simply and crudely erasing memories like the wizard mentioned in the autobiography. The Lockhart in front of us may be able to bring more innovative knowledge. Vezet followed Lockhart's instructions and reviewed the Oblivion Charm again. Lockhart asked doubtfully, "Have you ever learned the Oblivion Charm before?" "I learned a little bit after returning to school and taught myself a little bit," Vezet said truthfully. "Learned a little, taught a little on my own." Lockhart's voice rose like fingernails scratching glass, a little harsh. "Vezet, are you saying when you go to the greenhouse to learn about herbs in the morning and study transfiguration magic in your free time, you can still spare some free time to teach yourself a memory charm? How long has the school been open?" "Oh, right, I often see you after class." Showing the way with a little blonde girl. "I think her name is Luna Lovegood. She's your sister, right? This." Vezet said as a matter of course. "Yes, after all, Hogwarts Castle is a bit complicated and I was a little worried. But it's okay now, she is much better than I was back then." Lockhart looked at Vezet, who was smiling faintly, and suddenly felt a headache. Originally, he wanted to play the long game and correct her accent and gestures first, then use gentle persuasion to gradually build a good relationship with Vezet. "I didn't expect Vezet to learn so quickly. There was no need to correct her gestures and incantations." The current situation was somewhat beyond Lockhart's expectations, making him realize that if he didn't show some real ability, the big fish might slip away and go to visit Hogwarts Castle with his sister. Lockhart thought about it and decided to show off his real skills. "Now that you know all the knowledge in books, you should do something different. Many wizards think that the Oblivion Charm is similar to the Disinfection Charm. If magic is discovered by muggles, then the memory associated with it will be cleared. It's a very simple and crude method, but it's very effective. Of course, this is only an effective method for muggles. If you want to deal with a wizard, using such a rough method will easily lead to flaws. At least for experienced wizards, it is still easy to make flaws." After hearing the last sentence, Vezet immediately asked, "Professor Lockhart, what should we do in this situation?" After spending a school year at Hogwarts, he understood one thing very well. Thinking and asking questions are both very important steps. If you encounter something you don't understand, you should ask. If you hide it because of concerns, you will be the only one who suffers in the end. Lockhart raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that his words had piqued Vizet's interest. He smiled brilliantly. "Although the Oblivion spell is just a very common magic to me, I will not underestimate any common magic." Faced with such a student, Lockhart realized that he had to reveal some core secrets to make Vezet more interested. Fortunately, Lockhart was familiar with the Oblivion Charm. He broke down his understanding of the Oblivion Charm and reshaped it into more redundant words, and then told it to Vezet. He hopes that in this way he can at least hold on for a little longer. Unfortunately, things still went astray and developed in a direction he had not expected. Before he knew it, his core secrets seemed to be revealed more and more. Vezet has a strong ability of association. Based on various magical principles, she can extract the essence from redundant words and then think and ask questions. After several rounds of instruction, Lockhart felt a certain illusion, as if he had returned to his student days. Facing a circle of classmates who were more talented than himself, he felt extremely twisted and cramped. Compared to Lockhart, who felt deeply uncomfortable because of recalling the past, Vezet was in great shape and felt like a fish in water. Lockhart had unique insights into the Oblivion spell, which allowed Vezet to gain a lot of knowledge. The knowledge of the Oblivion spell is very profound, and it can even be combined with magic such as occlumency to compare the differences and similarities between the two. In this way, Vezet not only learns about the Oblivion spell, but also increases her understanding of occlumency. He looked at his full notes and immediately categorized and refined them, so that the contents of the notes could be transformed into his own knowledge. After a brief review, he found that the knowledge about the forgetfulness spell could actually be understood through the lever principle. Vezet glanced at the notes again, coughed lightly and said, "Professor Lockhart, I have some thoughts now, see if I am right." "Of course, no problem." Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as Vezet didn't continue asking questions, he felt that his core secret should be kept. "I think, no one knows the Oblivion spell better than me, just tell me what you want to say. By the way, if you need anything, you can also tell me." "Yeah," Vezet nodded, looked around and asked, "Professor Lockhart, can you give me a piece of paper? I have no shortage of paper." Lockhart bared his teeth and took out a piece of pink parchment. This parchment not only has a special color, but also exudes a strong fragrance, probably because it was sprayed with a large amount of perfume. There is a line of handwriting in the upper left and lower right corners, written in beautiful cursive. Dear Miss, your favorite Gilderoy Lockhart, probably the standard letter paper used to reply to book fans. He stretched out his fingers and tapped the two ends of the seesaw back and forth, causing the two ends of the seesaw to rise and fall alternately. He thought back to his past experiences and realized that he was only able to perform such transformation magic when he was in the 4th grade, and he could not do it so easily. Professor Lockhart, so based on the principle of this seesaw, I came up with a technique for casting a breaking spell. Lockhart couldn't laugh anymore. Tell me about it. We need to cast the breaking spell according to our emotions, and then we can break the forgetfulness spell in a relatively easy way. At this moment, the wizard's field guide in his mind moved, and some of the accumulated ancient magical power poured into it. Oh, right. And the last part, Vezet frowned slightly. It's about how to use the spell to recover memory. I really don't understand it. With the help of intention, the caster can cast the spell accurately and effectively to ensure the accuracy of the forgetfulness spell and the effect it can achieve. You mentioned the concept of emotions and then said that I was not knowledgeable enough to understand it. Yes, Lockhart forced a smile, not even showing his 8 teeth precise. That's what I said. It's absolutely right, he. Lockhart felt himself sweating and he instantly understood what Vezet was trying to say. That's right, you don't understand. Lockhart smiled again and comforted him. It's amazing that you can learn to cast the Oblivion charm at this age. Vezet nodded and continued speaking according to her own understanding, while also demonstrating with the seesaw. Casting the forgetfulness spell through ancient magical power can alleviate the many side effects of the forgetfulness spell itself to a great extent. In this case, even for an experienced wizard, it would be difficult to distinguish the truth from falsehood of the memory content. As countless pages flowed, a brand new ancient magic revealed its contents. Lockhart's eyelids twitched. This was the first time he had witnessed Vizet's transformation magic. He was just trying to brush it off, but he didn't expect Vezet to speak again. Professor Lockhart, I remember you mentioned in Holiday with a Dominatrix that you and the Dominatrix went to an amusement park, is that correct? Vezet tapped the mini seesaw and pulled one end back a short distance. Professor Lockhart, it's like this. Yes, it's the seesaw. There are so many fun things in the Muggle world. That hag was too heavy and almost crushed the seesaw. The forgetfulness spell is like the board of a seesaw, and the process of casting a spell is the process of playing. Lockhart nodded and said hesitantly, yes, this thing is the seesaw. This is the fulcrum of the seesaw. It is like the intention or purpose shown by the caster when casting the Oblivion spell. Ancient magic, transference spell, guide the power of ancient magic to cast magic. Give the forgetfulness spell a special effect. By extracting complete memories, the purpose of erasing and modifying memories is achieved. I have to say. Comparing the Oblivion spell to a seesaw is a very clever description. But I still feel deeply touched. When casting the breaking spell, emotions will become the fulcrum. As for breaking the curse, it's actually not that important who would attack wizards. In fact, there's no need to understand it so clearly. It's good enough as long as it can be used against muggles. Although the transformed objects are not complicated, the technique is understated enough. This means that through this ancient magic, he can also adjust the content of his memory. Vezet read through the contents of ancient magic, mind transference spell, and has already felt the magical effect of this magic. At the same time, the sentence to achieve the purpose of erasing memory and modifying memory is also worth pondering. Thank you. Vezet picked up her wand and tapped it on the letter, turning the parchment into a mini seesaw. Professor Lockhart, I think the principle of the Oblivion charm is a bit like this seesaw. Vezet nodded and pointed to the base of the seesaw. After speaking these out, Vezet had completed a preliminary digestion and gained some understanding of the forgetfulness spell. We need to cast the spell to break the spell based on our emotions, so that we can break the spell of forgetfulness in a relatively easy way. After listening to what Vezet said, Lockhart felt as if he couldn't laugh at all and his head was filled with buzzing sounds. I didn't say much, so how come you guess so much? The corners of his mouth twitched twice and he shook his head hard to get rid of the annoying buzzing sound. Vezet, you can research these questions yourself. Haha, you can't keep doing this. He was a little incoherent and tried hard to change the subject. He couldn't let Vezet continue to dig deeper into the subject through the forgetfulness spell. What other topics could arouse Vizet's interest? Lockhart looked around, as if trying to find the answer from the portraits on the wall. Finally, his eyes fell on the table where the pot of mandrake had just been repotted. Vezet, you know, there are some rules for fertilizing mandrakes. Has Professor Sprout told you about this? I don't think I've taught you that. After all, mandrakes are mostly wild. In fact, I once raised one, and in order to make a mandrake resurrection potion, This plant is very picky about food. After eating good food, it will find it hard to like bad food again. Especially when you take away the good food from it, it will crawl out to protest. Hearing this, Vezet said, Professor Sprout didn't mention this. I know she wants to publish an article in Nature Herbalism, so I'm happy to help her. Lockhart beamed again, pointing at the mandrake. That's how I was able to get a pot of mandrake from Professor Sprout. I'll give her some key details and we can publish a joint article. The magic world also has various academic journals, such as Transfiguration Today, Spell Innovation, and Practical Potion Master. The professors at Hogwarts are all frequent contributors to these academic publications. As far as Vezet knew, people like Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick had all published articles in relevant journals. Especially Headmaster Dumbledore, who published a large number of articles in Transfiguration Today when he was young. Vezet has recorded all these articles, but it will take a long time to fully understand them. Nevertheless, even a preliminary understanding of part of the article's content could effectively improve his level of transfiguration magic. Obviously, Lockhart still has many secrets about the Oblivion spell hidden in him. Before it matures, maybe if I read it a few more times, it will gradually become my fan. There was also a simple small shovel in the package. He used the shovel to shovel away the previous fertilizer, sprinkled it on the ground casually, and then sprinkled the dragon manure evenly on the flower pot. The leaves of the mandrake jumped twice, which made him very happy. Aha, no one knows mandrake better than me. Lockhart seemed to really intend to do this. He took out a collector's edition of Magic Me from the drawer and said, Let's start with my latest book. The expressions of worry on their faces were extremely exaggerated, as if they were visiting a terminally ill patient. If three of us come up with an idea together, there will definitely be a market for it. We can create a series of books called How to Skip Class Without Being Found Out. I'm just afraid that you've been brainwashed by him and want to become an adventurer too, thinking about defeating the ghost of your own academy and then writing this experience into a book. Vezet walked out of Lockhart's office, still thinking about the Oblivion charm. Vezet, why did you stay in Lockhart's office for so long? Fred's tone was heavy. This is a gift from one of the book lovers. She absolutely loves Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Getting Rid of Pests in Your Home. Vezet couldn't help but laugh as well. He didn't give me any magic potions, nor did he teach me transfiguration magic. As long as you drink it, no matter what magical creature it is, it will be like an ermine that smells musk and will frantically look for your autograph. Or a magic potion, George added, his arms swinging and turning the plush lilac toilet seat. Tell me, did our greatest adventurer, Professor Lockhart, teach you that magic? Oh, that's great. George let out a long breath. Luckily you came out. If you didn't come out, we would have to rescue you. There's nothing I can do. As a professor, this is what I should do, Lockhart smiled proudly. Lockhart fished out a small bag from a drawer. On it was an animated logo of a dragon with sparks coming out of its nose. Seeing this, Vezet stood up and bowed slightly, saying, Professor Lockhart, I won't bother you anymore. Thank you very much for your teaching tonight. I really learned a lot. He actually breathed a sigh of relief. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Vezet shook her head and said, I wasn't brainwashed by him. I just learned a forgetfulness spell. What a strange professor. But I have to admit that his understanding of the Oblivion spell is very profound. Through the time they had just spent together, Vezet could clearly sense that it was very difficult to get Lockhart to reveal deep secrets. Right, it's okay if you don't like the name. Fred agreed, we can get Harry involved to make this series of books more famous. George reached out and patted Vizet's shoulder. Seriously, if you want to write a book, we can actually help you come up with ideas. Right, Fred smiled playfully. Imagine. Whenever you forget to do your homework, you can just say you're researching ways to defeat the ghost. What a perfect excuse, Fred laughed. A powerful transfiguration spell gives you beautiful blonde curls and a quill that can sign beautiful curly letters. Look how happy it is. How happily this little leaf is moving. I must read my book to it carefully. Just like destroying the elf's magic circuit and using the forgetfulness spell to drive it, this should be the secret that Lockhart is trying hard to hide. Which magic? Vizet's focus was on magic. What better fertilizer than dragon manure? Lockhart said as he tore open the package. I have too many fans. Very good. Fred made a relieved expression. As long as our material consultant doesn't think of becoming the second Lockhart, then I can rest assured. Secondly, regarding the casting process of the Imperious Curse, the caster has a lot of room for maneuver and can issue extremely detailed commands. As long as Vezet is willing to give commands such as move 0, 5 to the left, the spider will execute them. The process of control is also very strange. It is like Vezet becomes the soul of the spider, giving orders to the spider's body. Just like Dumbledore said, students can learn things other than magic from Lockhart. The Weasley twins were part of that group. George said, if we want to include Harry, then we have to change the name of this book. What name would be better? Fred frowned and thought, how about calling it Potter's Savior's Lazy Secrets? Harry is more famous than Lockhart, I guarantee it. This will be a bigger seller than Magic Me. The three of them were talking and laughing, and Vezet felt an extremely faint sound, which seemed to be some kind of scream, which made him a little dazed. Not only him, but George and Fred too. The Weasley twins' reaction seemed even more intense. They fell towards each other in tacit understanding, supporting each other, as if forming the letter A. Strange. Vezet frowned and immediately performed the Guardian meditation method, and her mind instantly became much clearer. Combining the sound with his trance, he had a vague idea. Could it be Mandrake? He immediately tore off the paper from the notebook and turned it into 3 earmuffs. After the 3 of them put on earmuffs, their trance-like condition was immediately relieved. Vezet turned and ran to the office. The table was a mess. There was a small hole in the middle of the flower pot and dirt was scattered all over the table. The collector's edition of Magic Me was also mostly covered, and Lockhart on the cover had an exaggerated expression with his hands spread wide as if he was screaming. The mandrake fell to the ground, and its roots swayed stiffly as if it was fiddling with something. Vezet approached the mandrake and saw it was using its roots to stir the fertilizer, and then it screamed as it stuffed the fertilizer into the hole in the tuber. He performed the basic plant cultivation technique, picked up the mandrake leaves, stuffed them back into the flower pot, and put the original fertilizer back in. After making sure the mandrake was settled, he took off his earmuffs and looked in the direction of Fred and George. The Weasley twins also took off their earmuffs, and George had a smirk on his face. Hey, our Professor Lockhart, he's fainted. It seems that it's because of the cry of the mandrake. Wow, that's so funny. The smile on Fred's face was obvious. George's tone suddenly became serious. How can you talk like that? He is our dearest adventurer. Oh, yes, dear Professor. Fred's tone became heavy. I mean, I'm very sad, very sad. Vezet coughed twice. Let's send him to the school hospital. The piece of letter from before was still on the table, so he turned it into a cart and, working with the Weasley twins, moved Lockhart onto it. Your transfiguration magic is so cool, Fred praised as he pushed the cart. Professor McGonagall always uses you as an example in class. Unfortunately, it's not easy to find a suitable base. Filch knows too much. George sighed and said with some regret, What are you doing? Filch suddenly appeared, speaking viciously, with Mrs. Norris standing at his feet. An unconscious professor. Ahaha, I finally caught you. You were so bold as to knock out a professor. This is really great. And so abominable. Mr. Filch, he was knocked unconscious by the mandrake, Vezet explained, holding up the flower pot in her hand. We were just passing by and were affected by the call of the mandrake. This magical plant is quite dangerous, so you have to be careful. Do you think I will believe you? Filch's tone softened, revealing a doubtful look. This blonde hair. Blonde hair is Lockhart, right? He narrowed his eyes, a look of disgust on his face, using magic recklessly and sending out greeting cards recklessly. Tusk, he's not a good guy either. Finally, he left a vicious look and limped away. Looking at Filch's receding back, Fred said with interest, he seems to know a lot about Lockhart. George nodded and said, of course, Filch was the janitor when Lockhart was still in school. He must know some secrets. Vezet was still thinking about that look. He won't let it go, will he? George looked at Mrs. Norris, who was following beside him. Of course not. He must have gone to find Professor McGonagall. Anyway, we are not afraid. Fred said confidently, anyway, you'll be our witness. Professor McGonagall won't say anything when he comes. He changed the subject. By the way, should we use a small iron cage to lock it up? It keeps following us anyway. Let's wait until next time during a night tour. George shook his head. We are doing good things now. When it does something bad, we will lock it up. Although the Weasley twins love to play pranks, they are very popular among Gryffindors. Besides their cheerful and likable personalities, they never fall behind in their studies. Apart from the points deducted in potions class, there is no other record of points deducted. This is also why Filch hates them. As they grow older and more experienced, it becomes increasingly difficult to catch them, let alone punish them. In the school infirmary, Madame Pomfrey first praised the 3 of them. There is no Buffy brain-awakening potion and no strange magical wounds. You did a good job. She leaned over to check on Lockhart. He was knocked unconscious by the sound of the mandrake. It's just a minor problem. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Not affected. She pulled out her wand and pressed it against Lockhart's temple. Do you know how long he's been hearing the screams? No more than 5 minutes. Fred said with a grin. That scream was so powerful, we felt very uncomfortable even after hearing a little bit of it. It's okay here. His memory shouldn't be damaged, just get some sleep. Madame Pomfrey said, moving Lockhart to the bed. George's guess was correct. Filch and two professors came to the school hospital, and the cat leading the way was Mrs. Norris. Professor McGonagall immediately looked at Vezet and the others and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you wearing earmuffs?" I finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the three of them nod. Professor Sprout looked at the flower pot and said with a smile, "I told him. That flower pot is a little special. I thought he had a way to solve it." She knew very well that mandrakes were picky eaters, so she took out the pot of mandrakes, put it aside, and prepared to think about what to do with it. Lockhart arrived at the right time and even assured everyone that no one knows more about mandrake than me. It was for this reason that she handed it over to Lockhart, hoping that Lockhart could help take care of it. After confirming that Lockhart was fine, Sprout and McGonagall looked at each other and the corners of their mouths trembled slightly. "Filch, I think the matter is clear enough." Professor McGonagall looked at Filch. "This was an accident. They just happened to be passing by." After hearing Professor McGonagall's explanation, Fred winked at Vezet as if to express, "What do you think, am I right?" Filch's expression suddenly changed. The grim smile he had when he first entered the school hospital disappeared, replaced by a distressed expression as if he had swallowed a fly. His voice became much sharper, like fingernails scratching glass. "But I saw them. They used to work with Peeves. If the patient needs to rest." Madame Pomfrey raised her eyebrows and said to everyone, "If you have anything to say, go outside and talk." Filch's argument was suppressed, and he limped out of the school hospital, glared at Fred and George fiercely, and hurried away with Mrs. Norris. Fred and George looked delighted, high-fived each other, and shouted, "Yeah." Vezet looked at the figure disappearing at the end of the corridor and shook her head thoughtfully. Filch was a squib, and it was not difficult for most Hogwarts students to discover this. This also led to his awkward status, being neither a professor nor a student, neither a wizard nor a muggle. Such an ambiguous and marginalized identity naturally made him dissatisfied and struggle, thus fostering a sense of inferiority that he was unwilling to admit. In order to minimize this inferiority complex, he transformed it into jealousy and dislike for his students, so that he could feel better. Filch had almost no friends at Hogwarts, and perhaps the only one who really kept him company was the cat named Mrs. Norris. Such a long-term lonely life will also make him develop a negative attitude and intensify his jealousy and hatred. When dealing with energetic students, he would subconsciously prejudge them and treat all students in a bad tone with the subjective judgment of troublemakers. After all, it was because he didn't know how to use magic, but had to watch his students perform magic that made him become what he is today. Outside the school infirmary, Sprout held out his hand and said, "Vezet, let me take another good look at that pot of mandrake." She took the flower pot from Vezet, held it in her arms, and examined it carefully from head to toe. "There is still some dragon dung. The quality is very good, but they have all been scraped to the edge. It's just as I thought. The original fertilizer is very special. This little guy likes it very much." After the inspection, she handed the flower pot back to Vezet. "It looks like you will have to take care of this little guy from now on. But they're still pretty persistent. They seem to like the swamp and come over to take a dip occasionally." Ever since Fred and George blew up the big iron cage, the elves have been running all over the castle. Based on Vizet's understanding of Fred and George, he felt that their goal was probably the protective magic, and they wanted to use this method to figure out how to obtain such a swamp. The position of janitor is very important. Hogwarts needs Filch. Mrs. Norris is even less suitable. She is just a cat. McGonagall adjusted his glasses, a sharp gleam in his eyes. "How could we do that?" George clenched his fists and raised them above his head, looking very aggrieved. "We are just interested in flowers and plants." Although Fred and George were rather naughty, they were both very talented children, and she didn't want them to go astray. "That's right, we just want to improve our herbology class." Fred nodded in agreement and sighed with a funny expression. "We really want to improve like Vezet." "Aha!" Fred and George looked around and covered their stomachs in unison. "It must be because we heard the mandrakes cry just now that we feel uncomfortable." Thinking of this, he nodded. "Professor Sprout, I will try my best to raise it." Peeves is a mischievous spirit, and it is very difficult to deal with him. When the elf throws chalk stubs at the students, Peeves will carry a large bag of chalk stubs to provide reinforcement for the elf. "Can we also take 2 pots of mandrake away?" Fred and George spoke in tacit understanding almost at the same time. In order to make the mandrake obedient and avoid accidents as much as possible, Vezet also has ancient magic to help, such as elementary plant breeding technique. which should be able to have a good effect. It would be best if you could carry a pot with you. We can't let them touch it. Professor McGonagall frowned. The venom of the poisonous tentacles is also very dangerous. They walked backwards with exaggerated expressions, staggering several times and almost falling to the ground. How about you spend less time studying bag spiders, dead cockroaches, and vixen eggs, and more time studying transfiguration magic? I can do it now. After a few days of arrests, there were many small iron cages containing elves in the common rooms of each college. Sprout nodded, so they got stuck in the swamp. That's the protective spell I set up in the greenhouse. Sprout couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's not easy to keep them under control." Last time they sneaked into the third greenhouse and seemed to be very interested in the poisonous tentacles. Ah, McGonagall sighed and stroked his forehead. It was not until the two of them retreated to the end of the corridor, holding their stomachs, that they both made faces and quickly escaped from McGonagall's sight. But the elves are different. Their danger level is only XXX. When all the students unite and work together to capture them, they have no choice but to surrender. Sprout turned to look at Vezet. Vezet, what do you think? Are you confident that you can take care of it alone? As the head of Gryffindor, she understood what Fred and George were planning. As a wizard, some minor fights were acceptable, but the special nature of the mandrake itself required her to be cautious. It would be great if it were true. McGonagall coughed twice, trying to suppress the laughter in his throat. I can add more weight to your homework, which is also a way to improve. Fred looked at Sprout and George looked at McGonagall, their eyes full of expectation. When Peeves wants to unleash unrest in the corridor, the elf will let out a shrill laugh and help push down the glittering suits of armor. Mandrake is a magical plant. Its unique magic circuits are worth investing time and conducting comprehensive research on. So she tolerates some behaviors and regulates others. While Filch and Peeves were battling each other, the elves would gather together and capture Mrs. Norris, putting Filch in a dilemma. As people who both liked to play tricks, Peeves and the elves hit it off immediately and joined forces to cause trouble for the students. Ravenclaw Common Room. Vezet discovered that the magic eye, when used in conjunction with the Imperious Curse, was well suited for magical research. What's more, he also has the ancient magic related to it, ancient magic, soul control spell. Calm the soul and control the spirit. He cast the ancient magic, soul control spell to control the elf in the small iron cage in front of him. He still remembered clearly what Lockhart had said before, that the elves had some kind of magical talent that could absorb the emotions of ridicule and transform them into power. The feeling brought by casting ancient magic, soul control spell, is similar to that of casting the Imperious Curse, and he can use this to help him understand the elves. When he used it together with the magic eye, he found that everything in front of him had changed again. Different from the angle from which a bystander observed the magic circuit in the past, this time he seemed to have entered a state of introspection. Just like the descriptions in the novels of my previous life, I could see the meridians in my body through introspection. And he can use the magic eye and ancient magic, soul control spell to see into the magic circuits of the elves. From this perspective, the magic circuits of the elves are more complicated. Some magic circuits are connected to the arms, some to the torso, and some to the shoulder blades. After being baptized by the Mandrake magic circuit, Vezet felt much better when facing the complex magic circuit again, and the dizziness was not particularly obvious. But when he still had to think and record the magic circuit, he still felt a little dizzy, so he grabbed a pen with Luna's help. He felt a breeze coming towards him, carrying with it the delicate fragrance of plants and trees. The soul labyrinth, the guardian meditation method, and the gentle breezes all worked, allowing Vezet to gradually recover and be able to actually pick up a pen to record. The magic circuits of the elves are very complicated. Considering that there is a private lesson at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it is obviously difficult to record all the magic circuits of the elves. So he made his selections, focusing mainly on the shoulder blade area because it was related to the elf's ability to fly. During the recording process, the residual light of the magic eye would occasionally flicker, which was the flicker from the magic circuit. There are hidden magic circuits in the bodies of elves. Vezet had a hunch that perhaps this intermittent magical circuit was the key to the elf's ability to absorb ridicule. Just wanting to capture these flashing magic circuits, it might not be the right time yet. He needs to think of some other ways to make these magic circuits last longer. Call. Vezet let out a long breath and released the magic eye and the ancient magic, soul control spell at the same time. Her body suddenly felt relaxed, followed by a feeling of thirst. There is a cup of steaming floral tea in front of me. In addition to the scent of mint and jasmine, I can also smell a special smell, which should be the smell of fresh white honey. Luna shook the scented tea slowly to spread the fragrance. She immediately realized that Vezet had recovered and handed her a tissue. "You've been sweating a lot, drink some water first." Vezet nodded but didn't pick up the cup immediately. Instead, she looked at Luna. Just as he was about to say something, he happened to see Luna also had a cup in her hand. "This is the secret I just discovered, the secret about the elves," Vezet said, "but some parts may need to be modified." After drinking a cup of scented tea, Vezet felt her energy restored and looked at the magic circuit on her notebook. She said again, "This is a high-level transformation magic and an extremely dangerous transformation magic." His tiger stripes returned to a dark green robe, and his glasses sat firmly on the bridge of his nose. When Vezet saw the ball of yarn in the corner of the table, he felt that Professor McGonagall was not so serious and seemed so kind. Looking at Professor McGonagall's actions, Vezet subconsciously began to think, could it be that Animagus would follow the instincts of living things to some extent? "Come in." Professor McGonagall shook his head, overcame this instinct in an instant, turned around and jumped up. Seeing this, Vezet deliberately increased her footsteps and slowly knocked on the door. "Professor McGonagall, may I come in? The temperature of the floral tea is just right, and the sweetness and floral fragrance are well balanced, making it very delicious." There is no doubt that Professor McGonagall, who usually looks serious, has now transformed into a tabby cat playing with a ball of string. With the help of teacher Luna, Vezet modified the elf's magic circuit, trying to make it match the memory. "Here." Luna stretched out her finger and drew an arc on the paper. "It can be rounder. It will look much better." He did not have Luna's talent for painting. Even if he painted according to the elf's magic circuit, the lines would still not be natural enough and lack a sense of agility. She often has an amazing spirituality when it comes to painting various images. Even if she cannot see the magic circuits, she can still feel the effects of the lines from the lines. Vezet picked up her pen to make some changes. Like this, Professor McGonagall jumped onto the table lightly. The vibration of the table made the ball of yarn roll, and she subconsciously stretched out her fleshy claws. "It can be rounder." Luna took the pen, put her shoulder against his, and drew a beautiful arc. Saying goodbye to Luna, Vezet left the Ravenclaw common room. Before we knew it, the sun outside the castle became even brighter, exuding its passion wantonly. Her body continued to expand in midair and transformed into a human form again. Professor McGonagall was dressed in dark green robes, his face as calm and serious as ever. "Animagus." Professor McGonagall said suddenly, and his body shrank rapidly, turning into a tabby cat. Her dark green robe turned into tiger stripes and her glasses frames turned into spots around her eye sockets. Vezet glanced at the time. He should go find Professor McGonagall. When other people couldn't see the magic circuit, Luna's beautiful feeling of following her feelings was like a treasure to Vezet. Hearing this, Vezet nodded slightly and then picked up the cup. There was a tabby cat squatting on the table. Although its face could not be seen clearly, one of its fleshy paws could be seen rolling a ball of yarn back and forth. Luna leaned her head closer. "These look so free and light, like they can fly." Luna shook the cup gently. "I have one too." "Vezet, what did you notice from my demonstration just now? What is worth noting?" "Go down the moving stairs and you will reach Professor McGonagall's office." The two smiled at each other, held the cups in both hands in a very similar manner, and sipped the scented tea in small sips. "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Vezet thought for a moment and started with the most obvious feature. First, the Animagus's spellcasting characteristics do not require spells or wands. Secondly, it is done at will. The entire transformation process is very flexible. But I think these features should be similar to wandless casting and silent casting. They all require frequent practice to achieve such effects. "Very good," Professor McGonagall nodded in affirmation. "Anything else? There is some information I found." Vezet continued, "Animagus will retain special marks in animal form and the Ministry of Magic will register it. The process of mastering Animagus itself is full of dangerous uncertainties. In addition to regular practice, a little bit of luck is also needed to complete the entire process." Professor McGonagall nodded repeatedly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied expression. She could tell that Vezet had prepared for this very carefully and had found a lot of information related to Animagus. It is not an easy task to piece together relevant content from the fragmentary knowledge in books. In addition to these collated data, Vezet also has some new insights from the conjecture that Professor McGonagall will play with the ball of yarn after becoming a tabby cat. "Professor McGonagall, if you become an animagus, will you have some animal instincts?" "Of course." Professor McGonagall nodded and said, "This is a strange state. You need to overcome this instinct and try not to act according to your instinct. Animal instincts, that's a really amazing perspective. Vezet habitually started to associate, thinking about magic from the perspective of animals. Would there be a different perspective if I could transform into a magical creature such as a fire dragon? What would be the difference between the dragon's breath and the fire spell cast by a wizard? Professor McGonagall's eyelids twitched. She was still surprised by Vizet's divergent thinking. But when it comes to mastering Animagus, she wants Vezet to realize how dangerous it is to have such thoughts. She knocked on the table lightly, looked at Vezet and said seriously, "Vezet, I must reiterate once again that the risks involved in completing the Animagus are quite high." Professor McGonagall waved his wand and summoned a somewhat old parchment scroll. The parchment scroll was slowly spread out on the table, and what came into view was an extremely detailed hand-drawn picture, depicting an image of a monster with a thin body but a huge bull's head. This is a wizard from ancient Greece. Perhaps you can know the name of this wizard from some Muggle stories, Minotaur. He lives on the island of Crete and is an animagus. During a magical experiment, he wants to change himself further and make himself more powerful. Once these preparations are completed, if the second full moon is cloudy or rainy, you will need to start over from the first step. While waiting for the second full moon to arrive, the wizard also needs to prepare various auxiliary materials, including a sufficiently transparent bottle, a teaspoon of dew, and a ghost-faced hawk moth pupa. Her expression was very serious. You have a great talent in transfiguration magic. But when it comes to transfiguration magic, especially animagus, you must be extremely cautious. Vezet combined the hand-drawn picture in front of him with the description in the materials he was looking for and came to a conclusion. Wizards can study various magical creatures and develop magic with similar talents, but there are always some differences between the two. The first step is to hold a mandrake leaf in the mouth. The wizard needs to start from the first full moon and continue until the next full moon, for a whole month. No matter how familiar you are with animagus, if you want to further transform yourself into a magical creature, it will bring unpredictable consequences. If everything goes well, all the materials in the bottle will disappear, leaving only a blood-like liquid, just the right amount to swallow in one gulp. It is difficult for wizards to get to the root of magical creatures, so these differences will be infinitely magnified by the animagus, resulting in irreversible consequences. Professor McGonagall, am I right to understand that the objects that animagus can transform into are limited to ordinary animals? After completing this step, bury the bottle again, making sure that the bottle will not be disturbed in any way. The third step is a long wait, during which you need to take out your wand and point it at your heart and chant the spell Amado, Animad, Animagus at sunrise and sunset. Vezet followed Professor McGonagall and officially began studying animagus. When the storm comes and the first lightning appears in the sky, the wizard needs to immediately go to the place where the bottle is buried and proceed to the fourth step, digging out the bottle. Vizet's mind was moved, thinking back to her experience at noon. To master animagus, one has to face long waits, various uncertainties and tedious steps. It is worth noting that the wizard cannot swallow or spit out the leaves, otherwise he will need to repeat this step at the beginning of the next full moon. Through ancient magic, soul control spell and the magic eye, he looked into the magic circuits of the elf. He wondered if this could be considered as peeking into the essence of magical creatures. This group of wizards wanted to obtain the magical talent of the leopard and tried to transform into a leopard. Unfortunately, their magical transformation failed and they were forced to continue to reproduce in the form of half-human, half-lion. Get to the bottom of it. Not only the Minotaur, but also the Sphinx, which is now defined as a magical creature. There is also a rumor that the Sphinx was transformed by a group of ancient Egyptian wizards. Once the bottle is dug out, or if something unexpected happens and it comes to light, you have to start all over again. The Minotaur set his sights on the Riem bull, but unfortunately his magic experiment failed and he could no longer transform back to his original form. He could only maintain this half-man, half-bull form until the end of his life. This teaspoon of dew requires special care, and only dew that has not been exposed to sunlight, and no living creatures within 7 days can be selected. That's right, this is very important. Professor McGonagall nodded heavily. Now is not the time to think about these things. Laying a solid foundation is the key. If everything goes well, you can proceed to the second step. During the journey, you may feel an abnormal heartbeat, either strong or weak, which is normal. The most important thing is that the wizard must restrain his curiosity. The bottle containing hair will have a strong attraction, constantly tempting the wizard to check what is inside the bottle. The waiting process is extremely long, and choosing a suitable burial location is extremely critical. The wizard would take out the bottle, shine the moonlight on it, and stuff mandrake leaves, pure dew, ghost-faced hawk moth pupae, and the wizard's own hair into it. Professor McGonagall spent a lot of time just sorting out the 4 steps of preparation. Looking at the steps one after another on the notebook, as well as the additional key points and precautions, Vezet couldn't help but sigh that mastering animagus was indeed not an easy task. Vezet considered herself to have a superficial understanding of ritual magic, but she had already mastered the method of casting the water-making spell through studying ritual magic. Therefore, he was able to draw a conclusion based on these steps. This was a complete set of ritual magic. Professor McGonagall cleared his throat and said, "Take a short break." Unlike previous lectures which required question-and-answer interaction, the preparation steps for animagus required detailed explanation of details and key points. Through such a set of complicated ritual magic, the difficulty of the learning process can be greatly reduced, and the safety of the final change step can be improved. After finishing all these preparation steps in one breath, she felt her throat was a little hoarse. Looking at the densely packed contents of Vizet's notebook, she nodded slightly. Isn't it a relief to be able to finish all the content in one breath, and the listeners can completely follow the pace and take enough notes? Professor McGonagall picked up her wand and tapped the table. A set of tea sets soon appeared, with black tea already poured into the teacups, emitting steaming hot tea. She stood up and took out a round iron box from the drawer. Open the lid and you will see a variety of small biscuits inside, among which fish-shaped biscuits are the most common. Black tea and biscuits, this is her favorite afternoon tea combination. When she is free on weekends, she will find Sprout and enjoy the rare leisure time together. Vezet, relax a little. Professor McGonagall put the biscuit box next to the tea set and said kindly, "It's the weekend now, have some tea and some snacks." "Thank you." Vezet picked up the teacup, blew on it, took a sip, and focused on her notebook. "You are also amazing." Professor McGonagall did not hesitate to smile. "I thought we would need a longer class to finish teaching all this. And then there's the matter of timing." Vezet continued, "Ritual magic can use the waxing and waning of the moon to achieve the opposite effect." Vezet nodded. "I've read some books on ritual magic. So Animagus chose 2 full moons also for protection and perfection. From this we can infer. The dew, which has not been touched by any living thing, represents its connection with nature, the purest connection. 7 days is a complete natural cycle which can further enhance this characteristic." Professor McGonagall said expectantly, "I think this can save a lot of time. Please continue." Combining the two can achieve inner cleansing and rebirth, while also providing protection, thereby completing the transformation of the body and soul. And with the help of the special features of the ghost-face hawk moth, we can try to reduce this fear. As a pupa, it also has a protective function. When it becomes an adult, the ghost face will deepen this protection. With enough protective measures, one can understand the soul in the most intuitive way in a relatively safe way. The wizard who can come up with this method is truly amazing. He had already briefly sorted out the preparation steps and listed out the materials that would be needed. "Well, any questions about the materials used?" Professor McGonagall glanced at the notebook. "Pomona told me that you dabbled in ritual magic. And there was a strong emphasis on using the pupa of the Manjuka hawkmoth, which is a moth that is not native to Europe. So the point is that when it becomes an adult, it has a very unique appearance. I think you should be able to see that the entire set of Animagus steps is actually a complete set of ritual magic. It turns out there is such a deeper meaning. It's really amazing," Vezet exclaimed, quickly noting down the key point. "For example, the earliest curse ritual magic needs to be performed after the full moon, and the best time is the new moon." "Oh," Professor McGonagall took a sip of tea. "What do you think is different about this ritual magic?" "Next is the pupa of the hawkmoth." Vezet felt a sudden inspiration. "It is the intermediate stage between caterpillar and adult, and it also represents transformation and rebirth. First of all this." Vezet turned the notebook sideways so that Professor McGonagall could read it. "No contact with sunlight or dew from living creatures for 7 days." She exhaled lightly, picked up a piece of small fish biscuit and chewed it slowly, as if to crush and digest all the distracting thoughts in her mind. Dew itself has the meaning of protection and purification, and 7 is a magical number. In ritual magic, there are rarely such strict requirements that require the use of such pure dew. Perhaps only in Ravenclaw can such excellence be brought into full play. He combined the knowledge he had already acquired and re-examined the materials needed in the preparation steps. "I have nothing to add, it's very complete," Professor McGonagall said with relief, but his tone was a little complicated. The books that Ollivander had recommended before had taught him a lot about potion materials and the intentions behind their use in ritual magic. Vezet frowned slightly, looking at the listed information, and gradually came up with the answer in her mind. And what Vezet is saying now is almost the same as what she deduced. You can understand this far. Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses, a hint of surprise in his tone. She first mastered the animagus, and then began to study this set of steps to deduce the significance of these steps. Professor McGonagall, can I understand it this way? Animagus is not only about exploring external changes, but more importantly, it is about going deep into the inner self. Understanding the soul. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I have a superficial understanding of ritual magic. Vezet nodded. I just think the materials needed are very interesting. And the earliest protective ritual magic can be performed on the night of the full moon or before the full moon. The best time is the full moon. Why is such an excellent student in Ravenclaw? Let me add one more thing, said Professor McGonagall. Only do that is pure and powerful enough can clearly convey the inner will of the wizard and determine the specific image of the animagus. I have summarized the ritual magic I have come into contact with before. Those ritual magics are usually used externally, which is somewhat different from this ritual magic. That skull-like ghost face should be a warning, I think. In the process of transforming from a wizard to an animal, the wizard will naturally feel fear and resistance. Teaching Vezet is a very worry-free thing. For some things, he only needs to be briefly mentioned and he will be able to make associations, integrate the knowledge he has learned, and extend the deeper meaning contained therein. Professor McGonagall originally planned to divide the training into several weeks, slowly leading Vezet to in-depth study, in order to ensure the success of Animagus as much as possible. I didn't expect that in just one class, she had already imparted all the knowledge that could be taught. It just doesn't taste right, as if something is left unsatisfied. Professor McGonagall also understands that on the road of exploring magic, the professor only plays the role of a guide. If one wants to go further on this road, it depends more on the student's exploration and understanding. She just felt that the role of guide seemed too easy, as if she was just a signpost. Vezet just glanced at the road sign and found the corresponding direction and was able to continue exploring. Thinking of this, she stood up again, took out a notebook from the drawer and handed it to Vezet. Professor McGonagall, this is. Vezet took the notebook with both hands, curiosity showing in her eyes. These are some of the thoughts I recorded when I was studying Animagus, said Professor McGonagall. In addition, some of the ideas I had when deriving this ritual magic are also written down in it. Vezet opened the notebook and found that the contents were written in great detail. She also marked her thoughts and experiences with additional colors to distinguish them. Professor McGonagall, this is so precious. He said in surprise, I will do my best to keep this notebook safe and study its contents carefully. He had no way of resisting such a notebook full of magical insights and could only express his gratitude repeatedly. This is what I should do. Professor McGonagall waved his hand. It's still some time before the full moon. You can try the first step first. Besides that, you can proceed to the second step, which is to collect the materials you need. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can always come and ask me. Vezet thanked him again and backed out of Professor McGonagall's office. He solemnly put the notebook into his pocket. Since he wanted to protect it well, he naturally couldn't read it while walking. Hermione's voice sounded, You were in the library just now, too. You followed me and Harry through so many books, but you still couldn't find a way to restore your wand. So Ronald couldn't help himself and said that at least his brother joined the team based on his own merits, rather than sponsoring a new batch of broomsticks. Although he couldn't study Professor McGonagall's new notes while walking, he could study his own notes. The magic wand is flying here. Vezet instantly raised the magic wand, gently lifted it up and held the flying magic wand in her hand. Professor Lockhart's book, A Year with the Snowman, also said that if a wand is broken, it cannot be restored. Even if it is restored, it is only the surface of the wand that is restored. Ronald blushed and stammered, I did the same thing, and then someone, a big Slytherin guy, stepped on me. Vezet was a little tempted, but she didn't know what kind of damage it was. Was there any similarity between it and the damage caused by ancient magical powers? Although the Nimbus Racing Broom Company was established relatively late, it was favored by European professional Quidditch teams for its revolutionary design, the Nimbus 1000. Harry nodded. As the Slytherin team finished talking, Fred and George quietly cast a spell, creating a small mud puddle on the ground. Flint's legs sank into it and he fell to the ground. That Flint, The captain of the Slytherin team definitely has troll blood. He got up from the ground and rushed towards us, screaming like the troll that chased us last year. After that, the Nimbus series of flying brooms continued to be innovated, and the Nimbus series of flying brooms also became the leader in the industry, and their prices were a few cents higher than other flying brooms. Ronald's face turned even redder, almost the same color as his hair. Here's my plan, just use some tape to stick it together and use it for the rest of the year. Harry suggested, how about writing home and asking Mr. Weasley for another one? During this time, Ronald used too much force, and the wand, which was about to break into two pieces, drew a shaky curve in the air. As an avid Quidditch fan, Wood has always dreamed of winning the championship. Harry and Ronald used their hands and feet to try their best to recreate the fierce battle at that time. Harry gestured the appearance of Nimbus 2001 while recounting what happened this morning. Vezet, Harry trotted over, you know what, the Slytherin team has changed their equipment. Everyone has the latest Nimbus 2001, but before he did anything he still had to ask, Ronald, what are you going to do with this wand? Harry said, Slytherin's new seeker is Malfoy and his father provided those brooms. Compared to the wands that were destroyed by ancient magic power, most of the magic circuits in this wand are intact in their broken form, and there is a theoretical possibility of repair. He cast Magic Eye and observed Ronald's wand to see if there was any problem with the internal magic circuit. Ronald added some details on the side. They definitely won't buy it for me. Ronald's voice became desperate. I broke my wand because of a fight. Mom will definitely say that I deserved it. Vezet spread the wand in her palm. Both magic and external forces will damage the wand. The wand is actually very fragile. After all, its main components are only the wand body and the wand core. Vezet looked at Ronald's dangling wand. And then, you guys started fighting and you broke your wand. Ronald was holding a magic wand in his hand. The wand was broken in the middle. Inside was a thin unicorn tail hair, which was holding the other half of the wand with difficulty, preventing the wand from breaking completely in two. A damaged wand. Surprisingly, the Slytherin team seemed to have the same idea. They came to the stadium with Snape's signature note, intending to train the new seeker. The Slytherin team showed off their Nimbus 2001s and made fun of Fred and George's brooms, saying they were for sweeping floors. Vezet smiled and said, that's really deep pockets. Harry and his voices were getting closer. Generally speaking, competition brooms are rarely used in house Quidditch matches because these brooms are usually faster and it still takes talent and practice to truly control them. He thought of a training plan during the summer vacation and planned to start training a week in advance in order to win at the starting line. He turned the corner of the corridor and heard Ronald's voice from a distance. His tone sounded a little frustrated. Hermione, don't you know how to fix it? Vezet looked at the broken wand and explained patiently, Ronald, if you just use tape to stick it together, it will easily cause the wand to flash back. Wand backfire. Ronald's face instantly faded when he heard this word, and his voice was trembling. So it's possible for wand backfire. Hermione and Harry looked confused and didn't know why Ronald suddenly behaved like this. Harry scratched his head and asked, what does it mean when a wand flashes back? Is it terrible? Of course it's scary. Ronald swallowed his saliva. Haven't you heard about it? A magic wand backfired and was eaten by worms. A magic wand backfired and was burned by fire. He recited several slangs about wand backfire like a limerick. I grew up hearing these. Anyway, they are very dangerous. Hermione and Harry grew up in a modern city, so they found Ronald's slang difficult to understand. Hermione frowned, trying to understand the slang. So, if the wand backfires, it will be eaten by worms and then burned by fire. Is that what you mean? Do you know what a short circuit is? Vezet smiled, thought for a moment, and explained it in another way. The kind where the wires are not connected correctly, causing them to suddenly spark, and then the wires will burn and the appliances may be burned. Hermione's brows relaxed. Then I understand. So it was a short circuit. Harry suddenly realized Uncle Vernon tried to fix the electricity himself before, and he set the refrigerator on fire. Later they blamed me for this, saying it was because of all the weird things that happened around me that the refrigerator got burned. Ronald became curious. Short circuit. Your electrical appliances actually have magic and can catch fire. The magic called technology is the result of their wisdom, Vezet explained. Electric appliances can achieve the effect of preserving or baking through electricity. However, electrical appliances can also have accidents, and the consequences are similar to wand backfire and can be life-threatening, so be careful when attempting this. Ronald scratched his head, not quite understanding. It sounds interesting. No wonder Dad is so obsessed with it. Vezet returned to the previous topic, Ronald, regarding the repair of this wand, can I have a try? Ronald's eyes widened and his tone was urgent. Can you help me fix it? For wizards, the wand is a very important tool. Especially for young wizards who are still studying in magic schools, the wand is an indispensable item and is required for the study of most subjects. It's very difficult to repair a wand 100%. Vezet shook her head slightly. I can only try my best to repair it and make it safe. At least it won't backfire. That's great, Ronald nodded repeatedly. Is there anything I can do to help you? I will definitely help you. No need. Vezet waved her hand. Repairing the wand is very interesting in itself and is worth studying. The reason why he wanted to try to repair the wand was mainly to review the knowledge of wand making and to verify some associations. Learning new things is certainly important, but reviewing old knowledge is also something that needs to be done continuously. Whether it is animagus or wand making, they are both wonders of the magical world, and he wants to master them firmly and digest them completely. He then asked, "What's your first class on Monday?" Hermione answered immediately, "Herbology class, that's plenty of time." Vezet nodded, "Then I'll take it with me. If you need anything, be sure to call me." Ronald was a little excited, "Even if I don't understand. I will get Fred and the others to solve it together." "Okay." Vezet waved her hand and walked towards the moving stairs. At the corner of the corridor, he met another acquaintance, Draco, who was still wearing his Quidditch uniform. When he and Draco looked at each other, Draco's shoulders jumped as if he was frightened. Vezet nodded slightly and said, "Good afternoon, Draco. Just finished training." "Yes, the speed of the Nimbus 2001 is very fast." Draco's face was still flushed with excitement. Vezet, do you need a new broom? I remember that." Perhaps thinking of the conflict that morning, he did not say anything further. "Thank you." Vezet smiled slightly. "I quite like the previous flying broom. After all, I have been using it for a whole school year and I am used to it." Draco's smile was a little awkward. "Well, that's true." Ronald watched Vezet leave and put his arm around Harry's shoulder. "Harry, let's go back and play wizard chess." Of course he believed in Vizet's ability and that everything would be fine by Monday. Harry nodded knowingly. "Have you finished your homework?" Hermione raised her eyebrows. "I wanted to urge you to do your homework last night. You said you would do it today. If you had gone to the library with me to study in the morning, your wands might not have been stepped on and broken." Ronald and Harry opened their mouths and stopped hugging each other. "How about? Go back to the common room and do your homework now." "Well, I need to learn more too." Hermione nodded solemnly, frowning as she considered something. "Vezet knows so much, I still have to keep working on it. You guys go back first. I'll go borrow some books from Madame Pince." Ronald watched Hermione leave, then looked at Harry and asked worriedly, "She's been in the library for most of the day. It seems she didn't even have lunch." Harry asked, "I still have a few packets of chocolate frogs. Can you give them to her?" Ronald nodded. "Okay." Repairing a wand's broken magic circuit is like tying a rope, and it requires meticulousness and patience. Vezet redesigned a set of steps to repair magic wands based on the process of making magic wands. First, use the repair spell to restore the wand body, and then start connecting the magic circuit inside it. During this process, the wand body needs to be adjusted, the length of the wand body needs to be shortened, and the magic circuit inside the wand needs to be relaxed. If the magic circuit inside the wand is too tight, it will easily cause the wand to be damaged again, and it will be difficult to repair it a second time. The repair process went smoothly, and Vezet even had time to say goodnight to Luna before leaving the common room again to start a new round of night tour. Just as he was relying on original force, Obscurus Elementary, to freely fall on the moving stairs, he heard a strange sound. "Tear." It was a voice full of coldness and malice, and even though it only passed by his ears, he could feel its true meaning. Vezet was sure that this was definitely not the cry of the mandrake. Vezet turned and flew up a distance, arriving at the corridor outside Lockhart's office, where he had just heard the sound. He adjusted his breathing, cast the guardian meditation, and released the ancient magic shield, trying to hear clearly what the voice said. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of a silver needle falling to the ground. In such a quiet environment, some movements inside Hogwarts Castle were magnified. Vezet seemed to hear the meowing of a cat. The only cat that would meow so late at night was probably Mrs. Norris. Magic wand, someone actually left their wand behind. "Let me try the magic experience in the quick spell casting course." "Lumos, why doesn't it work? Damn it, this is a stuffed toy." This was the frustrated voice of Filch, the janitor. There was a sound of chuff-chuff laughter which sounded like Fred and George's voices. You can also hear the sound of metal colliding, which seems to be the sound of Peeves knocking over the armor. I'm really good, great, I'm really good, good, I'm really awesome, awesome, Gilderoy is awesome. I'm really capable, capable, I'm really talented, talented, I'm great, great. Gilderoy is great. Vezet shuddered as if she was mentally contaminated and subconsciously cancelled the Guardian meditation method. In an office not far away, Lockhart was singing loudly, and the portraits were not idle either, singing along to complete the chorus. The cold and vicious voice did not appear again, and Vezet even doubted whether she was hallucinating. Our time is engraved here. Vezet chanted a spell towards the mahogany cabinet. With a clicking sound, the gears on the mahogany cabinet began to turn and turned into a metal door that slowly opened. Practice makes perfect. Vezet quickly walked down the stairs, passed through the room that looked like a warehouse, and with the help of the magic eye, found the dancing silver blue light in the corner. Pulling up the silver blue light, a tall and imposing mirror appeared in front of him. Vezet walked through the mirror and went down along the platform inside the mirror and saw the exquisite bronze door again. He did not stop and went down a short flight of stairs until he came to a small platform. A steep cliff like a screen appeared in front of us, and it went straight into the abyss like a screen. If we looked down for a few more seconds, it seemed that we would be swallowed by the abyss. The cliffs extend from the abyss to the sky, like a sharp blade extending straight upwards, and you can vaguely see the brilliant starry sky outside. Some starlight seemed to be attracted by the cliff, and the faint light it emitted fell on it, finally stopping on a platform and illuminating the outline of the platform's door. Vezet narrowed her eyes slightly and saw countless exquisite reliefs on the door. The branch-like reliefs extended directly above the door and converged into a huge vortex-like crystal. The crystal was the size of a human head, with a faint silver-blue light swirling and flowing within it, looking extremely lazy. Vezet raised her wand, and the Obscurus pumped out ancient magic power, which flew along the tip of the wand toward the crystal. The silver-blue light in the crystal seemed to be awakened, and the light flowed suddenly faster. The platform under Vizet's feet trembled slightly, and a bronze road extended outward, connecting to the platform on the opposite side. You better be careful. You can't delay your studies. He swung his wand and threw his battle axe to the other side, heading straight for the armored man holding a two-handed sword. Two more ancient magic armors appeared on both sides of the platform. After Vezet dealt with them, he noticed a niche in the cliff beside him. He cast Original Power, Silent State Elementary, and his body floated in the air. Another flash of lightning appeared and all the armor in the hall disappeared. Bits of ancient magical power gathered together and merged into the door in the middle of the niche. These armors quickly launched an attack. One of them took the lead and threw the battle axe in his hand suddenly, making a whistling sound in the air. The battle axe instantly slashed into the chest of the greatsword armor, and the armor suddenly exploded while trembling, turning into stars of ancient magic power. The obscure core pumped out ancient magical power, which gathered into an extremely dazzling lightning, bombarding the armor that had lost its weapon, directly annihilating it. The style of the armor was very familiar to Vezet. The armor was powered by ancient magic, and a soft silver-blue light flowed through the seams of the armor. Ancient magic, instant shield, laugh. The battle axe was affected by the summoning spell, breaking free of its original inertia and flying towards Vezet again. The man in armor swung the greatsword in his hand, trying to protect the weapon in front of him. The middle of the door slowly opened, revealing a new platform. Another piece of the map in her mind was lit up, and Vezet collected the ancient magical power and entered the hall behind the door. Vizet's eyes quickly scanned the four suits of armor. With the help of the Guardian meditation method, he had come up with a corresponding countermeasure. In order to prevent any accidents and not miss Snape's private lessons, he did not walk directly on the bronze road, but floated to the opposite platform. Vizet's fingers turned into a devil's net, and like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, they moved quickly on the ground and soon entangled the feet of the two armored bodies, pulling them together. There are two left. Ansas. The hall is equally magnificent, with various relief decorations everywhere, as well as 4 niches containing armor. In the center of these 4 niches, there is a closed door. The power of the ancient magic at the core of the Obscurus was pumped out, hidden within the axe by Vezet. Ancient magic armor holds various weapons, either a two-handed sword, a mace, a battle axe, or a war hammer. Vizet's time was limited, so he ignored the contents of the box and continued deeper into the Guardian's chamber. Maybe Serena and the others are hiding here. He had a safe journey along the way. The silver-blue light on the crystal was as bright as a torch, flickering slightly as if welcoming his arrival. Vezet twisted her wand slightly and used ancient magic. Swift thunder to dodge the mace that came in front of her, thus putting some distance between herself and the remaining 3 suits of armor. There is an exquisitely carved metal box in the alcove. Through the gaps, you can vaguely see a faint light contained in it, which seems to be the light of crystal. He raised his wand, and the magic barrier instantly opened up, colliding with the flying battle axe, making a deep and heavy sound. Ancient magic, throwing mastery. He planned to explore this place thoroughly before making other plans. Ancient magic, self-shaping devil's web, the battle axes flying. The moment Vezet stepped into the hall, the armor in the alcove began to vibrate. Amid the sound of metal clashing, they stood up and ran towards him quickly. Ansas, Vezet did not give the armor this chance. He took the initiative to ignite the hidden ancient magic power, and the battle axe burst into a silver-blue light. There are quite a few ancient magic armors here, and in the niches in some corners there are also several metal boxes, which seem to contain various magic materials. Vezet defeated the 8 armors again and finally saw a different room. In the center of the room is a peculiarly shaped stone pillar, above which floats an open notebook, similar in style to the former Wizard's Field Guide. Vezet approached the stone pillar and discovered that it was a stone basin, filled with a silver substance that looked extremely thick, flowing vaguely yet somewhat deftly. He did not try to touch the silver liquid, but instead looked at the floating book. On the open pages of the book, there are lines of handwriting from Selena, which are her messages. You can come here, which means you have passed the test from the armor. How do you feel? Are those armors easy to deal with? When I first became a guardian, I also experienced torture from these big guys. But this can be considered an interesting experience, right? After you defeated those armors, you should have seen a lot of boxes, right? You can use those as you please. They are the rewards for defeating the armors. The stone basin below the notebook is what is called a pensive. I think as a Ravenclaw, you should understand what a pensive is used for. Isaiah will be like a worm, sneaking around in the world for so long that they must be rich, so you must be polite and don't have to save money for them. There is a memory in this notebook that records an interesting spiritual magic. You can choose freely to see when to use this memory. Also, if you want to come here next time, you can just go through this notebook. It's a reusable portkey, which should save you a lot of time. When Vezet finished reading the messages, the words on the messages slowly disappeared and gathered into a silver thread, which was like smoke and slowly floated above the notebook. Vezet recalled the message just now, put her hands on the stone basin, and a thoughtful light flashed in her eyes. The pensive, this is a magical item used to view memories. It allows one to experience the contents of the memory from a third-person perspective, as if one were actually there. Because memory itself is highly subjective, if one does not have a strong enough inner self to experience the memory personally, one will often be affected by this subjective nature. There are generally 3 ways to avoid being influenced by this kind of personal subjectivity. The first is to actively fight back by protecting oneself through magic such as brain occlumency, and to weaken the influence of personal subjectivity as much as possible. The second is that when the caster retrieves the memory, he consciously processes it, so that the memory becomes pure and reduces the influence of personal subjectivity in advance. The third method is to change the meditation bowl itself, so that it can protect the user and avoid personal subjective influences at the source. Vezet himself constructed a soul maze, and he also practiced brain occlumency, and now he has mastered it, which can avoid being affected by the memory itself. He took out his wand and tapped the silver thread. The thread trembled slightly but remained firmly attached to the tip of the wand. This memory contains a certain kind of spiritual magic. He was very curious about this unknown magical knowledge. The man looked a little sad and was writing a note and trying to cast a spell, as if he was conducting some kind of magical experiment. The moment he came into contact with the silver fluid, he felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. Vezet felt his body lose weight again. When he came to his senses, the scene around him returned to normal, with a slightly rippling silver fluid in front of him. Vezet also wrote down these ideas, intending to try them out when conditions permit in the future. The pensive is a profound magical item. To make a qualified pensive, one must be extremely skilled in making magical items. Through the coordination of spells and casting gestures, the man finally completed the magic and extracted a wisp of silver thread that was as ethereal as smoke. He let out a long breath and once again marveled at the wonder of magic. When the silver thread left his temple and fluttered gently at the tip of the wand, the sadness on the man's face disappeared, and he felt relieved. This magic is not just as simple as extracting memories. If it can be combined with ancient magic, mind transfer spell, it may produce many interesting effects. Vezet continued to ponder the extraction of memory charm, which led to a number of ideas. He observed the man's expression, and through the incantation and intonation, tried to understand the idea behind the memory extraction charm. Only by knowing more can you implement the ideas in your heart. To achieve this effect, the meditation basin also needs to be improved, and he also needs to master the method of making the meditation basin. In this way, perhaps people who use the meditation basin can experience a movie or a story as if they were there. Magic, there is really no end to learning. The spell for the memory extraction charm is somewhat similar to the spell for the oblivion charm. It was as if his feet left the ground and entered the meditation basin, where he kept moving and falling. At the top of the notebook, the name of this magic was written, Memory Extraction Charm. Vezet just stared at the man, watching him adjust the pitch and rhythm over and over again, trying to cast the spell over and over again. The process of taking notes is also a process of digestion and understanding. Obviously, the original intention of the man to create this magic was to get rid of sadness and not want to be affected by sad memories anymore. There were torches hanging on both sides of the room, but the flickering flames did not bring much light, making the room look a little dim. Thinking about it this way, he still has a lot to learn. Compared to the forgetfulness charm, at the end of casting the memory spell, you need to place the tip of the wand against your temple and then slowly move it away from your temple. Vezet dipped the tip of the wand into the meditation basin. The silver thread seemed to be dissolved, turning into an ink-like liquid that slowly dissipated in the meditation basin. The spell of this mental magic is remove the soul and remove the memory, which is similar to the pronunciation of the forgetfulness spell, forget everything, except that the pronunciation at the end needs to be dragged out longer. For example, if we make certain modifications to the memory and then combine it with the meditation basin, can we achieve the effect of a body-sensing movie? This is a very wonderful perspective, as if he is the creator of the magic going through the process of creating magic from scratch. He quickly took out his notebook and wrote down everything he had just seen and heard, as well as his learning experience. It was an interesting experience to be able to learn a certain kind of magic so intuitively. Before she knew it, Vezet was in a room made of stone. About 10 steps in front of Vezet stood a man dressed in extremely retro clothes. He leaned down and slowly lowered his face into the silvery fluid in the pensive. At the end of the pensive room, an entire wall looks like a mirror. The mirror was magical, and instead of reflecting the scene behind Vezet, it showed a deserted stairwell. Vezet habitually cast the spell Ancient Magic, self-shaping Devil's Web, and after a brief exploration, she passed through the mirror and entered the abandoned stairwell. Compared to the warehouse room, which is still kept clean and tidy, this stairwell is obviously not maintained. The stone stairs leading upwards were damaged in many places, with broken bricks and stones scattered all over the ground. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground, and spider webs hung from the ceiling. Vezet looked at the ground and simply took 2 steps, and the dust on the ground was already raised. I'm afraid if we take a few more steps, we can create a misty effect. He walked up the broken stone steps, not clearing the dust from the stairwell for the sake of privacy. Before pulling the door and leaving the stairwell, he cast a repair spell to erase the footprints on the ground and try to keep everything as it was. Vezet suddenly had an idea. Perhaps those guardians who entered the stairwell had similar thoughts, which caused the dust in the stairwell to accumulate more and more. Outside the stairwell, there is a spiral staircase leading upwards. At the top stands a statue with floating flames dancing on it, emitting a bright yellow light. Occasionally, on both sides of the spiral staircase, there would be a few candlesticks, with flames also flickering on them. The number of candles has not decreased and no wax has been produced. Vezet also developed a keen interest in these candlesticks. If few people come here, and the flame has never gone out, it must be a magical flame. How interesting. How do you keep the flame burning? What kind of magic is used? What are the spells and gestures? Maybe it's ritual magic, or maybe the candlestick is a magic prop. In an instant, many thoughts came into his mind. He reached into his pocket to make sure the new notebook was still in his pocket. With the notebook in hand, it would be relatively easy for him to return to the pensive room and study these magical flames later. Walking up the spiral staircase, Vezet discovered that the statue was very unique in shape. It was shaped like 4 human-faced goats with their tails pressed against each other. He gently pushed open the door at the end of the spiral staircase and entered a room that was also covered in dust and cobwebs. Bookshelves and cabinets of various styles are placed against the walls, and strange-looking masks are hung on the walls. The bookshelves were crammed full of books, and the piles on the floor were hung with cobwebs. On the mahogany bookcase directly opposite is a transparent cover with an upside-down stuffed bat inside. There were many books here, one of which was a stack so crooked that it almost reached the ceiling. Right above the mahogany cabinet, there is a painting of a wizard wearing a red pointed hat, nodding his head continuously as if he is dozing off. Vezet slowed down her pace and tiptoed away from the painting to prevent the wizard in the painting from waking up and causing any noise. This should be a room for storing miscellaneous items. Various things can be seen everywhere on both sides of the slightly crowded passage. There are not only rusty armor, dusty porcelain, globes, desk lamps, telescopes, but even wooden mechanisms similar to torture instruments. It wasn't until Vezet pushed open another door that he really knew what area of Hogwarts he was in. This is actually the restricted books section. The room with the pensive, "It's great that we can be here." He couldn't help but smile. If this happened, he would have to go out at night more often. Vezet rarely goes into the restricted books area. The air here is a bit weird with all kinds of smells mixed together. Some smell like rust, some smell like coagulated blood, some smell like moss and soil, and some smell like burnt eggs. Compared to the books in the public area outside, the books in the restricted area are obviously more restless. Some cabinets are more like cages than bookshelves. The books inside are like gladiators, hitting the bookshelves again and again, trying to gain freedom. Some books are so ferocious that they even need to be locked with chains and then firmly fixed to the bookcase. Despite this, the books did not give up struggling, and the bookcase continued to shake and make crackling noises. The most toxic magic, the secret of cutting-edge black magic, powerful potion, the untold history of magic, secrets in the shadows, the rise of the dark wizards. Develop yourself and engrave runes in your internal organs. Empty his head and take in the delicious pain, Merlin Ambrosius said so. In the restricted area, a large portion of the books are closely related to black magic. Just like the book The Most Toxic Magic, Vezet could clearly feel the strange touch when she held it in her hands. The cover seems to be made of human skin, which is extremely cold, but you can feel the beating of blood flowing through your veins. In the book The Most Poisonous Magic, he saw two familiar black magics, the Sickness Curse and the Hanging Curse. Now that she had the book in her hands, there was no reason for Vezet to put it down. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and finished reading the entire volume of The Most Poisonous Magic. After making sure that the corresponding book appeared in his mind, he put it back on the bookshelf. He collected all the books that did not require unchaining and could be taken and read, and arranged them all in his mind, reaping great rewards. In addition to books related to the dark arts, there are also some books related to magical animals, which makes Vezet feel like she has opened her eyes. Compared with modern wizards, ancient wizards' exploration of the magical world was obviously more crazy. Not only will they study magic by observing magical animals, they will study magic directly with them. Through some sudden inspiration, wizards combine themselves with magical animals and quickly gain some kind of magical talent. This combination may be to perform ritual magic, to seize the magical gifts of magical creatures, or they could combine in a simpler and more crude way so that the offspring could acquire some kind of magical talent. Books that share relevant experiences can be found everywhere in the banned books area. In fact, the success rate of this kind of research is not high. Only a few wizards can achieve their goals. More wizards will lose themselves and give birth to new magical creatures. Some of these magical creatures are only short-lived, leaving behind a mythological illusion for muggles. But if they can reproduce and survive, they will become a new species of magical animal like the Sphinx. Vezet increasingly understood the significance of the restricted book section. Some books were indeed not suitable for reading too early. It was easy to be influenced by some ideas and make some crazy moves. Faced with this taboo knowledge, Vezet would naturally not try it easily. There are people around him who are worth caring about. A lot of people who are worth caring about. At least you need to have more means to avoid the risks of magic experiments before you can truly study these things. Therefore, his current plan is to focus related research on the theoretical level for the time being. If there is a suitable opportunity, you can consult knowledgeable professors to accumulate more experience and prepare for real research in the future. In addition to books related to black magic, the restricted section has many more surprises for Vezet. He found a normal book on one of the relatively normal bookshelves, the Book of Spells. Based on the fire dragon leather cover of the book, as well as the handwriting and signature inside, he speculated that the book should be the original, which is why it was kept in the restricted area. This spell book allows you to use some less basic spells, making your life richer, safer, and more colorful. This is the first sentence inside, and there is a signature below, Miranda Goshawk. Miranda Goshawk is also a student at Hogwarts. The birth of the Book of Spells was a milestone. It was a huge success once it was released and sparked discussions among wizards. Many magic schools abandoned their original spell textbooks and chose the Book of Spells as their new textbook. The Book of Spells was published in the 1950s, which is also a noteworthy time point. If you combine it with major events in the wizarding world, you'll find something interesting. The wizarding world, which has experienced the Wizarding World War, is more able and willing to accept new things. This book not only contains the fire-making spell, the cutting spell, the descaling spell, the unlocking spell, the summoning spell, the water-making spell, etc., magic that Vezet has already mastered. It also records more complex and difficult-to-master magic such as the Shield Charm, the Shattering Charm, and the Patronus Charm. In addition, students who have read this book have recorded some additional magic in the margins of the book. For example, there is a magic spell called the Bubble Head Charm, which can create a bubble around the head to allow breathing underwater or to assist breathing in dirty environments. Other magic spells similar to the Bubble Head Curse include the Disillusionment Curse, the Duplication Curse, and the Volley Bullets Curse, all of which are very worth studying. The Book of Spells in her mind only retained the original contents, so Vezet quickly took out her notebook and copied down all the notes and spells in the book for easy reference later. After doing all this, he left the restricted books area with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. As we entered the public area of the library, there were more portraits around us. It was already late at night and the portraits did not open their eyes. They were all nodding and snoring. Allahu hole open. Vezet tapped the door lock and with a click the door of the library slowly opened. He walked out of the door quickly and cast a spell on the door lock again, repair it as before. There was another click sound and the door was locked again. Fred and Mrs. Norris seemed to be struggling, and as Filch's footsteps approached, the noise in the corridor not far away became more and more chaotic. "Haha," Fred just responded with a weird laugh. The noise in the corridor became quieter and Filch's triumphant voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, I finally caught you, 3 years, I've been waiting for this day for 3 years, you're finished." "No problem, my dearest Delian." Vezet bumped into Fred, who asked in surprise, "Vezet, why are you here too? Give back Marcus, give back Delian, who are you planning to frame?" Filch asked angrily, "Which college are they from?" Fred rolled his eyes and turned around again, planning to go back the same way. "Hide quickly and wait until Filch catches me, then you can sneak away." Before Vezet could answer, Fred immediately smiled wickedly. "Oh, good news, you are worthy of being my dear materials consultant." At this moment, the first thing Fred thought of was to help Vezet lure Filch away to avoid Vezet being caught and deducted points. The deep meaning of this is self-evident. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I've caught you anyway. Filch didn't care and continued, "I will definitely send you to Professor McGonagall and let her punish you. Oh my, after 2 years this cat is still as strong as ever. Joe, Marcus, run over there." At the same time, Vezet also rushed over and appeared at the other end of the corridor. This was a little trick he learned from the annotations of the Book of Spells, and it just came in handy. Mrs. Norris's calls were getting closer. Although George and Fred like to play pranks, they are rarely caught or penalized, which is why they are liked by most Gryffindor students. Whatever the motive, Vezet didn't want Fred to exonerate him in this way. Filch's voice was exasperated. "You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. I'll catch you, I'll put you in detention." If he wanted to have a more enjoyable and burden-free night tour, or even bring more people with him, dealing with Filch the gatekeeper was a necessary step. George's eyes widened, then turned into a smile. "Great. As expected of my dear material consultant, night tour are so much fun, you finally get it." A sharp cat cry was heard, followed by slightly chaotic footsteps. He still didn't wait for Vezet to speak and ran away with a wink. Before leaving, he put his hand on his forehead and shook it gently to say goodbye. "Bye. There's another person. The one who looks like you, whose name is George or Fred. If you want to save him, come out quickly. I have your brother in my hands." Just then, cheerful laughter suddenly came from the other side. It was the voices of the Weasley twins. "Meow, congratulations." Fred was out of breath, but one could still hear the joy in his tone. "Only when we first entered school could you catch us, hee. These methods not only involve communication and coordination, but also various magics. At least 2 sets of methods can be prepared." George would not abandon Fred and immediately appeared at the end of the corridor. "Wow, you are so good at playing tricks now, it seems you have really improved." Filch looked around and said with great joy, "What a novelty, I never expected there would be another person." It's really great. It is indeed very pleasing to be able to provide joy without causing any trouble. Thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, especially the things related to Filch, he ran towards Fred while thinking of a way to solve the problem once and for all. Meow, number. If you're arrested, it won't be easy to ask you to prove our innocence later. Meow. As expected of twins, the two brothers speak in very similar ways. Vezet thought so and slowly approached Filch. Mrs. Norris seemed to sense danger. She arched her back, her hair stood on end, and made threatening, gurgling sounds in her throat. What do you want to do? Filch realized something was wrong. He seemed to have changed from a hunter to a prey. Vezet observed Filch's performance and changed her tone while thinking. Mr. Filch, he imitated Professor Snape's voice, which was gloomy and cold, with a hint of contempt and arrogance. In Vizet's opinion, this was the most suitable tone for the current scene. Professor Snape's voice was still quite oppressive. It's 3 against 2 now. What do you think? What can we do? Achoo. Snape opened his eyes and sneezed loudly. His sleep quality has never been good since the owl exam. As long as you don't use potions to assist, it's easy to wake up from sleep for no apparent reason. He had experienced many similar situations where he was suddenly woken up by a small noise like a sneeze, so he was not surprised. Especially after Harry Potter entered school, the probability of him sneezing increased sharply. Snape shouted in a low voice, 1-point deduction from Gryffindor. Arriving at the office, his eyes fell on the Horcrux. He waved his wand and sent a few earthworms to Horcrux's side. He watched Horcrux devour the earthworms bit by bit, and then he began to feel sleepy bit by bit. Wow, Fred and George whistled in unison with a hint of surprise in their voices. What a familiar tone. They also imitated Professor Snape's tone. Filch, it's 3 against 2 now, what do you think? What can we do? What are you going to do? Filch shouted at the top of his voice. Although his voice sounded tough, his eyes were vague. He has been used to dealing with students for many years, so he naturally won't soften his tone easily. Why don't we get back to the source? Talk about what happened tonight. Vezet took a few steps forward, wand already in hand. The magic wand tapped lightly on the outside of the thigh, making a dull, crackling sound that intertwined with the unhurried footsteps, bringing a different kind of depression. Filch didn't say anything, but there was a hint of cowardice in his eyes. Vezet looked Filch straight in the eye. Mr. Filch, solving the problem is the key, right? George fumbled in his pocket with exaggerated movements and pulled out 2 envelopes. Do you want the letter in this parchment envelope, or the letter in this purple envelope? Vezet already had a more complete understanding of what happened tonight. Could it be possible to obtain some kind of potion from Snape through Vezet that would allow the squib to cast spells? Filch looked at the 3 people who had blocked the corridor, and his wandering gaze finally fell on George. Tell him to hand over the letter. What happened tonight? I will pretend it never happened. George shook his hands exaggeratedly. Phew, that was a close call. It almost bit my hand. I will hang you on the wall and beat you with a whip again and again, and I won't stop until your skin is torn and your flesh is broken. Thinking of this, Filch gritted his teeth, as if he had some hope but was afraid of being disappointed again. Coupled with Vizet's tone at the moment, the deep meaning contained in it made Filch feel a little amused. When he saw the magic wand at night, he was so excited that he held it in his hand immediately and tried to use the magic lighting spell. Meow. But Snape is the potion's master, and Vezet goes to Snape's office every week. What do you want to say? You know everything. The fierceness in Filch's eyes did not disappear, but his tone became even tougher. He knew that Vezet was a somewhat mysterious student. The professors of other subjects were fine, but even Snape looked at Vezet differently. Don't be so excited. Fred shook his head and said, have you forgotten what the situation is now? We have one more person than you. He forced out a voice through his teeth. Is there any way that you can really let me cast magic? That's right. Fred twisted his body, struggling to get rid of Filch's restraints, stood up with a smile and said with his hands on his hips, we have the advantage now. As werewolves at the bottom of the wizarding world, they can be freed from their violent bloodthirstiness with the help of potions. So can the squibs be changed by potions and thus have the ability to cast spells. So this is what you want. George suddenly realized and shook the envelope in his hand. No wonder you called me out just now. It was for this. George said in a strange tone. Vezet, don't be so polite in this tone, it sounds weird. Filch stared at the purple envelope and threatened viciously. Give it to me, otherwise you're done. Mr. Filch, please note. Vezet shook her head slightly and corrected Filch's statement. I said mastering magic, not performing magic. Potions are widely used in the wizarding world. Filch learned from the Daily Prophet that someone had invented a potion called Wolfsbane Potion that could restore sanity to a transformed werewolf. Vezet knew about the quick spellcasting course, a correspondence course offered by a magic company to help adult wizards improve their magical abilities. He knew that he was a squib. If he could really master magic, he would not have become a janitor at Hogwarts and endured the bullying of these students. Combined with the letter about the speed spell lessons and the commotion caused by George, Fred, Filch, and Mrs. Norris. It's not important what you know, what's important is that you. Vezet didn't answer and continued to ask in a gloomy and contemptuous tone, do you want to master magic? Filch really couldn't be sure whether Vizet's so-called mastery of magic was true. Ahem. Vezet coughed twice and waved at George. Mr. Filch, do you want to master and use magic? Before Fred could finish his words, Mrs. Norris suddenly jumped up, bit the purple envelope, and held it in Filch's hand. Since Filch won't say anything, then we have to tell him. Vezet, do you know what this letter is? Haha, it's a speed spell casting course. Filch, you misunderstood us. We are here to help you, George continued. This course is of no use to you. After all, you are. Filch froze, his eyes flickering and a little confused, thinking about what Vezet meant. I have signed up for a quick mantra chanting course now because I want to try it again and see if there is a miracle. However, the reality is cruel. As a squib, he does not have any magical talent. Are you kidding me? Filch wanted to say this, but he was so eager to cast a spell that he resisted the urge. Moreover, although Vizet's tone was oppressive, her address was very respectful and she kept calling him Mr. Filch. Most people in the school addressed him directly. After thinking it over, Filch swallowed his saliva, softened his tone, and asked hurriedly, what do you mean? Fred was extremely surprised. Oh my, so you can speak normally, this is really amazing. Indeed. George nodded in agreement. I thought you were always bad-tempered and mean after you were born. Vezet asked, Mr. Filch, if I remember correctly, your daily job, besides emphasizing the importance of school rules, is to clean the castle, right? Wrong. Fred raised his hand and said, Vezet, you are too polite. How can that be called emphasizing the importance of school rules? He's obviously looking for trouble on purpose. George nodded in agreement. Last time that kid named Creevy was almost caught by him and Creevy didn't do anything. Shut up. Filch glared at Fred and George nodded and said, that's right, my job is to maintain school rules and clean the castle. Fred and George cried out, ouch, then maybe you can try this. Please wait. Vezet took out a piece of paper from her pocket and began to cast a spell on it, clean up. The piece of paper kept changing in his hand, gradually swelling up and becoming darker in color, and soon it turned into a magic wand. Filch had been fooled by a fake wand earlier. Now that he saw the birth of another fake wand, he could not help but resist subconsciously. Will it become a toy in the end? It will turn back into a note, but the effect will be different. Vezet shook her head and handed over the fake wand. Mr. Filch, you can try it. What should I do? Filch's voice was a little hoarse and the hand holding the wand shook. Regardless, as a squib, he still had an immense desire to perform magic. Master the magic. Vezet repeated again, hold the wand completely with your palm, just like casting a spell normally. Excuse me, do you know the casting gesture of the descaling charm? Of course I know, I also know the spell. Filch swallowed his saliva and shouted impatiently, clean. Hiss, clean it up. Although he bit his tongue, he still endured the pain and recited the clear spell of the descaling charm. As he waved his wand, he felt as if a light breeze was blowing around him, bringing up a lot of dust and cat hair which condensed into a ball of mud. The decontamination charm, this magic, the decontamination charm. He waved his wand incoherently, casting the spell again and again. Cleanse it all, cleanse it all. Looking at the note in his hand, he seemed to feel that he was dreaming just now. Now that he woke up, he was still a squib who couldn't perform any magic. The Weasley twins refused in unison. We don't need to be allowed to go. In order to make it have such a function, I need to be able to move freely in the castle. In addition, there is, Fred grinned, Filch, I still like your rebellious side. How about you recover? I really can't adapt to it. Mr. Filch, please listen to me first. Research takes time. Vizet's tone recovered. There are still many imperfections. That's countless gold galleons. Fred's eyes seemed to be shining with gold. Such prank props must be sold in sets. He looked at Filch and said, Mr. Filch, I still have classes to attend. I definitely don't have that much time during the day. Looking at Filch's figure, who seemed to have regained his youth, George suddenly had an idea. So, can we use the dung eggs without any scruples? Good idea. Since the dung balls cannot be removed by the descaling spell, we can research and develop a tool that can remove the smell of dung balls. Imperfect. Filch opened his mouth, trying to comprehend what Vezet was saying. Not only him, but also the students whose names Vezet wrote down can enjoy the same care. Filch curled his lips and began to consult Vizet's opinion. Look, Vezet will continue to improve the functionality of the fake wand while being given maximum freedom within Hogwarts Castle. It should be able to play a greater role, such as helping you clean the castle and saving some unnecessary time. This is what the descaling spell should do. George's eyes lit up. He cast a spell to remove the dung balls. We will continue to improve the dung balls until the dung balls cannot be removed by the descaling spell. To achieve this, you can gain greater freedom, and walking in Hogwarts Castle is a crucial step. Yes, we can do whatever we want. Fred clapped his hands, looking a little excited. We have always wanted to try out the effect. Can it be used to clean the castle? Vezet nodded and said, as a descaling spell, its function cannot be limited to cleaning itself, but should also be able to clean other places. Vezet smiled but said nothing. This fake wand was just the first step, and he still had many ideas to put into practice. Before Vezet could finish her words, Filch nodded impatiently. Sure, absolutely. Let these two brats go too, right? No problem, a few more people is fine. The main reason is that it's actually hard to clean up. If Professor McGonagall finds out, I'll definitely lose points, so I haven't done it yet. Vezet was also observing Filch casting spells, summarizing the shortcomings and areas that had been optimized. In his opinion, this fake magic wand was perfect enough and completely satisfied his desire to cast spells. It was like an invaluable treasure that he was afraid would melt if he held it in his mouth, and afraid would drop if he held it in his hands. I will definitely keep my promise. Filch put away the list and quickly left the corridor. However, the descaling spell can still only be used on oneself, which is a point that needs further improvement. When Filch heard Vizet's voice, he was like an ant falling into water and meeting duckweed. He said impatiently, you can do whatever you want, I still want to cast magic. Even so, Filch continued to wave his wand happily until the wand turned back into a piece of paper, and his eyes instantly became confused. After some discussion, the two sides reached an agreement. That's right, George nodded. You look so strange to me now. If I don't fight with you, I'll fall asleep during the night tour. It seems like the sound of chanting has disappeared, which is a successful optimization direction. Although there was still a light breeze blowing against my body, there was no further movement. He held the restored parchment in both hands with endless desire in his eyes. This desire to perform magic, which has been suppressed in one's heart for decades, is difficult for others to understand. After such a commotion, the three of them ended their night tour tonight. Walking on the moving stairs, George asked curiously, Vezet, how did you come up with that magic trick you just performed? Fred was equally curious. Yeah, I thought your magic items were also made possible by alchemy, but I didn't expect it to be just magic. Maybe it's because I'm good at transfiguration magic. Vezet smiled slightly. Professor Sprout told me a theory and I incorporated it into transfiguration magic. Professor Sprout's theory? George and Fred looked at each other. She actually has another trick up her sleeve. That's right. Fred analyzed seriously. That swamp magic is not that simple. Right, he's a professor at Hogwarts after all. George nodded in agreement. There's hardly an easy one. Except Lockhart, they said in unison, their mouths wide open with unbridled smiles. Vezet remained noncommittal. Professor Lockhart was really weird and gave her a strong sense of disconnection. Fred, George, are you interested in that theory? I can tell you about it. Fred's eyes lit up. That theory? Is that something you can tell us? Isn't this Professor Sprout's secret weapon? George was also very interested. It just happened to happen. Vezet shook her head. I wasn't the only one listening at the time. Luna and Hannah were also there. We helped take care of the herbs together. Then tell us quickly. The Weasley twins rubbed their hands. Their actions were always so tacit. Vezet took out her notes and started talking to them about the magic cube theory as she walked up the stairs, leaving the two of them stunned. Compared to Vizet's classmates, Fred and George have a much better foundation in magic, so they can naturally hear the wonders in the magic cube theory. So we can do this. George said with an expression of sudden enlightenment, I think we should be able to make the nose-biting teacup too. Fred shook his head and said, young people are indeed to be feared. Young people are indeed to be feared. George, do you think we should? I know what you want to say. George nodded. Indeed, he told us such a precious secret. It's not very valuable. Vezet heard the conversation between the two, shrugged and waved her hands. This is what Professor Sprout told me. She is willing to tell me these things, so there is no reason for me to hide them. At most, it can be regarded as being generous to others, right? But you have your own understanding of this. This is very important. Fred corrected, since you are sharing such a precious secret. Are we such stingy people? Wait a minute. George reached into his pocket, groped hard, and finally took out a roll of parchment. This is an old square roll of parchment. It looks quite old and has not been well cared for, so the edges and corners are worn. Still, Vezet doesn't take it lightly. In the magical world, those old things often possess incredible magic and are very worthy of study. Vezet used her magic eye and found that the magic circuit of the parchment was extremely complex, even more complex than that of the mandrake, like a ball of thread that could not be untied. The most peculiar thing is that, with the thread-like magic circuit as the center, the other magic circuits actually extend outward, breaking away from the parchment itself and spreading in all directions like a spider web. George wiped his sweat and said, "Finally found it." I hid it very deep to avoid Filch. He and Fred looked at each other and their expressions became much more restrained, with a hint of caution between their brows. Fred said, "Vezet, this is our biggest secret." George said, "But you are not ordinary. You are our dear material consultant, and now you are also a night tour enthusiast. You can share secrets with us." After hearing the Weasley twins' description, Vezet pondered and said, "Is this parchment related to Hogwarts Castle? Is it a magic map? Ouch. What are you doing?" Fred's cautious expression was difficult to maintain, and he cried out, "Don't guess so accurately. Let's finish what we are talking about." "That's right, and then give us some surprise expression. To comfort us, okay?" George blinked exaggeratedly with hope in his eyes. Because he wasn't paying attention to where he was going, his toes hit the stairs and he almost fell. "Okay, you'd better be careful and watch the road," said Vezet. He and Fred held George's arms to prevent George from falling. "I'm touched, so touched." George pulled the two of them to sit on the steps. George unfolded the parchment scroll. The square of parchment was blank. "Vezet, don't blink." He took out his wand and placed it against the parchment, tapping the map while saying in a solemn voice, "I solemnly swear that I will do no good." Wherever George's wand touched, an ink spot appeared. The ink spots quickly spread out, turning into delicate strokes one after another, spreading across the entire piece of parchment and actually outlining the outline of Hogwarts Castle. Above the outline of Hogwarts Castle, a string of green text emerged. "Gentlemen who provide assistance to magical mischief makers." Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly presenting the Marauders map. The originally thin parchment became much thicker, almost equivalent to a booklet. George put the Marauders map in Vizet's hand and said, "Open it and take a look." Fred coughed lightly and whispered softly, "Look surprised." "It really surprises me." Vezet cooperated by widening her eyes. "It looks really magical." With the help of the magic eye, he saw the thread-like magic circuit stretch out and expand to every corner of the parchment, becoming much clearer. In addition, the thickness of the parchment itself has been increased, and transformation magic has also been used. It is a transformation magic that can be maintained for a long time, and it is also worthy of further study. This surprise was indeed big enough. Just by observing the process of the parchment turning into a living map, Vezet came up with many new ideas. Vezet spread out the map, which depicted the Hogwarts castle and grounds in every detail. What surprised Vezet the most was the black spot on the Marauders map. The black spots are distributed around the common room of the Academy. There are 4 large black spots in total, which should represent the sleeping students of the Academy. Vezet moved her eyes around and looked at the place marked as the principal's office. Headmaster Dumbledore's name was also on it, pacing back and forth in the headmaster's office. Professor Snape was still awake and was pacing in his office as well. Vezet glanced at the moving staircase to get her bearings. His name and that of the Weasley twins appeared on the Marauders map, located on the 5th floor moving staircase landing. Vezet pointed to 2 parallel dotted lines and asked curiously, "George, does this dotted line mean a secret passage?" "Yes." George was very satisfied with Vizet's tone, raised his eyebrows and nodded. "We have learned a lot from this little baby." Fred looked equally pleased and added, "At least we can't learn that much from Lockhart and Trelawney." Vezet nodded. "I see. The secret passage you told me about last time was found from this map, right?" George crossed his arms. "Yes, we have many secret passages, all discovered from the map. Praise Prongs and Padfoot," Fred said in a rhythmic voice. "They all helped." "Praise Moony and Wormtail," George echoed. "They are both extremely noble people. With their help we were able to fight Filch. That guy knows too many secret passages. By the way, if you don't want to watch it anymore, just take out your wand and tap it again." Following George's instructions, Vezet took her wand and tapped the Marauders map, prank over. The Marauders map shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ink lines on it shrank rapidly, and the originally exquisite and complex map turned back into an old square parchment. He wanted to return the Marauders map to George, but George pushed it back. "You keep it. We have memorized everything on the Marauders map." Vezet said, "But..." Fred interrupted him. "Don't say but. In fact, we gave it to you with a little thought. We still have to play with Filch, so I'll leave the task of finding the secret base to you." "Well, thank you," Vezet said solemnly, feeling very touched. Whether from a practical perspective or from a research perspective, the value of such a magic map is immeasurable. The Weasley twins truly regarded him as a friend, as they were able to just give him away like that. Your expression is great right now. George made a camera gesture. It would be even better if you could shed some tears. Fred said with a smile, Vezet, since you are willing to share the magic cube theory with us, we must give you good things in return. Please don't be like this, Vezet nodded. Okay, I'll take care of finding the secret base. He remembered that Fred and George had mentioned this matter at the beginning of the school year. In fact, he happened to know a place that was very suitable for use as a secret base. However, that place was told to him by Selena, so if he wanted to use it, he still needed to seek Selena's consent. On the way back to the common room, Fred and George shared a lot of past experiences. It's all about how they, as freshmen, outwitted Filch. He still remembered the letter in which Selena once said that they would try their best to give you the necessary help. Hello, Ms. Pendragon, I would like to use the warehouse room, is that possible? That place is called the Map Chamber. I spent a lot of time looking for it. If you are interested, you can go and have a look when you have time. The restricted book area, what a nostalgic time. Oh right, the door key in the notebook is not only for the secret room behind the corridor but also for another place. Considering the existence of ancient magic armor in the corridor, perhaps if you want to enter the secret room on the map, you will have to face similar tests. But at the end of the Guardian's chamber, there is only such a notebook. Back in the common room, Vezet did not go back to the dormitory immediately. Instead, she found a chair to sit down and open the notebook from Selena. There wasn't much change in the office, except for a piece of cloth in the corner. I could faintly hear rustling sounds, like the sound of a living thing eating. At 1:50 p.m., still 10 minutes early, Vezet arrived at Professor Snape's office. Vezet picked up the wand and placed the tip of the wand against the crystal, trying to inject ancient magic power into it. In this way, it should be possible to better master armor magic from another perspective by facing the ancient magic armor directly. He spent most of Sunday morning working on potions, brewing a large cauldron of developing potion, enough to last the entire term. It wasn't until they found the Marauders map in a drawer marked confiscated items, highly dangerous, that they gradually gained the upper hand. Vezet opened the notebook, used the magic wand as a pen and the ancient magic power as ink and wrote a message on it. Vezet remembered that at the end of last school year, Dumbledore told him that he would teach him how to cast armor magic. Just call me Serena next time. Also, you're still awake so late, are you feeling the joy of a night out? The cover of the notebook has a vortex-like crystal piece, which is very similar to the mechanism in the Guardian's secret room. Before they got the Marauders map, they were often at a disadvantage and were caught by Filch from time to time, put in detention in his office, and Professor McGonagall was called in to deduct points. After absorbing the ancient magical power, the crystal piece glowed with a silver-blue light, and the vortex within it also began to flow. Just as he guessed, this notebook can not only be used as a door key, but also as a communication tool to contact Selena and the others. Yes, I found a lot of interesting books in the banned books section. A message traveled along the tip of the wand and reached Vezet. What a polite junior. I didn't expect you to get the notebook so quickly. It seems you are also a man of action. That warehouse room, you mean the corridor, of course you can use it. Another place. He planned to wait until he learned armor magic before exploring the secret room on the map. After preparing the developing solution, he still had time to borrow Colin Creevy's Polaroid camera and took a lot of photos with Luna by the Black Lake. However, everything is going as planned. Since the notebook possesses the magic of a portkey, it is possible to hide more magic. Soak the photos in developing solution for a while, and the scenes and characters in them will move, preserving the emotions when taking the photos in the photos, which is very interesting. Vezet replied, "Okay, thank you." Just as he was about to close the notebook, a series of words suddenly appeared on it. Snape was still in his black robes. He crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. "Developing potion? Yes, Professor Snape." Vezet nodded. "I wanted to send some postcards home, so I brewed some. Developing potion, a low-quality potion, a trick to cut costs." Snape laughed coldly. "Never mind, let's start with the armadillo today. The armadillo is a majestic-looking animal covered in bony armor, but it is very timid. It stays in its cave during the day and comes out to look for food at night. When it encounters danger, it will curl up and use its bone armor to defend against attacks. In the magical world, this animal, which may carry leprosy, has its gallbladder removed and its bile used to make intelligence-enhancing agents." Snape started by dissecting an armadillo. He held the wand with ease as if he was holding a sharp scalpel, and every movement was extremely precise. He made a small cut in the abdomen, touched the wound with his wand, and used the cutting spell to go deeper inside, separating the armadillo's bone armor from its flesh. Gathering blood, removing meat, taking bones, separating internal organs. While Snape was using magic to separate the armadillo into its parts, he was also giving lectures, explaining what effects these parts could have in potions. Vezet could tell that this was more basic, back-to-basics knowledge. It is like the foundation before building a building, which is buried deep underground, but is a project that must be carried out. It is about tracing back to the origin and exploring the effects of the drug itself and why it has such effects. If you want to understand this part of knowledge, it will naturally involve ritual magic. You need to use this ancient type of magic as a starting point to truly understand the various properties of a certain material. This is a very interesting process, which is somewhat similar to Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. Ancient wizards also found the first few materials through personal experience and used these materials as medium to perform various ritual magic. Once these basic materials are determined, they will be used as the basis to summarize several types of materials. Once these types are determined, the newly discovered materials will replace the original materials, the ritual magic will be redone, and the properties of these materials will be observed and classified into the corresponding types. This is a very complicated process that requires countless ancient wizards to conduct personal experiments and correct errors again and again before a more objective and accurate classification can be obtained. For example, the armadillo bile used to make intelligence enhancers. The original material medium is oak. The oak tree is used extensively in ritual magic, possessing properties such as strength, courage, and wisdom. These characteristics can also be found in armadillo bile, which is why it can be used as an intelligence-enhancing material. At this moment, Snape suddenly gasped and subconsciously covered his left arm. Now that he can finally get in touch with it, he naturally has to pay extra attention and understand it thoroughly. Sometimes knowing too much and having too strong associative ability is not a particularly good thing. He speculated and said, that is to say. The developing potion before that actually had a more complicated version, if we continue to explore along this line of thought. In addition to the creative properties of rosemary, the scarab also has the rejuvenating properties of birch sap. Hiss. He glanced at Vizet's notebook, which was filled with dense writing. In addition to the knowledge he had just imparted, some of the content was Vizet's personal understanding. Vezet wrote down the last part and shook her sore wrist. Professor Snape, I want to ask you a question. Snape said in a low voice, explore their original principles. If you can figure this out, it will be much easier to mix potions directly. It saves him the trouble of having to repeat the key points, which is why he is willing to maintain private lessons. Of course, drawing analogies cannot be applied to all newly discovered materials, and this method is also prone to errors, so practice is the only truth. By drawing analogies based on the material's color, smell, and taste, appearance, shape, origin, growth, status, and other characteristics, we can summarize the material's properties. Snape still spoke very little, yes. The developing potion should be able to work on the canvas, which means it can create a portrait that can move and go around. Professor Snape, am I right in understanding this? It's about what you said at the beginning. Vezet said you said the developer solution was a low-quality drug and a trick to cut costs. Am I right in understanding this? This potion can only be used for photographs, and the birth time of photographs and this kind of handheld camera is roughly in the past few decades. The second method was risky, so ancient wizards found a substitute, where they would smear the material on the back of a toad and observe what changes would occur to the toad. It was also from that time that the trend of wizards keeping toads as pets began. Snape didn't say anything but puffed up his cheeks. He stared at Vezet for a long time and uttered the same word again. Yes, Snape said simply, speak. When faced with materials that could not be analogized, ancient wizards would return to the starting point and either verify the properties with ritual magic or take the newly discovered materials and experience the specific effects firsthand. It would be extremely difficult for a potion master to become a potion master if he cannot understand and master this basic knowledge. Professor Snape, I found a passage in the notes. Vezet picked up the notes, flipped through a few pages, and found the record he wanted. He has always been curious about the vivid portraits in the castle and wanted to know how they were made. He took a deep breath and dispelled the thought. Wouldn't it be more convenient to be able to do it in one step? Hearing this, Vezet immediately became very curious. As more and more materials are summarized and concluded, in addition to this way of dividing types, more diverse classification methods have been extended. If we combine the intelligence enhancer with the developing potion, can we make the picture more vivid or even produce simple thoughts? Can't we impart more knowledge? During the private teaching stage, there are not too many rules between them, and problems are solved immediately after questions are asked, which is much more efficient. Because he only knows how to copy others but does not understand why to do this, and whether it would be better to use another method or material. He opened his eyes wide with disbelief flashing in them, staring at Vezet. With this in mind, he continued, "In this process, we need some materials to blend and combine the two potions in a rough way." Just before Snape gasped, Vezet suddenly had a feeling and received a message. He sensed a kind of lazy, perfunctory flattery in it, as if to say, "Yes, you are right. Yes, no one will dare to mention your holy name. No problem, I will do what you want and get it done." The last time he got similar information was when he happened to meet Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. Professor Snape and Lucius reacted in a similar way. They both stretched out their right hands and placed them on their left arms almost immediately. Vezet quickly stood up and asked with concern, "Professor Snape, are you okay?" Professor Snape didn't say anything. His eyes became complicated, constantly flashing with coldness and struggle. His lips were tightly pursed and his brows were locked together, almost twisted into a knot. Seeing Professor Snape's expression, Vezet felt a little uneasy. It was the first time he discovered. Professor Snape could have such a rich expression. Something big must have happened. "You." Professor Snape finally spoke, his tone full of vigilance, gloom, and coldness. "What is the current situation of your Obscurus?" "Obscure?" Vezet was a little confused, but she still said truthfully, "I went to Sweden before and the risks of Obscure have been eliminated." Professor Snape puffed up his cheeks. "Prove it to me." Vezet nodded and cast Primal Power, Obscure State Elementary, directly, causing black energy to linger around her body. As the first professor who warned him that he needed to be vigilant against the outside world, he trusted Professor Snape very much. Professor Snape gripped his wand tightly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and cautiously reached out to the black energy. The tip of his wand emanated a warm silver light, stirring in the swirling black air. After a few rounds, he extinguished the silver light, retracted his wand, and his expression relaxed a little. "Follow me." He said this, gathered his robes first, and disappeared at the office door at an incredibly fast speed. Vezet suppressed the dark energy around her and quickly trotted to catch up with Professor Snape. During this time, Vezet met Harry, who had just returned from training, and Ronald, who was accompanying him in the corridor. Harry looked exhausted, with all kinds of mud stains on his robes. It seemed that he had gone through some tough training. He was exhausted and obviously didn't want to provoke Professor Snape. Unfortunately, Professor Snape was in the wrong state at the moment and said to Harry very smoothly, 2 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for walking in the corridor in a disheveled manner. After saying this, his steps became a little lighter. Vezet should be fine, Ronald consoled. I heard from the people at Hufflepuff that Snape never deducted any points from him. This difference occurs not only because the Patronus charm is extremely complex, but also because in order to cast it, one must mobilize extremely positive emotions. Casting this magic summons a magical Patronus. As long as you can successfully perform this magic, you can consciously explore your inner self through chanting. Pay attention, you must do it consciously and actively. Snape's expression softened a bit, and he explained the details of this magic, patience and soul. These are what you need to pay attention to. Vezet nodded. It's a very strange existence. It will change into a corresponding image according to the things we are afraid of. Boggart, do you know what it is? Professor Snape asked. Clean it up. Vezet waved her wand and used the decontamination charm to help Harry clean the mud stains off his body. Are you saying that we were deducted points for no reason? Ronald shook his head. Or is it that Vezet was bewitched by Snape and followed him around everywhere? Neither seems right. Professor Snape mentioned that one can use the Patronus spell Expedience of Patronus to tap into one's own positive emotions and thus communicate with the soul. Professor Snape came to an abandoned classroom. When Vezet also walked into the abandoned classroom, a shabby wooden box in the corner suddenly jumped up and fell to the ground with a clang. Of course, he was extremely happy to learn an extra difficult magic and had no resistance at all. After doing all this, he quickly quickened his pace to make sure he could keep up with Professor Snape. These are also positive emotions and can all be used in the Patronus charm. Harry nodded and murmured with a hint of regret, "That's right, take care." Wizards who can summon physical magical patronuses often have a better chance than other wizards to be valued by the Wisengamot or the Ministry of Magic. Snape! Harry looked at Professor Snape's back and gritted his teeth. After a few breaths, he stuffed the silver thread into his temple again. The course has been changed. You must master the Patronus charm within today. There are many more positive emotions besides happiness. This magic was extremely mysterious. He had searched for it in his mind, but could not find the exact time of its creation. He only knew that wizards had already used it in ancient times. The learning method in the Book of Spells is that the spellcaster should mobilize happy emotions and increase the success rate of casting the Patronus spell by recalling happy things. Vezet could see that Professor Snape was performing mental magic, pulling out a small fragment of memory and altering it in some way. Yeah, Vezet nodded. Professor Snape did not respond, but placed the tip of his wand against his temple and pulled out a silver thread. For many wizards, this so-called magical Patronus is just a silver mist without substance. It's the Patronus charm, Professor Snape continued. Even if you have mastered it, I may check at any time. You need to make sure that you can perform the Patronus charm at any time. This should be his exclusive insight. At least Vezet has not seen a similar description in the Book of Spells. Patronus charm, Vezet had just learned about this magic from the Book of Spells. Simply conjuring up an insubstantial silver mist does not count as truly casting the Patronus charm. Only by making the magical Patronus tangible can the magic be considered completed. Happiness is a positive emotion that most people can experience and is the easiest emotion to access. In addition, gratitude, emotion, hope, pride, optimism, sympathy. Generally speaking, it is difficult for dark wizards to cast the Patronus charm. Even if they try to cast it by force, they will suffer from wand backfire and be devoured by the maggots brought by the backfire. Love for family, partners, or friends is an extremely powerful positive emotion. Harry watched the two disappearing figures. Ronald, do you think we should tell Professor McGonagall? There was a rumor circulating among students about Professor Snape. It is said that becoming a potions professor was not his original wish, but his goal was to become a defense against the dark arts professor. Perhaps Dumbledore felt that the potions master should focus on the potions class, so he did not approve Professor Snape's transfer application. Professor Snape has unique insights in potions. He has some special requirements for the processing methods of materials and the specific steps of brewing potions. These special requirements and considerations are often very useful and can effectively increase the success rate of brewing potions. It was not unreasonable for him to apply to be the professor of defense against the dark arts. In defense against the dark arts, the Patronus charm is a complex, advanced spell. Professor Snape has unique insights and methods of mastering this high-end magic that ordinary wizards do not have. Those spell books tell you to recall happy memories and focus all your thoughts on a particularly pleasant moment. This method is equivalent to the fishhook used by muggles when fishing and the bait used to lure fish, using the fishhook and bait to try your luck. If this method works, at least it can catch fish and help wizards cast the Patronus charm, but it is not stable enough and very low level. You need to cast the Patronus charm more stably. Regarding how to cast the Patronus charm, Professor Snape used a few simple sentences and a vivid metaphor to explain the method that ordinary wizards would use when practicing the Patronus charm. It also demonstrated through practical actions that he had equally outstanding insights into defense against the dark arts and was definitely qualified to teach the defense against the dark arts course. Professor Snape returned to normal. His eyes were brighter and sharper, and he seemed to be enjoying the teaching process with some pleasure. Perhaps for him, teaching the knowledge of defense against the dark arts would make him feel more happy. The method I am going to tell you now needs to be based on various positive emotions. The more positive emotions you can use, the better. These positive emotions can not only help you understand your soul, but also stabilize it and maintain its purity. You must remember this. Professor Snape suddenly changed the subject. His tone suddenly became cold. His expression became serious and cold again, his eyes staring straight at Vezet. When you feel the darkness and are about to be swallowed by evil thoughts, the Patronus charm cast in this way can provide you with the final protection. The history of the Patronus charm is unknown, but we can infer its motivation from its effects. It is a magic that protects oneself. If a so-called Patronus can't even protect itself, what other properties and functions can it have? When you are abandoned, the Patronus spell is your last resort. At this point, Professor Snape frowned and crossed his arms over his chest, as if he realized that he had said too much. The Dementor rushed out of the shabby wooden box, making low and rapid snoring sounds. The coldness finally appeared, greedily consuming the remaining temperature around it. Positive emotions are guarding him at this moment, and together with him, they are passing through layers of obstacles and heading towards the soul. In his opinion, Vezet might have known about this magic for a long time. Recall a memory that brings up a positive emotion, draw a circle with your wand, and let that positive emotion become your patronus. Then say the incantation Expecto Patronus firmly at the end, Vezet said. Everything he just said was about the concept and understanding of the patronus charm itself, and did not involve other elements of casting, such as the tone and gestures of chanting. After figuring out the difficult point, Vezet raised her wand and drew circles in the air, with various memories reverberating in her mind, extracting the positive emotions from them. The bizarre world disappeared, and he heard a familiar yet strange rustling sound. If boggarts crave fear, then Dementors crave happiness and all positive emotions. It was like a rotten corpse wearing a tattered cloak, almost as tall as Hagrid, and its exposed skin was a shabby gray. It was extremely oppressive. Dementors and boggarts are very similar in some ways. 2 rows of iron beds were placed against the wall, each with a thin mattress and a quilt covered with a slightly yellowed quilt cover. Vezet opened her eyes. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the open window, casting an orange hue on the floral stone floor. There was only silver light in front of his eyes, protecting him from the bizarre and colorful world around him. Snape opened the worn wooden box expressionlessly, and his withered hand, covered with sores and pus, climbed up the edge of the box and reached out first. The difficulty lies in how to explore one's own soul through the patronus spell. This was indeed the case. Vezet did not betray Professor Snape's trust. As he spun around and around, he fell into a state that was very similar to flying, as if he had turned into a fallen leaf floating back and forth in the air. It was still autumn, but the air around us was abnormally covered with hoarfrost, with the old wooden box as the center, spreading out a vast expanse of white frost flowers. Since she had built a soul maze before, it was not difficult for Vezet to use positive emotions. Vezet thought of the elves, and what they longed for was ridicule, which is also an emotion. The diffuse orange light of the setting sun from the window disappeared, and the surrounding light seemed to be absorbed by the withered palm, becoming dim like a faded photo. Outside the window was an old tree that was taller than the second floor. The few remaining leaves were swaying back and forth, rustling in the cold wind. He followed Professor Snape's teachings, using positive emotions as an opportunity to enter a deeper place within himself. But now is not the time to associate. Casting the Patronus spell is what we should do now. Snape still had a blank expression on his face, with his hands behind his back as if he was not afraid of the Dementors at all, and acted as if he didn't care at all. The diffuse silver light continued to gather, as if it had turned into a layer of light film firmly attached to his body. Despite this, Vezet did not hesitate and immediately chanted the spell, Expecto Patronus. That's enough talk, you can start casting the Patronus charm. You should be familiar with all those things written on paper. This is his room in the orphanage. Vezet can see that in this colorful world, scenes from the past constantly appear, disappear, and reassemble, over and over again. Vezet felt a sense of weightlessness and falling, and it was as if she was spinning around and around like the gesture of casting a Patronus charm. Because of this, one of the functions of the Patronus charm is to deal with Dementors. There's a boggart in the box, but it will turn into a Dementor. Professor Snape patted the old wooden box casually. You need to help me exorcise the Dementors. The paint on the wall began to peel, revealing the gray base underneath. Everything was so familiar, even the faint smell of mothballs in the air. There is a wardrobe next to the door. The slightly open door is filled with clothes, and there are some books and toys underneath. Books with newspaper covers, clockwork frogs with peeling paint, marbles with scratches, sandbags that haven't been washed yet. All the book covers in the welfare home were made by Vezet because he had the best skills and was the fastest at that time, and he has a deep memory of this. Vezet subconsciously tried to stand up, but almost lost her balance and fell off the wheelchair. He quickly looked at his thighs. There was nothing underneath them, and his trouser legs fluttered slightly in the wind. I'm back, or was everything that happened before just a dream? He pushed the wheel of the wheelchair slowly, his movements somewhat awkwardly. The wheelchair moved forward smoothly until the handwheel hit the wall, and then he remembered that he should pull the handbrake. He whispered what Snape had said, when you feel the darkness, the Patronus charm can provide you with the last refuge. This is a magic that protects yourself. Vezet smiled slightly and looked at the empty trouser legs again. Is that so? So this is the darkness in my heart, and also, this is indeed what he is avoiding. He can face school bullying and the cold stares of others, which are all influences from the outside world. And being unable to face up to one's own flaws is a shackle that one has subtly put on oneself. This is a secret that all children in welfare institutions know. People who are able to stay in welfare institutions all the time often have various defects in one aspect or another. Only healthy children are more likely to be adopted. It is cruel, but realistic. Adoption also requires a lot of costs, and a child with defects will multiply such costs. Studying became his last way out. It was an extremely pure goal that drove him to continue living. Only by relying on one's own efforts can one break free from the shackles of defects and walk out of the welfare home. This is why he is so thirsty for knowledge. At this moment, he understood a lot. Is this the soul? Now that you're back, let's have a good time. Vezet exhaled lightly. He could still feel the protection from the positive emotions. At this moment, he didn't need to solve any problems. He just needed to face his past and review everything that happened in his previous life. He tried hard to recall the past, a past that he had subconsciously forgotten because of the time travel. Now it seems that it is not that difficult to accept all this. Without past experiences, there would be no me now. Vezet's movements in pushing the hand wheel became more and more skillful and faster, and he could even slide out beautiful arcs when turning. This was something that was difficult for him to do in the past. Compared to the slightly dull expressions of the people around him, he, with a faint smile on his face and pushing his wheelchair forward, seemed a bit like an outlier. To some extent, we are indeed different, right? But we have the same origin. He thought of the story Ollivander had shared, the origin story of wizards and muggles. The experiences of the two worlds are truly blending. When everything becomes one, the soul naturally emerges. Vezet walked around the welfare home again and again until night fell, then returned to the dormitory. There appeared a thick stack of test papers and various reference books. These were the reference books and test papers he used when reviewing before the exam. This is the last stop. Speaking of which, I was thinking about the exam one moment and how to survive in the new world the next. I don't seem to feel this most peculiar feeling. What kind of experience is death? I'm very curious. He pushed the handwheel, and the wheelchair slowly moved forward, stopping just in front of the test paper, not a point more or less. At this moment, his heart was filled with unprecedented tranquility and harmony. Luna's experience began in that sunshine-filled ward. A tattered black curtain hung on it, swaying gently and moving closer to him. It was as if a sun grew out of his soul, bringing him endless warmth, warming his body and warming more. It was in tatters, covered with all kinds of strange runes, and seemed to have been through a great war. Whether it is defects or something else, it can be accepted. About Professor McGonagall's experience, starting from the admission letter. So these are what you'll see before you die. Vezet remained expressionless, trying her best to sense everything around her. Vezet picked up the pen and slowly started working on the test paper, just like he always did when he took notes. It was also a lonely arch. It was very strange that it would not fall down without the support of a wall. It was dark all around, but Vezet could sense that there was an arch in front of her, an extremely ancient arch. Those positive emotions burned like the sun, burning forever, and the surging experiences roared in. No matter what the experience is, it seems that there is always something positive to be extracted from it. After scaring off the boggart, the silver mist continued to spread outward, passing through the windows and squeezing out the cracks in the door. Almost at the moment when the silver mist appeared, the Dementor, transformed from a boggart, let out a strange cry, staggered back 2 steps, and was tripped by the long cloak draped beside him. It seemed that even the cracks in the wall were not spared, as if wanting to illuminate the entire Hogwarts castle and the entire Scottish Highlands. The story of Xenophilius, starting from that night talk. In this moment, he truly embraces himself and fully accepts himself. Face your own soul. The incantation had just ended and the lips had just closed. This is also rare knowledge. Even if he cannot understand it now, he can savor it in the future and ponder the mysteries contained therein. Expect God to guard. The coldness also disappeared, turning into warmth that radiated from the inside out. The skull seemed to have seen Vezet as well, and Vezet only felt the coldness getting worse, as if something was coming towards him. However, the speed of passing through the curtain was too fast, and before he could see clearly what was happening, the arch and the curtain had disappeared. The moment I passed through the arch and the curtain, it was extremely cold. Every place from the inside to the outside was filled with coldness enough to pierce the soul. About Headmaster Dumbledore's experience starting from that fire, he saw a gray world through the veil and seemed to catch a glimpse of a skull. The gradually fading afterglow of the setting sun seemed to be supplemented at this moment, adding a bit of warmth. Then everything went dark. Countless silver mists emerged from the tip of the magic wand and transformed into a sun-like existence, but with a certain silent charm. One after another until his vision became blurry, until his vision was dim and bright, but he still persisted, just like he had done before. Seeing the boggart fall to the ground in such an embarrassing state, Snape curled his lips and waved his wand casually funny. It was as if someone had whipped the boggart with a whip. With a clear and crisp sound, the original Dementor image of the boggart disappeared. A tall, thin, skeleton-like figure appeared. His skin seemed whiter than his bones, and his blurred features seemed to be sealed with wax and were distorted in a weird way. The tall and thin figure stretched out his hands in extreme embarrassment, desperately covering his waist, but was unable to prevent himself from being split in two. His upper body fell to the ground, while his lower body stood strangely in place. Bang. The tall and thin figure that was split into two disappeared, and then the tattered box closed by itself and there was no movement. Haha, Dark Lord. The silver mist passed through Snape's body, making him feel an unprecedented warmth. He seemed to have returned to the warm past, looking into the eyes of the red-haired girl, basking in the warm sun, feeling the softness of the grass, and his heart seemed to have regained its softness and warmth. Lily, he tried to open his eyes wide and avoid blinking. He didn't want the tears to blur his eyes. Blurred the red-haired girl. However, the tears were so overwhelming that they overflowed from my eyes almost instantly. Snape turned around somewhat awkwardly with his back to Vezet, while recalling all the magic he knew, trying to wipe away the warm tears decently. This was the first time in all those years that he had thought so clumsily about what magic he should use. A feeling of relaxation also came over me at this moment. Being able to cast the Patronus charm was good news. The Patronus spell protects yourself and the people you care about. Although I couldn't do it, maybe he could. He murmured in his heart with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Riddle, you know what? When I returned to the common room yesterday, I saw Draco talking to Lovegood again. Pansy Parkinson sat on the brass bed, her back against the wall, holding a beautiful peacock brush in her hand, writing in her diary. The tip of the pen pressed against one of the pages, outlining a series of round, uncial characters. When Draco returned to the common room, he still had a smile on his face. I asked Draco several times, but he just wouldn't explain. Pansy didn't hesitate at all, more relaxed. What should I do? The black writing only stayed for a second, and then seemed to be absorbed by the diary, disappearing without a trace on the paper. I think his name is Hagrid. He's a servant at Hogwarts, helping to raise some pumpkins. He should be able to find a rooster. Of course, I believe in your perspective on people. Just like you kept me by your side, it must be because you have a unique perspective. Black ink suddenly seeped out of the paper and quickly intertwined to form a string of elegant and graceful cursive characters. Pansy was no longer surprised by this, so she just curled her lips, changed her posture, and placed the diary on her crossed legs. Pansy twisted her sore wrist but did not stop writing. Pansy, you don't need to say sorry to me, instead I should thank you. You are the first person who has spoken to me in so many years. Seeing this, a fleeting blush flashed across Pansy's face, and the handwriting she wrote became a little clumsy and not so regular. Pansy and the diary had a continuous conversation like this from afternoon to sunset, and the ink in the bottle had gone down by one grid. Pansy, I can't see you, but I can feel what kind of person you are through your beautiful handwriting and decent conversation. New cursive fonts appear. Perhaps you could bring me a few roosters. I can teach you a spell that will gracefully strip the life force from the roosters. Pansy, I am so touched to hear you say that. I need some vitality. Do you know what small animals there are in Hogwarts? Even Professor Snape seems to treat Lovegood differently, and Dumbledore too. He actually came to my house to warn my father about this Lovegood. Raising roosters, Pansy frowned slightly. I guess the only one who does this is the gamekeeper, a giant hybrid. But now, this diary is like a close older brother to her, who always understands what she is worried about. I was too lonely before, and I could never meet a beautiful lady like you who knows how to use this diary. Obstacles. Pansy wrote impatiently, Mr. Riddle, what are the obstacles? What can I do for you? You have done so much for me. Of course. How could I bear to let Pansy touch them? They are so dirty, it's just a simple magic. You need to relax more so that I can teach you this magic. Mr. Riddle, thank you for your concern. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. It's really unexpected. I have quite a few magic props at home, including those magic portraits, but none of them seem to be able to do what you do. I'm really sorry. Pansy, you are so considerate of me. I also want to come out, but there are still some obstacles to overcome. She had been very casual about the diary before, and she only kept it because it was on Draco's desk. You must have practiced your handwriting right. This kind of handwriting is not easy to write. I guess you must have put a lot of effort into it. It's really amazing. Not only that, this caring older brother would also comfort and praise her at the right time. Those words were like honey, which looked extremely sweet and sweet to her heart. I really don't understand what's so good about that Lovegood. He's just an obscurial who knows how long he can live. Pansy took a deep breath, her eyes widened, and she wrote with more force, almost tearing the page. Mr. Riddle, can you see me? Pansy, you have a really good memory. For my sake, you even told me about those people you didn't want to mention. Elegant magic. Pansy wrote with interest. You mean, no blood and no need to touch those cocks with your hands. Of course, I won't do anything to those cute owls and catkins. Maybe you know where there are roosters in Hogwarts. Pansy couldn't help but sigh and wrote the following in her diary. Mr. Riddle, if you could come out and let me see you. Pansy, I'm glad you're willing to share your life with me. You were so tired before, always asking me questions about my studies, and I was really worried that you didn't get enough rest. Yes, you are the only one who would compliment my handwriting. Draco has never said that to me. But he is very good and has been very good to me since I was a child. Comments looking at the cursive words in the diary, Pansy frowned and thought for a while with flickering eyes. This process did not last long, and she took off the silver necklace around her neck and picked up the pen to agree to Riddle's request. Before she started writing, she suddenly felt a warmth, like the warmth of the sun. The Slytherin common room and dormitory are very special. They are built under the castle, and you can even see the scene of the Black Lake through the windows. Because of this special geographical location, the common rooms and dormitories are always cold and damp, making it almost impossible to have such a warm feeling. Even in the hottest summer, this place is still cool. Not only Pansy felt it, but the students in the common room also felt this warmth. They looked around in confusion, trying to find the source of this warmth. Before they could come to a conclusion, the warmth seemed to be sucked away by a whirlpool and disappeared in the direction of the girls' dormitory. The students shuddered almost in unison, with confusion in their eyes, wondering where this warmth came from. Mr. Riddle, have you done anything? There was a hint of doubt in Pansy's eyes. She had a feeling that something was wrong with the diary, absorbing the fleeting warmth. Pansy, I seem to be able to meet you earlier. All you need is a drop of blood from you and I can come out of the diary. Blood? Any animal's blood will do. I don't want you to get hurt either, but blood will affect my image. If I use the blood of those pets, I might become. Looking at the ellipsis in the diary, Pansy felt a little confused, but these words really fascinated her, so much so that she hoped to actually meet Riddle and see what he looked like. I know that getting your blood is just a luxury. With the blood of a beautiful lady like you, maybe I can become better. I think I can do it. After writing this sentence, Pansy found a letter opener in her suitcase. She placed the tip of the letter opener against her thumb, gritted her teeth, and pressed down. Blood dripped onto the diary, creating a shocking blood flower as gorgeous as a mandala. The diary absorbed the blood and began to vibrate rhythmically. Countless ink flew out of the diary, circling Pansy like a ribbon, and finally fell to the ground, gathering into a human shape. He was a tall, black-haired boy with handsome features and skin that was almost sickly pale, adding a touch of coolness to his temperament. He lowered his eyelids, frowned slightly, and looked around. After looking around, he said in an apologetic tone, "Perhaps it's not appropriate for me to show up in the dormitory." He bowed gracefully and apologized, but Pansy, "I can't stay too far away from you, I'm so sorry." "There's no way I can be too far away from you." These words made Pansy's mind go blank for a moment. She quickly stood up and ran to Riddle with the notebook in her arms. "Can others see you?" "Magic wand, my magic wand," Ronald said with great surprise. He took the wand with trembling hands and kept stroking the wand. Since leaving that classroom, Professor Snape's eyes have become redder and his tone has changed. It is no longer as cold and gloomy, and even his brows are more relaxed than usual. "Next time you come to see me, you still have to use the Patronus charm." Pansy immediately asked, "Do we still want to kill the chicken, take away the rooster's vitality?" "Well," Riddle maintained a faint smile, "are there any places that used to be restricted areas? There aren't usually that many people in those places." Riddle shook his head. "Just to see you, I've used up most of my strength. So they can't see me." Vezet blinked and he noticed something peculiar. "The you-know-who Harry Potter Lovegood professor." Riddle showed a charming smile. "That would be a good place." "Oh," Hermione sighed deeply, expressing her envy. Riddle nodded. "It seems like a good place. Harry Potter. You seem to have mentioned it to me before." Professor Snape nodded. "It's getting late, let's go have dinner." Lumos. After playing with it for a while, he waved his wand and cast a magical lighting spell. "So cool, just like new." Ronald opened his mouth and could only turn to Vezet, who was omnipotent in his mind, for help. "Vezet, what happened to you?" After making sure Snape had gone downstairs, Harry said in surprise he didn't lose any points. Pansy's eyes lit up. "There is such a place. I remember last year Dumbledore banned students from entering there." "Yes." Riddle smiled slightly. I can go back to the diary first and then find a secluded place to master this magic there. There were also dark wizards that broke in later. Harry Potter, that Lovegood, and a professor were all sent to the school hospital because of this. This is probably the effect of the Patronus charm. This magic, composed of positive emotions, can not only resist Dementors but also protect those around you. Ah, Harry and the other two looked at each other, and they could all see confusion in their eyes. She didn't know if it was because of the drop of blood or for some other reason, but she felt like a barrel with a leak at the bottom and was willing to tell Riddle anything. Harry's whispers could be heard in the corridor, along with Hermione and Ronald. Vezet simply replied, "I asked for some advice on potions." Seeing Snape walking towards him, Harry curled his lips in resignation, as if he was ready to lose points. Vezet reached into her pocket and pulled out the repaired wand. "Oh right. I was in such a hurry this afternoon that I forgot to give this to you." Pansy's brows knitted together. "Then I need to think about it carefully." Vezet nodded. "Okay, Professor Snape, I'll keep that in mind." Harry muttered, "Only you could do this. Ask Snape for advice on potions." In the corridor, Professor Snape reminded Vezet, "Cast a small-scale Patronus charm as soon as you enter the office. Also, there's no need to mention what happened this afternoon to anyone else." What he never expected was that Snape just glanced at him and walked away without saying a word. "That's the boy who lived. He also said he defeated you-know-who." Pansy frowned. "Draco was embarrassed by him last year. He's just an ordinary person. It's him again." Snape suppressed the urge to deduct points, as if to persuade himself only for today. Back in the office, Dumbledore seemed to have been waiting for a long time, pacing back and forth in the room. He was holding a few fudge flies in his hands. Although they were candies, they were in the strange shape of flies, and even the colors were as close to the appearance of flies as possible. "I was thinking I'd see you later. You probably haven't had dinner yet, right? Want to?" One of the fudge flies flapped its wings, eagerly trying to fly into Snape's mouth. "No thanks." Snape sat in his seat, crossed his fingers, and looked at Dumbledore, his tone full of disgust. "What do you want to ask? What a pity. It has a very strong, milky flavor. I really recommend it." Dumbledore said with some regret as he sat down opposite Snape. Snape said sternly, "You recommended the cockroach pile earlier, saying that the peanut flavor in it was very delicious." "I'm not lying." "You can give it a try." Dumbledore looked at Snape curiously. "But it's really rare. This is the first time you've talked to me about candy." Snape curled his lips and didn't respond. "Let's talk about the Patronus charm." Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "I think it has something to do with you and Vezet. After all, today is your private lesson time." Snape pulled up his sleeve, revealing his left arm. "While I was teaching, my arm suddenly started burning. I wasn't sure what was going on, so I didn't pull up my sleeve to check." "Dark mark." Dumbledore stopped smiling and his expression gradually became serious. "Are there any other feelings?" Snape said. The occlumency that had been on alert was activated at that moment. "I didn't react at the time." Looking at Vizet's expression, "I think she read something." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Read something? Something you left for Voldemort." Snape said nonchalantly, "The Dark Lord really enjoys the Death Eater's praise of him. It should be called compliments, the kind of compliments that come from the heart. So I mixed some of that stuff into occlumency so I wouldn't have to say stupid things myself every day." Dumbledore knew Voldemort better than he did, so when it came to Voldemort, he would always tell him everything related to him, making it easier for Dumbledore to make the appropriate judgment. Dumbledore continued, "What happened next? Did the feeling disappear completely?" Snape nodded and said, "Yes. I think it is more like some kind of instinct." "That's really strange." Dumbledore stroked his beard. "What did you do after that?" "His Obscurus is different," Snape responded. "It doesn't feel that disorder and destruction." There was a long silence between the two of them until Snape spoke up. "That's all. I have made some new discoveries." Dumbledore put away his wand. "Now I understand why Voldemort can determine your location through the dark mark." Facing Snape's gaze, he simply changed the subject. "By the way, what about the image of the Patronus charm? With Vizet's talent, she should be able to directly summon a physical Patronus." Snape raised his left arm. "I can't actively summon it. I can only use occlumency to take some protective measures against the dark mark." "Yes, you are safe, very safe." Dumbledore followed Snape's words and said, "Let's go." Dumbledore blinked and gave a mysterious smile, as if to say, "You're too smart, so I don't want to talk to you." He stretched out his thumb and index finger and made a key-twisting motion. "As long as the Death Eaters do this, Voldemort, as the lock, will naturally sense it." He twirled his wand slightly, and a strange black light slowly spread out, wrapping around Snape's arm. "Not long ago, the dark mark burned you. Perhaps there are still some traces of magic left. I can try to feel it." After leaving Snape's office, he went straight back to the headmaster's office and sat in his seat, playing with his wand thoughtfully. Like a doctor with a stethoscope, Dumbledore closed his eyes and felt the traces of magic through his wand. "No need," Snape said coldly. "The Obscurus is only one side of the guarantee, so I improvised and asked him to cast the Patronus charm." Snape frowned. "Shouldn't we take some precautions?" Snape crossed his arms and corrected, "I'm just worried about my own safety." "Yes." Dumbledore stood up. "Vezet is fine, don't worry." Combining the two, it was only natural that Vezet was able to summon a physical Patronus the first time she cast a spell. When the white light appeared, the dark mark slowly disappeared. Dumbledore noticed Snape's expression, and the black light at the tip of his wand turned into a soothing white light. If that's the case, it can explain a lot of things. No wonder Voldemort grew so fast. No need. Dumbledore shook his head. A Patronus charm that covers the entire castle is enough to prove many things. It can be preserved in this way and still function. Could it be? It's just that its power is indeed amazing. I've already told him that every time he appears in front of me alone, he needs to cast the Patronus charm. Snape asked again, "Can you see anything?" The skin on Snape's left arm changed slightly, and a hideous skull pattern emerged, slowly opening its jaw and spitting out a poisonous snake. Dumbledore drew his wand and placed the tip of it against Snape's left arm. When the dark mark appeared, Snape frowned unconsciously and his left arm trembled slightly. The dark mark is like a keyhole, and Voldemort himself is like a lock. When a Death Eater presses the dark mark, it is like a key turning the keyhole. That's quite unexpected. Dumbledore nodded and looked at Snape's left arm. "Then let's move on to the next step. Your dark mark. It is indeed an effective method." Dumbledore hummed. Being able to cast such a powerful Patronus charm at least proves one thing. He has not been affected yet. In addition, Dumbledore knew that Snape had absolutely unique attainments in the Patronus charm. Snape stared at Dumbledore. That trip to Sweden doesn't seem to be that simple. If it wasn't for the fact that they still look similar, I wouldn't think it was Momo Ran based on my first impression. The soul maze constructed last school year can provide the most direct assistance in learning the Patronus spell. I can't see the shape. Snape shook his head. It hasn't formed a real physical Patronus yet. Maybe we need to give him some time. He had some special experiences when he went to Sweden. Dumbledore turned his head and looked at the cloth in the corner. "Don't let them out to get some fresh air." After dinner, Vezet and Luna did not return to the common room, but walked along another corridor to the astronomy tower. The tallest tower in Hogwarts is the astronomy tower, which is also where astronomy classes use to observe celestial phenomena. It was Luna's idea to go to the astronomy tower, wanting to show Vezet the results of their week's study. It is September now, and the nights in the Scottish Highlands have become much colder. Especially on top of the tower, the chill is much more obvious. The night sky is very clear tonight, and the stars are twinkling and blinking in the sky, looking particularly naughty. Climbing up the astronomical tower, there is a not-so-full moon in the clear sky. Vezet calculated the date and realized that he had less than a week to adapt to the first steps of animagus. "I found Europa. You should come and see it too. There are elves from the ocean there." In order to protect the ocean that gave birth to them, they cast magic and spread thick ice on the sea surface. Luna gave up her position with the telescope and looked at Vezet with sparkling eyes. Jupiter is very bright in the night sky, and its huge size makes it easy to observe. Wizards have done a lot of research on this. In the astronomy textbook, the content related to Jupiter and its satellites alone takes up a large part of the space. The Europa that Luna mentioned is Jupiter's second moon, which is covered with ice, and beneath the ice is an ocean. Professor Aurora Sinistra of the astronomy class said that observing and experiencing the satellite Europa is an exploration of deep emotions and subconsciousness. Coincidentally, Professor McGonagall's animagus notes also contain content related to Europa. According to her and her research, when taking the first step, it is best to hold the mandrake in your mouth at night when you can see the full moon and Europa at the same time. Animagus is a ritual magic that can, with the help of Europa, explore the soul more deeply, thus increasing the ultimate success rate. Finding the exact location of Europa required multiple confirmations, and during this time, Vezet could always feel Luna's gaze. Luna's eyes were as mischievous as the stars in the sky. She would look at him from time to time, stay for a while, and then quietly look away, as if she was looking at something new. After determining the location of Europa, Vezet stood up, touched her cheek, and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Luna shook her head and said in a dreamy and ethereal voice, "It feels different, but it's exactly the same." "Really?" Vezet asked with a smile, "It's a little different, but it's still the same." He always felt that Luna's keen intuition was extremely magical and always had a special appeal to it. A cold breeze blew and Luna used her hand to push her fluttering hair behind her ears. Is it because of the magic in the evening? Yes. Vezet nodded. I understand a lot of things now. He drew out his wand and drew a circle in front of him, expecto patronus. The patronus charm was released without any hindrance, and he carefully controlled the range of the patronus charm to cover only the two of them. Everything around me became brighter, and the shadows on the ground seemed to be leaning against each other. This should be warmer, right? Luna nodded, same warmth. With the protection of the patronus spell, the cold wind is no longer an obstacle. Although Luna didn't know many satellites, Vezet knew the locations of many satellites. Luna quickly lowered her voice. It's Mrs. Norris, we can't let it find us. Meow meow meow, Vezet wanted to explain. Actually we. Luna tilted her head. Hannah told me where the kitchen is, shall I take you there? As for the castle's basement, Vezet has done relatively little exploration. Luna had a smile on her face. It's almost there, let's run, meow. But seeing that Luna looked very interested, he said nothing and followed Luna, pretending not to be discovered by Filch. We've been patrolling for a while, you should be tired, let's clean up. He held Mrs. Norris in his arms and chanted a spell in a high-spirited voice, clean up. Just behind them, a cat's cry was heard. Under Vizet's guidance, the two continued stargazing, and Luna recognized many more satellites whose curved eyebrows looked like crescent moons. He seemed to understand why Fred and George were so keen on this, always making noise during their night outings and competing with Filch in wits and courage. Is it Vezet? Filch was a little confused when he heard Mrs. Norris's hesitant call. Why did he run? Without hesitation, the two returned to Hogwarts Castle quickly. There are many oil paintings hanging on both sides of the walls, mainly depicting various foods and drinks. There is another staircase inside the wooden door. Compared with the stairs leading to the potions classroom, the stone corridor below this staircase is obviously wider. Meow meow meow. After that, he pulled out a cowhide bag from the lining of his coat and took out the fake wand wrapped in velvet. Vizet's usual habit is to explore Hogwarts, with the common room and library as the boundaries so as not to interfere with his classes and studies. It seems a little late. Luna pursed her lips as if thinking of an idea. Hannah told me to be careful of Filch. Mrs. Norris is a smart kitten. Luna looked behind her and made sure that Mrs. Norris had not caught up with her. Then she leaned against the wall opposite the painting, breathing heavily. There are many torches on both sides of the stone corridor lighting up the walls. The warm firelight makes the food paintings more appetizing. I suddenly want to eat noodles. Vezet looked at the not-so-round moon, and for some reason she suddenly thought of fried eggs and a bowl of longevity noodles. Through the patronus charm, he recognized his own soul and felt like he was reborn. The two of them ran all the way to a huge oil painting, their hearts beating so hard that they seemed about to jump out of their chests, and their faces had a very similar blush, which looked even redder under the bright firelight. The voice of Mrs. Norris was getting closer behind them, and Luna grabbed Vizet's hand, and they both suddenly started running. The two walked down the marble staircase, tiptoed to the left, and soon saw a wooden door. Vezet originally wanted to say that if it was just Filch they wouldn't have to be so careful. Good, he was out at night with someone else. Filch was still puzzled. So what? I'm not arresting him. I'm still counting on him to make a wand for me. Vezet leaned aside, her chest also rising and falling, feeling an inexplicable stimulation and excitement. They seemed to have stayed in the astronomy tower for a long time. When they returned to the castle, it was quiet and most of the students had returned to the common room. Mrs. Norris, have you found any students who are not following the school rules? Filch asked excitedly. Where are they? They probably didn't catch up. Luna let out a long breath and tucked her sweaty hair behind her ears. It was a close call. Seeing Luna's delighted expression, Vezet smiled and nodded. Yes, she was almost discovered by Mr. Filch. Here it is. Luna looked at the huge painting in front of her. Let me think. Which fruit did Hannah mention? Like other oil paintings in the stone gallery, this huge painting depicts a huge silver bowl filled with various common fruits. This is it. Luna's eyes lit up and she pointed her finger towards a big green pear. She tickled the pear and it immediately trembled as if it was very sensitive to tickling. It made a hissing sound, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a green door handle. When the door handle was opened, there was indeed a different world inside. Looking through the entrance hall, there was a kitchen that was almost as big as the auditorium. A circle around the Vezet gauge gives the impression that the kitchen is a one-to-one replica of the floor space of the auditorium. Various cooking pots and utensils were piled up against the stone walls, polished to a spotless shine and gleaming with a metallic luster. At the end of the kitchen, there is a huge fireplace with flames burning, which dispels all the cold air coming from underground. The most eye-catching things are the 4 long tables in the center of the kitchen and the circular long table in front of the fireplace. The positions of these long tables are exactly the same as those in the auditorium. The long table was filled with tableware, which was now polished to a sparkling shine, waiting to be used again tomorrow. Among the 5 exceptions to Gamp's basic law of transfiguration, the inability to directly conjure up food is the first exception. Vezet has figured out where all the delicious food that appeared instantly at Dumbledore's command came from. There are countless secrets in the magical world, and this is what fascinates Vezet the most. For example, this kitchen hidden in Hogwarts was not mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. Vezet and Luna entered the kitchen, and many house elves looked up at the same time. As an ancient castle that has been around for thousands of years, it is reasonable for there to be so many house elves. The house elf was wrapped in a clean tea towel with the Hogwarts crest on it. They all came over, smiled at Vezet and Luna, and bowed. An elderly house elf stepped forward and said respectfully in a deep and experienced voice, "Sir, is there anything you need us to do? We are willing to serve you wholeheartedly." The other house elves blinked their eyes, showing full kindness and a bit of expectation, as if they could do anything for them. Faced with such kindness, Vezet smiled and asked, "Can you please help me prepare some flour, water, salt, oil, tomatoes, and a few eggs?" The older house elf opened his eyes wide, with a hint of confusion and hesitation in his eyes. "Sir, are you planning to make noodles?" They have been providing food for Hogwarts for a long time, so they can naturally guess what Vezet wants to do based on the ingredients. "Sir, of course it's okay. Do you really not need help?" If Vezet were to pull the noodles by himself, he would probably be in a mess and might even break the noodles. "Yes, thank you. I would also like to use the kitchen." As Vezet pressed down her fingers, the noodles seemed to dive into the boiling water like a dragon entering the sea, rolling, maturing, and then flying into the bowl. Vezet took a bite of the poached egg, which was soft-boiled and had a light sweetness. He recalled the feeling of eating longevity noodles for the first time. The sweetness from the soft-boiled egg overlapped with the sweetness in his memory. Luna blinked. "I will definitely remember this day. I will never forget it." Vezet smiled slightly. "It's a day when I want to eat noodles." As if worried that there might not be enough, the house elves did not hesitate at all and directly delivered bags and boxes of food. As Vezet flicked her fingers, the noodles overlapped and flew in the air, being pulled into long, evenly thick noodles. The dough strips quickly turn into noodles with the magic of home life. "Don't ever say that, sir. Please feel free to use the kitchen. Clean it up." Vezet took out her magic wand and waved it, restoring the kitchen to its original clean state. Salt is dissolved in water, flour is added and kneaded into dough, and with the help of home life magic, everything seems to be in order. The tomato and egg topping has been prepared and is poured into bowl after bowl. The elder house elf's voice became hoarse, tears welled up in his eyes. "Merciful sir, those are what we should do. This bowl is yours." He handed Luna another bowl, which also had a poached egg in it. House elves can also make noodles, but the method they use is to knead the dough, press it into thin sheets, and then cut it into various shapes without involving the pulling step. He picked up a small bowl and thrust it into the older house elf's hands before grabbing another bowl for himself with an extra poached egg in it. "Yes, I want to make noodles." Vezet looked behind the older house elf. The other house elves had already taken action and brought him all the ingredients he needed. "Yeah," Vezet nodded. "With the help of magic, the waking time will be much faster." "Excuse me, is it okay if I use them all up?" The cutting spell quickly cuts the dough into strips, which are then mixed with oil and flour to officially start the noodle pulling step. Vezet greeted them. "Thank you for your hard work this evening, so why don't you come and have something to eat?" While the dough was rising, he set up a big pot and made a fire, boiled a large pot of water, and took another pot to use tomatoes and eggs as toppings. Vezet roughly counted the house elves present, smiled, snapped her fingers, and skillfully performed household magic. Sometimes they don't need to say so much to understand each other. Of course, the house elves were a little flattered. They retreated into a circle and tried to raise their heads to see clearly what Vezet wanted to do. Not only Luna was fascinated, but even the house elves who were proficient in cooking had their eyes wide open, paying attention to every detail of Vizet's magic. Luna's eyes were very gentle. Today must be an important day. But with magic, everything is different. "I want to do it myself. It can be considered as a kind of memorial rite," Vezet said. "I also want to borrow the cooking utensils, can I?" he said to the house elves, "if I remember correctly. You should also be busy at night cleaning up Hogwarts Castle." The older house elf bowed again. Sir, if you need anything, we can help you. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Vezet paced back and forth in the kitchen with the thought that since I'm here, I might as well do it, dispelling the fog of the map in her mind and collecting ancient magical powers. Merciful sir. The older house elf appeared in front of him holding a dragon leather notebook in his arms. The notebook was so big that it almost blocked his body. Can you please leave the magic you just performed here? We hope it can be recorded. So. Vezet looked at the notebook. I just used the magic of home life and combined it with some past experience to make noodles. Can I record it like this? Of course, Helga Hufflepuff is a great wizard. The older house elf nodded repeatedly. Not only did she take in our ancestors, she also left us some amazing magic all recorded here. He lifted up his notebook and explained, just recall what happened just now, and this notebook will record the memory. After listening to the older house elf's words, Vezet instantly realized that this notebook was not ordinary, but a magical item that contained spiritual magic. Helga Hufflepuff is not only proficient in household magic, but also has extraordinary attainments in the making of magic props and even alchemy. Hogwarts, a history mentions that after Helga Hufflepuff died, she left a magical prop to her descendants, which was a golden cup containing magical powers. However, the book Hogwarts, a history does not provide detailed records of what specific magic is involved. Thinking of this, Vezet opened her notebook, which contained recipe after recipe. The content of the recipes is very concise, that is, descriptions of ingredients and simple techniques. The only special thing is that there is a silver glow between the lines. He looked at the older house elf and asked, "What should I call you?" The older house elf immediately bowed. "Merciful sir, you can just call me Rick. Rick, my name is Vezet, you can just call me by my name." Vezet asked, pointing at the recipes. "You can learn how to cook by touching these silver lights, right?" "Yes, mercy." Vezet, Rick nodded repeatedly, "but it needs to be touched a few more times. It won't be able to learn it completely in one go." Vezet pointed to one of the recipes, and a series of images flashed before his eyes. A middle-aged woman was busy at the stove, cooking a dish of confit duck legs with the collision of fire and oil. The scene quickly faded away, and he did learn some techniques from it. Given his mastery of household magic, he should only need to watch it once more to master the recipe for confit duck legs. It has to be said that this notebook is even more magical than he imagined, and he also has a deeper understanding of Helga Hufflepuff's attainments in making magic props. Vezet flipped to a blank page, placed her finger on it, and began to review her cooking experience. The blank pages glowed silver, and the ingredients and cooking method of the noodles actually appeared on the notebook in the form of words. Not only that, Vezet also felt a hidden memory from the notebook. He thought for a moment, took out his wand and chanted a spell towards the notebook, "Move the soul away and remember." For example, when eating, you need to pay special attention to the position of the leaves. After hearing this explanation, my roommates nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. Well, the answer is obvious. But it was already late at night, and tomorrow was a new week, so in order not to delay their studies, Vezet and Luna planned to leave the kitchen. Salazar Slytherin mentioned that the 4 founders of Hogwarts were actually former guardians. The silver blue color symbolizes the power of ancient magic. I guess Rick shouldn't be able to see this thread. Luna looked at the delicate cookies and couldn't help but smile. They are so cute, just like the sunshine shining into the forest. But Ravenclaw's instincts are at work, so he can only create as many obstacles as possible for himself in this way. No way to obtain this memory. Mercy, Vezet, is there something wrong with the laptop? I hope it doesn't hurt you. Rick looked very nervous with sweat on his forehead. Ancient magical power burst out from the core of the Obscurus, extending along the arm to the wand. At the beginning of a new week, Vezet picked a leaf in the greenhouse and cut it into the size of a mandrake leaf to adapt it to life with the leaf in its mouth. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. The more home life magic you master, the more it can promote other magic. In fact, there are magics left by other wizards in Hufflepuff's notebook. During the nap, an accident also occurred. When he was halfway through his sleep, he suddenly felt difficulty breathing. It turned out that the leaf was stuck in his throat, affecting his breathing. Vezet frowned slightly, wondering why this phenomenon occurred. Michael added, "But you don't have to give in to us during potions class. We are not as comprehensive as you are, so Professor Snape will still easily deduct points from us. When he was answering questions, he might even spit out the leaves. This is not an easy task, and it can even be said to be fraught with difficulties." Before leaving, the house elf once again showed enthusiasm and brought over a lot of snacks for them to take back to the dormitory to eat. If he is not careful, he will chew the leaves and swallow them along with the food. No. Vezet shook her head slightly. I have written down the method of making noodles. Take a look. The unique feature of the Guardian is, of course, the ancient magical power, move the soul to the memory. Vezet chanted the spell again, casting a spell using ancient magic, and indeed pulled out a silver blue thread. Since this memory can be preserved until now, it means that other wizards have not found a way to extract the memory from it. As he raised his wand, he did not pull out the silver thread. Okay, Vezet nodded. The recipes in the notebook were also a kind of magical knowledge, and he certainly didn't want to miss it. Rick didn't check his notebook. He bowed again and thanked him. Vezet, thank you so much for your generosity. You are welcome to visit the kitchen often. Accidents can also happen during class. Since he is so perceptive and can sense the memories contained therein, other wizards can also sense it. Vezet nodded in agreement. So people like Hannah have such passionate personalities, right? Anthony noticed Vizet's strange behavior and asked curiously, Vezet, what's wrong with you? Why are you eating leaves all of a sudden? Before Vezet could speak, Michael spoke first. Maybe he wants to give us more opportunities to answer questions.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.